Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
defeat. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet Hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan pertama sekali kami dari MPL Malaysia ingin memohon maaf atas kelewatan yang disebabkan oleh masalah teknikal yang berlaku. Sebagai tanda minta maaf, kami menyediakan hadiah di dalam bentuk in-game items kepada semua yang hadir ke Dewan Sri Putra ataupun yang tengah nonton dekat rumah. Bagi komuniti yang hadir ke Dewan Sri Putra, anda boleh ke kaunter pendaftaran untuk menebus hadiah anda, dan untuk mereka yang menonton secara online, anda boleh scan QR code yang bakal tertera di siaran langsung MPL Malaysia. And with that, everybody, selamat kembali kepada SERU Saturday. Are you guys ready for SERU Saturday? Nampaknya semua orang dah ready. Untuk SERU Saturday, macam biasa, kita ada 3 match actually. So, sekarang transfer window buka. Teams ada ambil coach baru, analyst baru, player baru. So with that, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, match pembukaan untuk SERU Saturday, kita akan saksikan Team SMG dan juga MPNC. Satu team that's on a win streak and another team that's still looking for the perfect chemistry untuk dapatkan continuous win streak ataupun chemistry mereka. Untuk match kedua yang akan jadi pada pukul 5.30 nanti, kita akan saksikan Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang Todak. This one confirmed very spicy, very fun and of course very exciting. And untuk last match kita hari ini, which is pada pukul 8 nanti, kita akan saksikan Red Esports dan juga Homebois. Alright, enough with the schedule. I'm sure semua orang yang tengah nonton sekarang dah excited untuk start hari kita. Betul tak? Betul, semua orang tunggu lama tadi. Alright, so with that, marilah kita jemput Team SMG ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Masih mengekalkan rekod tanpa kalah, Team SMG masih mengekalkan line-up utama mereka musim ini. Chemistry antara pemain dan Coach Pau menjadi kunci kemenangan mereka. Adakah dominasi mereka dapat diteruskan hari ini? Sama-sama kita saksikan. The Niners from Negeri Sembilan, MPX NSEA. Berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan pertama minggu lalu. Pasukan ini menambah baik pasukan dengan memasukkan analis baru, Rizzo. 3 mata penuh menjadi target utama hari ini. Adakah mereka bakal memberi kejutan sekali lagi? Let us see what the Niners can do. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita. Dia akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Dewan Sri Putra is hyped for SERU Saturday. Kita punya first match, walaupun akan bermula lambat sikit, tapi tak apa. I'm pretty sure the players are ready, the casters are ready, the audience are ready. So, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much to our host, Rose. As always, ladies and gentlemen, SERU Saturday for Week 3 kicking off right now. 3 amazing series line out for us. First of all, the Orange versus the Red, SMG versus MPX NSEA. My name is Husky and I have a panel with experts with me on the desk as everyone is getting fired up. I have Gideon Q and I have Sadafa.
It's great to be on the desk once again. The TriCasts are always great to have, but more importantly, the Niners are back and their crowd is so goddamn loud.
Thankfully, they are not behind us this time, so we will preserve our eardrums for a bit longer, but for the BM cast, they'll have to deal with it for this best of 3. But first and foremost, we want to apologize for the technical difficulties that we experienced earlier on that led to this delay. But the games, they're still going to go on. The night is still young. In fact, it's not even nighttime just yet. We have plenty of games coming up. So sit back, strap in, and enjoy the rest of the journey.
Yep, we got 3 exciting matches coming for week 3. Actually, it feels like the season is just rushing by here, but it is week 3, day 2, SERU Saturdays. We got spicy matches. Like what Husky has already mentioned, we're starting things off with something pretty exciting already. Team SMG, so far undefeated, not just in this season, but in the previous one, as well as MPX NSEA, coming off of some pretty strong momentum after their first win.
Hey, and they took down some really big dogs last week, so I'm excited to see whether MPXC is going to be able to kind of keep that up.
Yeah, absolutely. And for all of you guys, just now Rose did say that there is some compensation for all of you who are tuning in. The code is right down there, so do key that in, redeem our gifts for you guys for always being a very loyal MPL fan. We appreciate it a lot. So in return, we're not only giving you these codes, but we are also going to guarantee that the games for today was worth the wait.
Yeah, I honestly think that it is going to be worth the wait. A lot of these teams are, especially when it's week 3, are going to have to take a lot of time and effort to collect as many points as they possibly can. They need to speed things up.
Yeah, absolutely. And aside from the compensation gift, we also have something for you guys, because if you want to get some epic MLBB skins, you can get your epic skins with only 1 ringgit with Hotlink, which is the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your heroes. So if you want to win some games with lightning fast internet speed, get the Hotlink all-new 5G prepaid right now, and you'll be in Mythical Immortal in no time.
I don't know about you guys here, but considering that there are some brand new skins hitting the Land of Dawn, I'm hoping, I'm just guessing, and I know this is one of your favorites, Ruby Collector skins have been looking mighty fine. Well, personally, for me, I don't know if we're going to see it up on stage.
Yeah, they've been tickling our taste buds lately. There's the Ruby Collector skin. My Fredrin skin is coming up pretty soon, in 3 days. I'm up for that.
I'm actually looking forward to that one as well. To the point, you released the Ruby skin, you released the Fredrin skin. It's just like, how much of my diamonds are you taking here? But in the end, it is all worth it. Just like it's going to be worth it as we watch the matches today and predict who is going to be the true stars.
And if you want to cast your predictions, there's a QR code down below. Do scan it with your devices. And again, we have 3 series today, and the most important part is for you guys to predict who is the MVP of the series. Not individual games, but of the series. And at the end of the day, if you get all 3s correct, congratulations, you earn an honorable commandment from me.
Yep, an honorable. You were about to do it. You were about to do a giveaway, even though the codes would have been given to you guys straight into your accounts. But let's do a quick panel run. We're gonna see who our MVPs are, guessing who the MVPs are gonna be. I'm gonna say Saksa straight off the bat. I think he is going to play a hot game today.
Ooh, Saksa. Yeah, that's true. He has been really tearing up the Land of Dawn ever since he's come in. But I still want to give a shout out to my boy Stormy there. He's been a star ever since his debut.
Absolutely. Well, you guys talk about Saksa, let's talk about Team SMG as a whole, right? As long as like Saksa, they also have Miko, Sasa, Stormy, and Smooth to round out the main five today. We'll be talking about this swap between Saksa and Subway, who is going to bring in more impact, what dynamic will Team SMG bring today. Well, we get to see Saksa in action.
Personally, for me, I think that Saksa brings more diversity and consistency with the level of heroes that he's playing at so far. We're not expecting, you know, the traditional Martis Fredrin every single game. I would love to see an assassin actually hit the Land of Dawn for the side of Team SMG to really push the momentum.
I would love to see that as well. As we can see here for the stats of Team SMG, so far, we already highlighted this team is undefeated throughout Season 11 and now 12. The KDA looking very strong across the entire team. And they do put a lot of priority onto that Fredrin and Martis, as well as a little bit of setup with that Kaja to make sure that they are able to move fast and really take control of that early game and run away with the victory.
I mean, we say all of this, right? But the most bans we've seen goes to this Angela. They don't want other people to have this particular combo.
And I was about to point it out as well. I think Team SMG is one of the teams that has the most bans on Angela. They have played like, what, 7 games, and all 7 games have an Angela ban.
I mean, Coach Pao, he knows what he wants for his team. He knows how his players are going to be feeling, and I think Sasa gets pretty frustrated having to do with Ling Angela during scrims.
Absolutely, but who doesn't here? We know that the coaching staff on the side of Team SMG seems to be very familiar with their players. Long has been their analyst for a very long time. He knows these boys. He's very familiar with them. He understands what they want on the Land of Dawn. And even though Coach Pao is a new introduction, he seems to be merging in very well.
Let's take a look at their opponents for this opening series. Is none other than MPX NC, the Negeri Sembilan, the Niners as they call it, Sonic, Hawk, Zav, Hyde, and Yetri. And one of the main point is that for this series in particular, MPNC are bringing in Hawk again instead of Mali-chan.
Now, this is really interesting. When we see Mali hit the Land of Dawn, especially for the Niners, you know that they want to play some form of Ube. He is more of an Enchanter-style support. But then when you have Hawk, he's very much right up in your face. He's looking to make it as messy as possible, high engage, high impact.
It's an interesting choice here by MPX NC, and I think it makes a lot of sense because we already highlighted that Team SMG loves to go hard, go fast from those early stages, and they definitely respect support heroes as well. The 100% Angela ban so far, so going for Hawk instead of Mali-chan here to try and enable themselves more breathing room towards the first few minutes.
Yeah, so far the most picked heroes coming in from Year 3 has to go to this Paquito. We haven't seen him go out into the jungle majority of the time. It sticks around in the EXP lane, but they also make sure that they ban out high-tempo heroes, things like the Fanny as well as the Joy.
And I think the most important part for MPNC is the fact that we are looking at this team, which is playing a completely different game from Team SMG. Team SMG, calm, cool, collected, consistent, and very methodical. But when you look at MPXNC, especially last week when they beat Homebois, it was a very scrappy series, and they love getting their hands dirty.
Getting their hands dirty, but they come out with clean victories in the end. And those are the results that do matter here. MPXNC definitely came into the season with not that many expectations based on their performance in Season 11. But now that they're coming off the momentum of defeating one of the MPL Titans, Homebois themselves, they're eager to rack up another face-to-face against Team SMG.
I think this would be a very big staple for MPXNC if they're able to 2-0, because not only do they need the points, but more importantly, SMG has been a long-time staple here at the MPL MY.
And especially when under the helm of Coach Pozan, right? They also bring in Frizzle during the transfer window. I think there are some conversations lingering around how much can this new addition, the analyst role, help MPNC kind of clean up their play a little bit. I think one of the players that is worth looking at is also Zaf in the goal lane, right?
Yes.
Our Week 2 MVP. Today he's going to be taking on Sasa, which arguably is one of the most solid goal laners we have in the league.
Here's the thing. With Sasa, there are a lot of times where, yes, even though he loses lane, he eventually carries the overall outcome of these team fights. Zavs last week, he was honestly sometimes hard carrying the game by himself. Like game 1 against Todak, right? That was all him until he made that one mistake, and then they had to reverse sweep him afterwards.
You mean Homebois?
Oh, against Homebois, my bad.
It is an interesting dynamic though when we look at this head-to-head, because it's one thing we always like to mention when it comes to SMG, the better they do, the less Sasa has to contribute. Whereas on the opposite side, Zavs seems to be pivotal in every single victory that NC has been able to earn for themselves in Season 12. So I think that gold lane matchup going to be one to keep our eyes on.
Well, let's talk about the influences of the mid lane here, because I really want to talk about, well, Sadafa's prediction pick of Stormy up against Hyde, because last week we saw Hyde actually having a deeper hero pool than what I thought it was. We did see, the Kadena as well as the Lilia being brought out against someone like Stormy, who's consistent, cool, calm, collected, but more importantly, aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you want to break the tempo of SMG, who is currently right now the king of the regular season, right? Just like Sadafa pointed out, Season 11 in the regular group stage, they went 9-0, won all their series, only dropping one game. So 18-1 was the score. Right now in MPL Season 12, they've won all of their series, the first 3 series that they played, and they also only dropped one game, which was against Todak.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy here, but even though you are the king of the regular season, I feel like it's a little bit of a cursed crown, because we haven't seen in a very long time a team who has had a clean slate from the regular season and then won the playoffs immediately after, coming in with only Todak as the only one holding that record.
Yeah, and that was like, what, 5 seasons ago? Season 6,
Wow.
Season 7, so it has been a long, long time. But note, it is interesting that SMG is in a position where they have dropped one game the whole season to the same opponent as the previous. Will history repeat itself?
I hope we will see some changes in that. I'm going to hold you right there for our Sadafa, because the Niners, they are making their kids say things that I'm sure that their little girl doesn't know what she means, but they want MPX NC to at least draw some blood against SMG, right? I think it's fair to say that when we head into this draft pick, we want to see if Team SMG will still stick to the staple bans, aside from the Angela. Will Team SMG still come up with a draft that takes a lot of that burden away from Sasa, and on MPNC side, will Zav still take on the main role of trying to hard carry the team?
Ooh, that's a little tough to say, because let's keep in mind that Team SMG, I would say, is the best equipped against the overall Ube strat if they wanted to bring Mali on, which is why MPXC decided to go with the hard initiations from Hyde. So keep that in mind. The supports are going to play a very pivotal role in this match.
Support's going to be important. As we mentioned, that early game is going to be a huge focus, especially for SMG, and we see Hawk coming in to try and make up for a little bit of that weakness, because NC traditionally is a team that will play slower towards that early game. A lot of that because Sonic tends to not really go for more aggressive jungle styles, except for when he gets heroes like the Baxia, like the Marcus.
I hope that does change, though. With hard initiations, you need kind of like that early game to snowball yourself. I feel like Martis is going to be like a high priority for both of these sides, but then again, so far based on MPL MY, everybody seems to love Fredrin.
Yes, Fredrin against Martis, right? It's a matchup that a lot of us are starting to get tired of watching, but it works. I mean, they still ban the Diggy from the side of Team SMG, still paying respect over to MPNC. No, we've been highlighting the contrast between Mali-chan and Hawk a lot, right? And I think one of the main factors is also how Mali-chan was kind of the bigger voice of the team. He gives the shot call, he supports his team in and out of the game. Hawk, not that comfortable in the shot calling role, and this could be a big factor in how MPNC tackles SMG.
It's a tough responsibility, I totally understand that, but there are success stories, like in this case, Miko coming in from Team SMG, right? When you integrate with a team, you expect the communications is going to be rough, but somehow Miko has not only led the team, but kind of given them the energy to stick together.
So it comes down to whether or not these players that are going to be taking the place of Mali's position here will be able to show the same kind of confidence and shot calling that the MPX NC veteran will be able to bring to the Land of Dawn, especially against SMG. Going for this style makes sense on paper, but it's a very risky choice to make.
Yeah, speaking of risky here, the fact that Team SMG is saying, you know what, I want to get rid of Diggy and Angela, even though Mali isn't on the table itself, I'm surprised that they want to commit to it.
And you look at this, right, they also banned out the Claude, which was one of Zao's highest success, hero with highest success rate. He has been playing an incredible quad game for the rest of the season. And of course, Fredrin gets picked up. I feel like we've seen this coming, gentlemen. If Fredrin is unlocked, some team is going to pick it. We know for a fact that it's not going to go on to SMG because it's Saksa. But for MPNC, they have no problem taking it.
Man, I literally saw it on Sonic's face. He's just laughing about it. It's just like, oh boy, here we go again.
It is a very boring pick, but you can't argue with consistency. Of course, Team SMG has the chance now to go for counterplay. X-Borg so far is a huge menace to any Fredrin pick, but not prioritized enough to really go for it in the first phase. They're gonna go for that Edith, they're gonna go for the Joy, which has not commonly gotten through the ban phase.
Hold on. If SMG wins, that guy's gonna confess to his crush. Right?
Good luck, man.
I'm seeing that correctly, right?
Hey,
yes,
I don't know.
that is correct.
I don't want to delve into people's personal lives, but there's a very good chance he's not going to commit to that. Nobody's holding this man responsible.
I am.
You're going to go out of there and get his number or something?
Hey, it's on national TV, man. This
You're
guy
gonna
has
hunt
done
him
himself
down.
in, yeah.
I'm going to dox him real quick. But yes, I agree with Snafat that Joy doesn't usually get through into the draft. And the best part about Joy is the fact that this is a double flex pick coming up from Team SMG. You don't know if it's going into the EXP or into the jungle. And more importantly, having a Franco on the side of MPX NC is going to tell Team SMG, hey, we already know what your support's going to look like. We can start focusing on the mid lane.
And this is a very similar draft to what they ran in Game 3 against Homebois, right? It's a combination of Game 2 and Game 3 last Sunday, where they have the farmers and the Paquito. And we know for a fact Paquito is going into the XP lane, hide on the farmers. Very, very comfortable composition so far for MPNC.
Yeah, the Faramis pick is not popular anymore under this meta, but Hyde specifically seems to be quite comfortable bringing it into the game here, playing a bit more of a supportive role. And we can see the Niners right there here at the arena. Going to be taunting their opponents because there does seem to be a very big fan base around this team, even though, yes, the players have been here for a while, but this is NC's first time in MPL.
The craziest part is they were here. Even though we had the delay, they were still around. They were
Yeah.
lingering around for the longest time until this game started. So they are true fans. Now, Team SMG, final pick going to be the Melissa in this very first phase. To conclude it, at least we have a rough idea of what they want to do. Like, as you mentioned before, Husky, MPX NC, they generally have a team fight composition. They've got some strong comfort picks for their jungle, their EXP, as well as their mid laner. But I think that Team SMG don't exactly have the glue to kind of gel this composition together. There's a lot of ideas thrown around, but nothing very clear-cut.
But one thing that is crystal clear is that they are trying to limit test where Zavs is going to be, right? They banned out the Claude, they banned out the 1-1. We saw Zavs play the Bruno in Game 2 last Sunday against Homebois, and I do wonder if Team SMG will consider that Bruno ban as well, because we know that Zavs has only played Brody once across 2 seasons, and that was what? Back in week number 1 against Team Hawk. So if that is going to be the direction Team SMG goes towards, then maybe the decision to target Zavs would be kind of the Achilles heel for MPNC.
I would like it. I think it's a very smart choice. They first focus onto the support heroes that would make their early initiations very difficult, and then they focus onto the week 2 MVP, who has been carrying games for his team while solidifying a hero for Sasa first. Though to note, Melissa has not really been picked up. This hero has fallen out of favor very heavily with the more recent meta shifts, even though in the past it was a very popular pick and was actually one of Zaf's signature picks as well during Season 11. It counters the Faramis, it's a solid choice, but I do worry how well it will really perform.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot of interesting things that we can talk about here. Number one, if that Bruno does come through, how does that lane matchup start to look like, and will the supports need to get involved? More importantly, Team SMG are playing as if Mali is still on the stage, getting rid of the Florin as well. I think they want to make sure that they can kind of limit the possibilities. If they can play standard engages, that'll be fine, as long as you don't have those typical Enchanter style.
Yeah, force MPNC to play a standard game of Mobile Legends, right? No shenanigans of healing or team up every 30 seconds. I mean, we talked about the possibility of Mali-chan when he was taking the backseat in the first 2 weeks, imparting knowledge to Hawk. Wow, now has completely been shut down.
Yeah, it's quite funny to think about, because when we saw Hawk come in to replace Mali, we were expecting that we wouldn't see these supports here, but SMG are respecting the possibility, and NC actually going to ban out the Esmeralda here as well. Very interesting choice.
I respect that a lot. They're taking into consideration Yetri's overall matchups. Like, Paquito generally struggles against the Esmeralda, and right now with the lineup that they have, they don't really have an answer to that unless they force Zavs on something like a carry, which I don't think they want to do just yet.
Yeah, and Yetri himself has also played that matchup, right? He knows very well that Esmeralda makes Paquito's life hard as the game progresses. SMG now, with the X-Borg pickup, this still is an open draft funnily enough,
It's incredible that Xborg has gotten this far. I literally mentioned SMG could go for it for their first pick. It would be a huge counter to the Fredrin, but NC allows it to go to this point. Perhaps they're thinking that the Edith or the Joy is going into the EXP after all, but that's the power of flex picks here in the draft phase. That's going to be pretty strong for SMG. And if you guys are wondering why we've been calling him Yeah3 now instead of Yeah, it has been confirmed by the player himself that this is the dictionary definition. This is how you pronounce it.
Now, finishing off the draft, MPX NC going to be logging in the Grok as well as the Beatrix. I love these picks overall, very standard. More importantly, can actually help out with the waves in case we want to see Sonic go a little bit more aggressive and try to punish. But again, we don't know who's going into the jungle, and now we're going to get some confirmations here once Team SMG lock in who their mid lane is going to be.
I think there's a high chance we do get this Edith in the roam role, right? Unless they... I mean, Kufra is still up in the open. I'm not sure how effective Kufra is going to be for Team SMG, even though Miko is very, very efficient on that hero.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Edith roam. Right now they're looking for Stormy's pick. There's still good options. The Eve, the Kadita, not banned, right? Yeah, not banned. Kadita is still there, very solid. Stormy has actually been playing a lot of Kadita this season. So even though it's countered by Faramis, they're actually going to go for the Novaria here. Oh, that's actually an interesting choice.
That's
four
really
flex picks in this draft.
Yeah. Wow.
Look at this.
Now, the interesting thing about Novaria is the fact that even though you land all of your abilities, it's strange to see Stormy playing a more support role than anything else. He will still be looking for the backline, don't get me wrong, but I would have imagined that they wanted to play, you know, in their team fight style, very coordinated attacks utilizing the real world manipulation rather than using the Astral Echoes to actually find that info and let Sasa take a bigger role in the damage department.
I mean, if you ask me personally, in the hands of Stormy, this is not a support hero. He's going to find a way to become a sub-carry no matter what.
Yeah, we've seen some variations of Novaria ended up becoming a big menace, but here it is, the final lineup of both teams for Game 1. MPX NC, they have a very standard team fight lineup. In fact, Grok is the only hero that Hawk and Mali Chan kind of shared in their hero pool, so I'm very excited to see how this is going to pan out. MPNC have a lot to prove today. We'll check that out in Game 1 of this opening series on SERU Saturday. MPX NC against Team SMG.
Now, this is some exciting stuff because right now we're talking about the overall draft. Tech pause! The timing! All right.
Get ready, guys. Even more codes to claim.
Yeah, even
more codes, more fun.
More codes, more fun. Now, right now, I think that Team SMG's lineup, it's super dangerous, only because nothing really stops this Joy. We've seen how destructive Joy can be in the backline, usually in the EXP in the previous meta with Vengeance, and that was already tanky enough, but now in the jungle, having a level lead on a majority of your opponents, building full damage as well, I don't really know how Zobs is going to be able to take this sort of damage.
Yeah, especially when you consider that MPX NC doesn't have a lot of reliable crowd control on their side as well. It's very dependent on the Fredrin Taunt, on Grok Wall Charge, which isn't really going to work out either. So that's going to give Saksa a lot of free roam, which I did see he went for the Lethal Ignition, so this is going to be full damage on that Joy jungle as well.
Yeah. We've seen how much destruction Joy jungle can bring, right? You give her 1-2 core items, she's going to run on top of you, and that's it. You're deleted. Even the Nether Realm, which is, by the way, the new name of Fireman's Ultimate, cannot stand up against the wrath of a fat Joy. I believe it was a Type 1 pause just now, as one of our marshals did point out, Johnson. All right. I have a theory, right? So in last week's mic check, Miko did sing, and that song is called LDR by Shorty. I believe it was a Filipino artist.
You figured it out?
I figured it out. I went on Shazam and I got that song. It's a nice song. It's looping in my playlist every day. I'm pretty sure Miko sang just now, couldn't hear himself properly, and is like, guys, I'm calling a tech pause. I need to sing.
If only we had a lower thread, scan the QR code to figure out what Miko sings next. Guess to predict the song.
We don't need to predict MVP anymore. It's what does Miko sing next?
That'd be fun. That would be fun. Now, because it is a Type 1 issue, it probably wouldn't take that long to kind of just figure it out.
Calm down.
Taunting, man.
Yo! Wait, this is the Niners side. This is the Niners side of the crowd.
You know what happens? Because last week, someone from Homebois took the Niners card. They wrote like, oh, the, MPX, and we took the wrong card, but Homebois will win. And then they ended up losing. And the Niners went crazy. So if anything, if this somehow works out, let me tell you, It's gonna be a curse for the rest of the league.
I swear, this is going to be an ongoing meme
It
for live
basically
events.
means you have to make sure you get the correct team card.
Yes.
Otherwise, you are jinxing your favorites up there on stage.
Truly, truly. With 20 more seconds left on the clock here, I think right now, I'm trying to figure out a way for MPX NC to really start getting ahead in this game, right? Because it feels like no matter what they do, they're going to get punished. You team fight together, guess what? If Melissa is ignored during the laning phase, Sasa is just going to free hit and absolutely destroy the composition. And that's not even considering the Joy.
It feels like you put a lot of weight onto Hawk as well, right? On this Grog. I think his job, aside from just needing to stop the Joy, you're also looking to somehow get to the Melissa. And I think the worst part of in all of this is that you actually have no way to reach the Novaria, which gets more and more scary as the game progresses.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's even scarier here is that it's already difficult enough to reach the Novaria, but like you mentioned, you gotta find Sasa as well. And Melissa hard counters a lot of melee engages because of her ultimate, and the reason why they seem comfortable picking it this game, even though Melissa's kind of fallen out of favor recently, is because they see the Paquito, they see the Fredrin, you just pop your protective bubble. They even pick the Grok as the last pick, and while yes, technically Wild Charge goes through, it forces you to have to invest that instead of using it to lock down on Novaria, on Joy. SMG has so many options to avoid being caught this game.
I don't know. I would have personally, I would have preferred the Lolita in these particular situations because at the very least you have a means of disengage and actually blocking those auto attacks before it connects onto Muddles, which then connects to everybody else like a giant social network. But that's besides the point, right? Now that they have the Grok, it does tell us that at level 4, we're looking for potential dives. You know, the laners need to make sure that they are trying to at least trade out correctly so they can set up these dives happening around the 3rd and 6th minute of the game.
It feels like the first, 2 to 5 minutes is going to be very pivotal for Hawk to get his job done, right?
Yep.
Even the Guardian's Barrier, most of the time we say, I think Sadafa pointed out in week 1, one of the most powerful tools, the only skill that can create terrains, kind of manipulate the mid wave. But in this case, how do you stop majority of the heroes from Team SMG? Joy has a dash, Militia has a dash, Xbox wants to be in your face, so overall, I feel like the efficiency for Grok, it's going to get hampered, but we'll let the plays do the talking. We're back in game 1, and right off the bat, it's going to be some explosive trades in bottom lane. Smooth might lose that Firaga armor, actually heating back up in time to extend the life a bit longer. Yeah, Tree gets moved low, he gets pulled back, but he survives.
Interesting. Smooth decided to go for Sprint instead of Flicker. Some very dangerous games. If he had Flicker, I would be very confident that Smooth does not die there, or at the very least will get a trade back. But with Sprint on the other hand, I'm not so sure. It's probably going to be more beneficial later in the game.
This does seem to be a habit we see from the more comfortable veteran players though, where you think, oh, this battle spell has to be used on this hero 100% of the time, but they're like, I'm so comfortable with the hero, I understand my limits, and let's go for something that provides a little more use here. As you can see, even Zav's up here, gonna be bullied pretty hard right from the get-go.
Oh, interesting to see that Miko decided to go for the attack speed on top of the concussive blast rather than going for the agility to rotate around the map. But like he's keeping in mind that once he's out of that primal, once he gets that primal wrath, once he's in that second form, his auto attacks actually are super relevant at keeping him live.
You can see SMG, they are already in the jungle of MPNC. Saksa taking that buff, that camp for himself, and overall it's just pressuring Zavs at the same time, right? We saw Zavs last week. He had a very comfortable series against Homebois. He was constantly running it at them, being very aggressive. And I also had this wonder whether he will be able to pressure Sasa. Mid lane is going to be the first area that has some contact. Hawk will be able to survive the ultimate from Saksa.
Ooh, dangerous stuff, dangerous stuff. Hawk there just waiting until the last second. Oh no.
Fight is going to go down. The snipe, watch out, Stormy. He's going to find it. Star Shadow missing just a little bit.
All right. At least they didn't give first blood over. The turtle has been started by Sonic though.
Can he get it? Nope. Saksa steals it away with the retribution. Sonic now. Big problem. The appraisal's grab slams down to Miko to get some of the health back. Smooth forced to use the last insanity just to disengage.
Yep, Tribrush needs to be controlled by Yeah. They want to make sure at the very least that for someone like Smooth, he doesn't get to walk back into the lane for free, especially with Faranda armor down. Is Zara's gonna die? No, he's not gonna die, right? He's not gonna die, right?
Ooh. Some risky play there, but I do like what MPX NC is doing right now. They're not allowed. Ooh.
Wow.
I don't, dude.
That was not intentional.
That's insane.
Was that intentional or not? I don't know.
I
don't think
can
so.
bet it was not intentional. It just, the planets just happened to align.
Oh, that was an eclipse moment right there.
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is that Team SMG is doing the signature sort of gameplay style, moving very fast across the map, keeping the momentum up. We already mentioned their heroes have a lot of mobility. It's hard to catch them. They're using that strength. But I like that NC are trying to balance things out. They're not being too aggro, but they're not being too defensive.
Sonic's going to be knocked out by the Earth Shatter. Saksa in the middle of the fray, uses the ultimate, try to electrocute them. And the nether round will keep MPNC alive. And that means there's a crucial team fight all down for MPX NC.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any relevant objectives that they can actually do. It's about Team SMG. Do they want to set up this potential dive, right? Without that ultimate, Sonic as well as Zabs might be in a lot of trouble if that wave starts to push on, or at least Zabs is closer towards 40% of his HP.
Now, one thing that I do want to point out that we may have missed out around the beginning of the game is that Sonic is using Impure Rage on the Fredrin there. That's very unusual, not a common choice. And looking at it, you would think that NC wants to use this to potentially add on to his damage early on, which does make sense on paper. If SMG is going to run at them in the first few minutes, having a bit of extra max HP percentage damage is going to help, but I wonder whether it will come at the cost of some tankiness later on.
Well, I mean, it does give you that 1% of health back of your max HP back when you trigger it, so it's about the consistency in the fight to make him stand out longer. Smooth, playing a dangerous game overall, but look at this, the way the turtle is being set up right now.
Team SMG, 4 members on top of the objective. And Sonic's not going to be there, so MPNC just looking to poke and prod a little bit. Saksa will get the objective, and now jumping onto the high, forcing the flicker out is Farmus. Hawk's going to be there to protect him. Nether Realm is also preserved.
Man, we still haven't seen First Blood. 4 minutes into the game, transitioning into 5s thus far. Like, Team SMG are making sure that MPX NC doesn't get to run away with the early game. If they play slow and standard, they know that their composition is eventually not only going to outscale them, but generally not give them an answer to team fight.
Absolutely, and that's why even though NC is doing a good job of responding to SMG's aggression right now, the longer this game goes, the more difficult it is going to be to maintain this sort of status quo. The AI winning prediction actually being a tie at this stage is already huge props to NC for being able to do what many other teams have not so far.
And that's under the premise that SMG got the first 2 turtles. This could be the first big fight. Big taunt! And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. First blood obtained by MPNC. The second kills go over to Zab.
That's what you wanted to see. Unfortunately, Stormy didn't open up the map for everybody else. And Miko, the unfortunate casualty, as MPXC was able to pincer them in towards Riverside. Smooth, on the other hand, might be having some troubles. As is putting them very close to lethal. But more importantly, without that Faraga armor, Smooth cannot walk up to the lane.
This is the goal scenario for MPNC as well. They have unlocked Zab's lane. That tier 1 is going to go down, year 3, putting immense pressure onto Smooth, and he gets to proxy the wave at the same time. That XP lead is going to slowly but surely build up.
It will, but with 2 turtles on the side of Team SMG, it's not the biggest loss in the world. I think they can definitely recover from this, and they might be considering, hey, let's let MPX NC sit on top of the turtle, and then maybe we can start setting up for a bigger fight.
It's definitely recoverable. Yeah, I think SMG will want to take a bit more of a back seat here, but the question is whether or not they will have the discipline to do so here, because so far this season, they've been looking very aggressive. And what NC did earlier was very, very smart. It does seem like they understand SMG has this habit of just piling on the pressure. They know that a team that typically plays very disciplined and by the book is going to repeat the same actions. And so they bait themselves out in the river, get 2 kills. They're setting up for Turtle now.
Taking massive damage already. Combined efforts of Miko and Stormy. Turtle is going to be dropped less than 50% health with Smooth at the front. Last chance to be ready. Saksa in the fray as well. Astro Echo use it. And it's going to be Saksa securing the 3rd turtle for SMG. Nether round will be used to keep MPX NC safe.
Great knockup coming in from Miko, and more importantly, Smooth with that Ice Queen's Wand is now starting to provide a lot of problems to MPX NC. It's very difficult to actually take ground because falling back is already difficult enough, so there's too much of a risk if you're caught in Smooth's fire stokes.
Things are going to start getting a little bit more dicey here, because even though NC has the lead, which is solid at this stage, even though it's only a small amount, SMG, we've already highlighted, better scaling team, and here comes Miko.
Flicker, high, he's dead. Miko will trade his life. It's going to be secured by Sonic. Thankfully, there is some trade for MPNC. Hawk, meanwhile, also spotted out by SMG. As Sasa starts wailing away at Sonic, 1-for-1 trade.
Great timing from Sonic. He was able to kind of, lock Miko down before he got the Primal Wrath out from the mech. It's so important that he... Oh, no. Wait.
When the tier 1 bot, they will get it. Wild Charge used just to break Smooth's Firaga armor. Now can they secure Smooth? Sasa showing up, pop the
Sasa!
and starts going to work. And the Virus Patch is going to be there. High pull Sasa away from the AoE. Sasa will survive that for sure. Sonic now taking the brunt of the punishment, but MPNC are able to disengage.
I felt like Sasa could have just gone forward there. He could have. I know he doesn't want to take the damage from the shot, and I know that he needs to play very, very standard, but that could have been his highlight moment right there. And as we mentioned in the draft before, Sasa has taken bigger responsibility as the main carry of this team. But now, if you look at the AI winning prediction, it used to jump over to 73% as of right now, but at the 8-minute mark, to have 73%, that's a whopping lead out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's massive for MPX NC, especially when you're matched up against SMG, who so far this season has not let go of that lead against any opponent. This speaks to the volumes that NC has improved since coming into Season 12. I'm liking the way they're moving around the map. They gotta keep this aggression up. The longer they can make SMG uncomfortable, the better it will be. Because Sasa, as we saw on that last fight, doesn't have quite enough damage yet for those big fights.
Yeah, his Trinity build isn't done just yet, but with the upcoming Lord, this is the situation we want to see for the side of Team SMG, right? Open up that map, see everything that they want, and look at that chunk out in the mid lane.
Wow, Sasa. That is without the Inspire, so MPNC, they're gonna get pushed away. SMG will get to take control of this Lord Pit. There's nothing that MPNC could do, they just had to surrender this.
Let's not forget that Sasa also used this ult as well, so I don't think Team SMG want to go further than this.
Oh, it's gonna be bought right back by the onward. Flickers to safety. High, good block on the Star Shatter. Sonic will continue to try and get some info on SMG, but again, MPNC, they need to reset.
Yeah, some beautiful movements though from NC. Yetri actually waiting until the very precise moment to flicker out and then getting blocked by his teammate. So far, the communication here seems clean, but the Lord is still up for contention.
There's only so much damage Sonic can eat up. Hard to flicker forward. Get the ultimate to Sasa. They want to blow him up, but he survives. Yeah, three from the side to find a kill. And now Sonic is in the back. They do lose Zapdo. Both going down. Appraisal's right from Sonic slams it onto Miko. 2 for MPNC, and they've got SMG by the rope. Smooth trying to run away. Flicker shadows MP. Pull right back for the third. MPNC with the first major team fight win.
Huge catch coming in from Hawk. What a flicker wild charge, taking out and locking Sasa down just enough for Yetri to actually finish it off. Unfortunately for Sasa, the stun felt so very long. He had his ultimate available to protect himself against the oncoming onslaught from Yetri secure, but man, it was just way too long.
Catching out Sasa there was massive. Yes, they end up losing Zavs in exchange, but look at how much farm Yetri and Sonic are getting at this point. And Hyde on this Bear Mist has been a massive player.
Lovely block from Hawk with Force of Nature. And now Sonic can he get the Lord? No! Sockstar just winning all the Rex rewards.
That cat, no way! They couldn't walk out of the Lord knockup because of the slow. And immediately after, Sonic wasn't able to use Retribution because of that knockup, allowing Saksa to just jump on in and secure it. What? It's just a chain of events. It feels so unlucky.
It's the small things that add up to the butterfly effect here as Team SMG instantly reverse things. Now having the goal lead, they have the first Lord. This should not do too much damage to NC. But it means that every single fight from now on, NC has a lot of pressure to catch out the cores before they can invest into a full 5v5.
And look at Smooth is putting immense pressure on the Hyde as well as the Sanity will be used, forcing out the Nether Realm. Smooth does have the Immortality. Wild Charge landing on a tree. The Lord working on the top inhibitor as we speak. Hawk almost loses his life. Or he might be looking for a snipe if he has the Astro Recall, but SMG just like that have broken the base wide open.
What? Man, they get an inhibitor, and I think they're also going to get mid-tier 2 at the very least.
It'll be tough. Miko out of position, has to use the flicker to get out. Sasa again pushing high back. Sonic taunted, will lose their Firaga armor. Can they at least get rid of someone? Smooth retains that immortality.
What a gold swing.
This is just so annoying right now for NC. Look at Smooth. Look at how much he can stand in front. He's got his 2 items now. Ice Queen's 1, Immortality. That's all you need on Export to become an absolute menace, a raid boss that NC right now does not have enough damage to take down. And if the Export doesn't go down, the rest of SMG are playing perfectly fine.
I mean, let's look at the items from Zabs in particular. Right now, he's only about 957 gold behind from Sasa, which is honestly not that big of a deal because at the very least, Exhaust has very relevant damage. Even if Smooth wants to stand up in front, it's the immortality giving him that second, well, I wouldn't even say second life, a third life technically with the Faraga armor. It's eventually going to get whittled down. I just don't think MPX NC have that sort of time with Team SMG taking the ground, taking the space as well as the ground away from MPX NC, forcing them back in, and they can't just go in once more for a secondary engage, especially if Hawk doesn't have his ultimate available.
Absolutely. When we look at the lineup from MPX NC, they do require a certain degree of control over the battlefield to determine which angle they want to engage from. Because we already mentioned SMG, very high mobility comp. They're going to be all around the field, which means that they'll generally be isolated enough to pick off. But it also means you gotta have enough vision and control on the map to decide when to go for those. And SMG right now is denying that control from their opponents.
Let's also not forget that even though Team SMG wants to play as from many different angles as possible, they want to have a traditional front-to-front once the engagement starts. If they can get out the big-ticket ultimates, especially the extra insurance policy with the Netherrealm coming in from Hyde, then they have the green light to go even harder on the second engage once that ultimate is down.
Conceal was used by Hawk and that got pinged out, so MPNC will lose the element of surprise. For the next 60 seconds, middle lane pushed in. Top whip as well. Look at how far Smooth is. He is cutting the wave in front of MPNC's base, and SMG, they do not need to engage the objective. MPNC are the ones in a stranglehold.
They can't do much about this, can they, Stafa?
I wouldn't say exactly that it's a full stranglehold. I think NC still has the tools to play around here, but they gotta realize that SMG is setting up a vice grip. Year 3 is going to be on the top half of the map for a lot of time, and SMG is going to use that to apply as much pressure as possible and start gaining control over the Lord Pit. As long as they know where Hawk is, the fight can start on their terms.
Hawk forced to engage with the ultimate. They pull Mikko back. He can't find the kill though. Mikko will flicker out of the way. The Lord is gonna lose its health bar. There's nothing that can be done. Year 3 will show up. They need Sonic with him. He's gonna be stopped by Mikko's Earth Shadow. Sonic, he's out of the fight as Hakusa easily secures the Lord, and Year 3 now finds himself isolated. Might be fed to Team SMG, uses the jab to get out, but Team SMG have found the elements to potentially end this game.
They are just commanding and conquering the battlefield right now, and Team SMG just not giving any opportunities for MPXE to find these flank angles. Smooth should live here, right? Yes, he lives here. That's great. Now, Team SMG closing out the game might be a little bit difficult because at the end of the day, they still have Beatrix on the other side, right? And she's great at these high ground defenses.
Problem now is SMG has been playing this textbook so far, so I have no doubt that they will have a solution to get around this high ground defense by trying to split up the resources on NC as much as possible, because in comparison to them, NC is going to need to play together a lot more closely, and that's going to really affect the way that they want to defend the base.
They got rid of Smooth Faraga armor. Can they get rid of the immortality? That is an important question. They will do so. Darkstar straight to the back. Still holding on to their ultimate. They will find Hawk, the good Netherrealm, to keep him alive just for a bit longer. And now they pound! Year 3 with a kill onto Smooth. They will lose Hawk. 1-for-1 trade so far, and suddenly we're gonna put a stop to that. A comma in this potentially game-defining team fight. What a moment to hit that stop button.
That's so straight. That's such a feels bad there, right? And okay, at least it's coming in from the side of MPNC, right? Because Team SMG were losing members after members. Smooth, for some reason, no immortality, already popped the sprint. 10% of his HP decides, I'ma go back in that fight. What?
Didn't even get to use his ultimate, I believe.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
To be fair, he did. To be fair, without the Faraga armor, you can't use the ultimate anyways. But like, as soon as he came out of that immortality, he backs away and he's like, you know what? I've had enough of this. Loses the Faraga armor, and then his team decides to jump on in. And for some reason, he thought maybe I can do something.
I think it was a moment of weakness for Team SMG where they got a little bit overconfident, thinking, hey, we can push this. Smooth has survived 1v5 so many times. He'll be fine here, but he doesn't quite have the resources. I already highlighted this. MPX NC has a lineup that's very strong when they're fighting as 5. So SMG needs to split them up, shove the lanes, pressure them out, split up the cores. Instead, they decide, we're going to push top and mid, let them fight together, and that's why we're seeing bodies dropping.
I mean, I knew that the high ground defense was going to be good. When they're clumped up in their base, as Stafa mentions, it becomes difficult, but they forgot to take away the insurance policy. They have to bait out the Netherrealm. Once that is gone, then they can start making these aggressive moves. Then they can start diving in towards the backline and underneath the crystal if necessary.
Yeah, we don't discuss about the anatomy of pausing too much, but this one is in a very crucial moment. I believe the call was from Hawk as well, right after he went down in that team fight. So he will be a no factor when we head back into the game, but I mean, when we look at that freeze frame, it was getting pretty dicey. SMG deep in MPNC space.
Yeah, and the majority of their members taking so much damage as well. They've already lost. I mean, both sides have taken casualties, so we'll see how this is going to conclude once we jump back in that game and once he starts getting back in there.
Will they be able to get back in there, though? Right now, we've ended up in a pause in a very strange moment. You never want to be paused in the middle of a team fight, let alone a situation like this. When it comes to this, as a player, what needs to happen for you to literally like jump back into that moment of time?
I don't know. Start counting down as the game starts counting down.
Like you just put your fingers on the buttons, right? And just get ready to press your skills or something.
You're already hovering above them, above your flickers or whatever battle spells you have. I don't know. If you're in Stormy's position, not that big of a deal because he's not even
you're
in
Novaria, right?
Yeah, you're not even
in the fight. But everyone else, I think Zavs in particular, under heavy threat, you have Saksa who was trying to run around as that Joy. I think these are the members that are going to be feeling more nervous. Just now we did see it's a type 1 pause, and hopefully that's going to be resolved. Our Marshall Johnson is going to make sure that that is going to be the case. See a thumbs up. If Hawk is feeling comfortable, we are going to be jumping back into game number 1. Remember, Hawk, the one who called the pause, still dead for 36 seconds. So it's up to the rest of this team to keep MPNC in the game. The Marshall is going to give us the call.
Oh boy.
We are going to go back into the games, and this is going to be intense. MPNC needing to defend this, and it's SMG on the retreat. Zav! Go for the kill onto Saksa. Does give his life away, but I say MPNC, they've done more than enough to keep this game intact.
Whoa, okay, so a 3-for-2 trade in favor of MPX NSEA, and even Yetri was trying to make the play of the century to try and take out Sasa, forcing out as many abilities as possible, including his own flicker. Team SMG gotta hit back the drawing board to figure out a way to close out this game, because right now MPX NSEA at a significant disadvantage when it comes to neutrals with no inhibitors to actually protect them.
They gotta maintain in this situation for SMG if they want to be able to win this out cleanly, because NC definitely got a few more kills than they needed to in that last fight here. So of course, Stormy not being one of them. This Novaria 17 times hitting with that second skill. I told you Stormy would make this a sub DPS.
I don't know. It says 17 times.
We've seen it's
18 now.
Oh, 18 now.
It went up.
Yo, this is live? I thought that was just a regular stagnant graphic. Okay.
It was live.
Well done to production, honestly. That's pretty impressive. But more importantly, right, we have no context to how many times he missed. So for all we know, he's hit 18 times and he's missed like, I don't know, 78 out of it. So again, context.
Hit rate.
Yeah, we need some context on that. How many did he actually shoot out?
And to be very fair, hitting 18 times is impressive than 90% of Novaria player base, right? Not easy.
I mean, depends on how long the game is.
That meter might be huge, but it's not easy to hit someone with it.
I don't know. The auto-aim system is pretty good. I wouldn't put it past him, but let's have a look at the overall damage dealt difference, because we're seeing that Hawk is finding these engages, and I would have expected Stormy's damage to be a lot higher in these fights overall. As expected, Sasa on top of the leaderboards. Again, in these team fights, he is the biggest factor.
What does surprise me is the fact that Tree's damage isn't higher. I feel like this Paquito has been doing a great job of keeping NC within a lot of these team fights, zoning out the backline, coming in from the sides. Team SMG has been giving respect to him specifically to try and take fights while the Paquito isn't present. But now the Lord is going to be up once again, and this is an important one for NC.
Still used by Miko. Sasa will be there. They get the turn to small flicker forward. Miko trying to look for Zav. He's isolated. The nether round will keep him alive. Insurance policy will be there, but Hawk does end up going down. Yetri not even in the fight. Zav needs to stand his ground with the wisdom nature. Flickers forward. Fight move. Miko! Zav! Are you kidding me? He's not but traded back as Yetri arrives at the scene. Sasa! He's gonna die! MPNC! 4 dead on SMG!
That was the worst fight possible for Team SMG to play that. The worst possible way to do it. They need to take a front to back. Sasa can't just be coming into the middle of a fight hoping things are going to turn around. And I agree with the engagement coming in from Sasa because he had his Winter Truncheon, but that doesn't justify Sasa getting zoned out by Sonic himself when he can be doing some relevant damage and forcing out the the Nether Realm all by himself.
definitely a misplay there from Team SMG. They're taking these fights a little bit too deep, a little bit too fast. I understand the idea of not trying to go for a full 5v5 frontal because they do have the mobility to try and cause some chaos against NC. But the fact that Zavs was able to stay along for so long there, we know how scary Beatrix becomes once she has that lifesteal, once she's got that Has Claws, being able to take on 1v3 basically by herself. If Zaz had survived that final engagement too, that would have been a massive loss for Team SMG.
That would have been more for MPNC, right? To be very frank, because Sonic was alive at the end of it. The lore dance continues again. The wave, just like you guys mentioned, is not going to be in favor of MPNC in any way. Sasa is going to look to come in from that mid side. Ye3 needs to deal with the top wave again. Last fight, it was essentially 3v5 and MPNC held their ground, but if it's going to be different.
Yeah, they just need to keep managing their waves. They got the stranglehold onto MPX NC, but again, they need to go step by step. Create a front to back, take away the Nether Realm, and that's when you have a guaranteed winning fight. They just have to follow these simple rules, and right now, MPX NC, despite everything that Team SMG has done, has made it difficult.
Yes, it's gonna be a flicker right to the back line. They're looking for Sasa. It's gonna be blown out. Immortality expended. Nibiru's passion doesn't finish him off. Sasa staying alive now, popping his fire, still ends up going down to high. He's gonna be in 4 seconds thanks to the passive. This Pyramid will be there in the fight. They will lose Sonic though. Ye3 needs to get away. Zav found out by Miko. This is the guy that needs to go. Zav will use the tactical reroll and flicker to disengage.
These are some messy team fights here from these two opponents right now, with some very good ideas from both, with NC getting a clean engage onto Miko and then diving into the backline to pick up Sasa as much as possible. But because of this, they're not really minding their own backline too.
And they're leaving the base to try and stop SMG. Zav is going to be targeted, and the ban is rage expended. He's going to use the immortality to come back to life, and Sasa takes care of the job. He needed Zav to go down.
Oh!
And this time we're going to get another pause. Not as tense as the one we had in the base just now, but again, a call from MPNC. This is starting to get a bit taxing overall for both teams.
It's got to be frustrating. It really is, because right now MPNC are putting everything to make something happen against Team SMG despite the overwhelming disadvantage. And yet, Sasa is getting taken out in the backline. They're finding these angles through the mid lane to punish their opponents overall. But Team SMG, on the other hand, it feels like they're getting a little sloppy.
It does feel like they're getting sloppy, but they're still trading resources here. I do feel like SMG has this quality to them where even though their plans haven't been working out as cleanly as you expect them to normally go, they're still adjusting on the fly. They're still making sure we're maintaining the same sort of mentality. It doesn't matter that they're being able to fight evenly into us. We still believe in our own mechanics, our own strength, and they're going to go for these fights regardless.
Is it fair to say that in the simplest of forms, the one thing that's keeping SMG in this game, or at least in the lead, is the fact that they had all 3 inhibitors of MPX and C side down?
Ooh. Ooh, that's an interesting way of putting it. I think it definitely creates a disadvantage for these neutral objectives in particular, but the main issue is the overall style of which they are fighting. Like, Team SMG is trying very, very hard to get this front to front, but when they're on top of this neutral, they're not covering their angles, they're not forcing out timings, and best and worst of all, I think that they need Smooth in that front line, honestly pushing them out of these bushes in the first place.
It does make it difficult, because usually in these positions, Smooth will be entrusted to split push the lane and apply pressure to try and drag people over to the other side of the map. But since he is on that export, he's actually a very important component of Team SMG's team fight, meaning that he cannot really unlock himself from the Lord Pit. On the opposite end, Ye3 can do so, but the longer he's away, he also has to make sure that his team isn't getting engaged on. So it's a little bit of a balance, a dance between these EXP laners in positions they may not necessarily want to be in.
I was hoping that Poji was wearing some kind of
Yeah,
jersey
yeah.
underneath. I'm waiting for him to do it.
I was waiting for him to be disloyal again.
The disloyal man himself.
Oh, love it, love it. Lalang, as they call it. One way he's going to be here, the next day he's going to be somewhere else. And, oh, man, this has got to be frustrating for the players, man. It's an intense game.
Oh, it is. I believe this is what? See a 5-minute countdown, right? So this is not, I wouldn't say a minor issue, but Amartians are getting it sorted. I believe it was the same call from Hawk once again as I was looking back on the stage. So again, a frustrating spot to be in, right? Not as tense, we're not pausing in the middle of a team fight, but we are in a situation where SMG, they have their core members alive, and for MPNC, they have just lost Zav for almost a minute.
Yeah, very important player right there. Basically the reason they were able to win that last big team fight as well. With this hero gone, it should be quite easy for them to go for the Lord, but it's not as if they're fighting perfectly healthy either. So there needs to be a lot of care taken into the next few moments here, because this is only game 1. Honestly, I cannot believe that it has come down to this point, because I'm gonna be honest, I came into this match expecting SMG to get a pretty easy sweep.
Yeah, me too. I can totally agree with that sentiment. And right now, the Niners are looking extremely confident. Like, Zobs in particular is starting to disrespect the space, right? Initially, it's like, oh, I'm going to play a little bit more passive, wait until I get the items. Then it's not going to be that bad, right? And then eventually, that's when, once he hits his stride, it feels like he's not stopping with the momentum.
And this was the guy when he gets pumped full of adrenaline in a close game, you see him really taking matters into his own hands. Did the same against him, Homebois last Sunday, where he was dumpstering the lane with the help of Mali. He was just running into the enemy team with no regards for his own life. He was sort of doing the same against SMG, right, in those major fights. We say that, well, SMG got him isolated. He's like, no, that's exactly where I want to be. I can 1v3, I will do it, and I'll take you down with me. But it seems like the issue has been resolved, and hopefully this time we get a conclusion to game number 1. Back in it, Yeatri pops Move's immortality. I's gonna try and drag him back smooth. Uses the last sanity. He's gonna be kind of preemptively. Again, Yeatri, can he finish this kill?
Oh no!
Absolutely smooth drop. And Saksa in danger. Use the Winter Truncheon. He's gonna be dead, right? Yeatri with the 1-2 gets him down. A double for Yeatri. SMG now with 2 members dead for 40 seconds.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Smooth didn't pick up the Cyclone Eye at the same time. Saksa ends up losing a cooldown on that Winter Truncheon. This Lord is being fought with everything MPX NSEA can possibly give. I don't know. It's starting to be tough. Zabs is up at 6.
It'll be a very tense moment. Can Zabs get there in time? To the bottom wave is pushing in. Sasa getting pressured by Yeatri as well. So many angles covered high. We're chipping away. Remember, Sasa does not have immortality. Hawks can get the engage only onto Miko. Not the ideal target that he wants, but Zav just cleared the bottom wave. Is now showing up. Sonic working the Lord slowly down to less than half health. Yeatri wants the kill onto Sasa, and now he's in danger. Immortality will be popped. MPNC, can they at least rush down the Lord? NetherRealm with the Truncheon keeping Yeatri alive. He's gonna be fine. Ooh. Now the Lord is gonna be finished off by MPNC. Hai might lose his life to Sasa, and he will, but he will be back in 15 seconds. Lord goes up with the MPNC.
Man, these mechanical flexes. Yeatri surviving after switching his items, consistently juggling it perfectly, and more importantly, getting the Rose Gold Meteor to stop himself from dying from the Astral Shatter, coming in from storming from downtown. Well done to MPX NSEA.
This is insane right now. What have these players been eating? This is a different lineup than we've been seeing in Season 11 and even from the first couple of weeks right here, as NSEA seems to be consistently improving every time we see them in the Land of Dawn.
At an exponential rate, may I say. They have come so far. I mean, this is week 3, but you see how they clean up their plays, right? We look at week 1, incredibly scrappy. They were getting pushed and shoved around. By last week, week 2, they were taking on teams like Homebois with clean plays, and now standing toe-to-toe with SMG, and for the first time in a long time in this game 1, they have a goal advantage.
Yeah, they got to even up the scales here. MPX NSEA at the very least must get at least 1 inhibitor down. If they get multiple, that's a bonus, but definitely guarantee 1. And Smooth, he's trying to not let this Luminous Lord get close enough to start up its charge.
Braga armor is going to be dead. Banner's raised right there. Smooth. Oh, barely surviving. Store's going to get the charge off the inhibitor. Yeatri working on the top side as well. What a game we have on our hands, gentlemen.
Yep. At least they got 1 inhibitor. That's what we want to see. Now they can actually play a neutral lane on that top side of the map. For the time being, Stormy, he needs to be more consistent with these shots. I mean, so far, if Sonic tanks the skill shot, he can heal it back up with the help of his passive, but everybody else doesn't exactly have that same passive, so it's going to stick on unless they recall.
But it does seem like NSEA has been doing a very good job of just positioning themselves to make sure that Hyde and Zavs are going to be safe from getting hit by that Novaria snipe right there. Of course, in terms of items, at this stage of the game, we're nearly 25 minutes in, everyone going to be full on items. Yeatri actually did go for more aggressive, having that Malefic Roar at the end, which explains why he's doing so much damage during these fights. Otherwise, things looking pretty normal either way.
It's not like he can do... Well, I mean, so far, he's just been threatening Sasa. And I think Sasa, he's very careful with his trigger finger now, right? He doesn't want to pop his ulti too early, because if he does use that go away, everybody else from MPX NC is going to get involved in that little scuffle. For the time being, I would imagine that, you know, Miko has to bait something out, if not smooth.
And I do like the fact that MPNC, they are using both Yetri and Hyde to try and force out Sasa's resources, right? Get him to use that ultimate when the Paquito runs at him. Get him to use the Inspire and then stall it out. With the Nether Realm, they are so generous with their spells, but it is paying off every single time they use it.
Well, hopefully they're able to bait it out. I mean, I've been singing about this for the longest of times. They got to get rid of the insurance policy.
The question is, will they be able to do that? Right now, NC has a pretty firm grasp of things. SMG, they do still have the structural advantage. They got 2 inhibitors standing, and this Lord may end the game for either side, depending on who's able to secure it first. SMG doing a good job of maintaining the lanes, but Yetri right now, this game has really been a showcase for him.
Yeah, they gotta start opening up the map, and that's gonna be up to Story, because if Miko face checks any of these rushes, there's a good chance that 2 people can take him out, especially if Zavs is one of those 2.
They did use the Star Shadow on that bush, so they know where Zavs and Hawk are. Very methodical from Team SMG to clear out these vision lines, these blind spots. Miko, bit out of spot, he forced away for now. Zavs, again, is the key target as Sasa once more pressured by Yetri. Immortality is back up for this Paquito. This Lord Dance, SMG, if they stall it out long enough, Yetri will have to deal with the top side wave as well, so it's a push and pull.
They've got to force something out, right? Like, Team SMG had a huge pushing wave on that top side. They could have 5v4, try to get the NetherRealm out as soon as possible, back off, reset, do it all over again.
I think SMG are in a position right now where they have to be quite defensive because of the way their lineup works, but they're actually trying to engage here.
No more banners raised. Hawk to be caught out. Immortality is going to be expanded. Hawk knocked out by the Earth Shatter. Has to flicker to safety. Yetri on the flank as well. Hawk still getting chased down. Star Shatter does miss. Miko now finds himself in the front line. Yetri shows up. Tries to go for the one shot to Sasa. Sasa now using that ultimate. Yetri will disengage for now. Winter Truncheon keeping Sonic alive for a bit longer, but he does drop. No jungler for MPNC for 70 seconds.
Oh, Stormy whiffed it. He whiffed it. The Star Shadow didn't connect on towards Yetri. Okay, at least Sonic is down, and Team SMG can guarantee this Lord, unless MPX NC, I don't know how you're going to pull it out, but high ground defense, as good as it is, we're 27 minutes in the game. The minions already are difficult to take out. Lord empowered minions, on top of the fact that if you stick around the Lord, the extra bit of damage is going to make all the difference for people like Sasa and Stormy.
Oh boy. Feels like a death sentence has been signed, at least with this Lord. Like what, the 4th Lord of the game. We're almost half an hour in, people.
It's getting hard to keep count. I can't quite recall what the longest game this season has been so far. But these teams right now are definitely vying for that position. Luminous Lord going to be very important here. NC was able to defend earlier, but that's because Team SMG overextended and allowed NC to group up in a more convenient position. With no inhibitor standing, this will allow them to determine at which angle they want to approach this potentially game-ending team fight.
Stall it out for another 6 seconds. Yetri throwing his body in front. Zavs using the Vantage Race. Good water, delay the Lord for a bit. Yetri's still alive. And now Sonic is going to be back in the fight. But Team SMG, can they end the game? They bruise passion and everything. Thrown at the Lord. SMG, they only have one job, and this to take down the Crystal. The Lord will help them in that endeavor. SMG takes game 1, but man, what a hard-fought victory this is.
Yep, honestly, as much as Team SMG is relieved from that victory, they've got a lot of things to start talking about. And number 1 is just the raw confidence coming out from the Niners themselves. I mean, the fans cannot be disappointed with that performance here. They just got to look ahead of time, figure it out, and look for this reverse sweep.
I think I can almost guarantee that this is not the team SMG was expecting to face when they walked up onto the stage today. So much more respect needs to be given to the Niners, who have been able to grow so much in such a short time. But still, in the end, kudos over to Team SMG right now, still keeping their win streak going in Season 12.
They took out some of the top teams already in this group stage. Todak, not a chance. Homebois, not a chance. And MPX NC was the team that gave them a run for their money in the opening match nonetheless. I mean, you gotta give MPX NC some respect, right? Regardless of the Titans that they're up against, you can see that they still maintain a confidence. We question how is Hawk gonna fill in the void that Mali-chan has. Well, I think he did a fantastic job in game 1.
Yep, fantastic job, and man, as we said before, as you guys have mentioned, they gotta give respect, especially Sasa. He was really disrespecting Ye3 throughout the entirety of the game. Like, oh yes, come at me, try to go for the all-in. I know you don't have enough damage to one-shot me, but that's not the point. If they get his ultimate out, it's just a continuous chain of continuous trades as well as kills, and more importantly, without the insurance policy of you to get away from me, you're just gone.
Oh boy, I mean, we gotta take a look at the MVP first to kind of conclude this game number 1 from SMG side. And of course, it's gonna be Sasa on that Melissa in game 1. Disrespectful, but at the end of the day, it did work out, right? Wasn't able to farm his KD as much in the series that they played previously, but nonetheless, he was a big factor for SMG winning game 1.
As we mentioned in the draft, right, he was taking the majority of the responsibility of getting his team over the finish line.
Yeah, Sasa does have a signature style to his gameplay. He has a tendency to enter fights midway through after his team is already engaged. That's the reason why we have the phrase of Sasa not needing to do much means SMG is doing very well. It's because his team will generally close out the fight before he has a chance to notably contribute. And because of that, you could tell that it took a little bit of time for him to get back into the swing of things here. Like you mentioned, disrespecting Year 3, he thinks that, oh, I have the ultimate, Paquito can't touch me, Fredrin can't touch me, but then he gets caught out by the Grok, he gets caught out by Hyde coming in with the Ghostbusters doing way more damage than he expects, but yet his positioning is still there. It's still very clean, having an 87% kill participation. I'm excited to see what they have to say.
And let's check out what Team SMG are talking behind the screens in the upcoming mic check. Give a listen.
Min, what's the sampai pagi tak balik? Oh no. Tak balik. Kena bet guys. Gerak. Go. Go. Nice, Raf. Nice. Oi, nice. Udah. Dek. Nice. Just fight. Oh. Nice, second kill this.
Kill one by one.
Air ko lah, wait ko lah. Pakita pa lang backside, pakita.
Yeah. Fredrin dying.
They all dying. IP mo guys. Nice one.
It's just a very energizing game, number 1. Energizing mic check from both teams. MPNC, they held on for 15 minutes since they lost their first inhibitor.
Crazy, man. I don't know. Looking at the stats alone is pretty nuts. The kill score 17-15 with Team SMG coming out, and they're the ones holding that 15 kill score.
Yeah, it's incredible to see just how well NC were able to keep the game going despite being put behind towards that mid-game and then extending it to the 29-minute mark. One of the longest games we've seen here in Season 12. We already highlighted a little bit about the itemization. A long game, obviously everyone going to be on full build, but I really love the way that both teams understood the strengths of their lineup as well as the weaknesses and tendencies of their opponents. NC playing more balanced towards that early game, understanding that SMG is going to come to them so they can take up more defensive counter engaged positions, and then SMG being able to adapt so quickly once they realized NC has already figured them out to determine how they want to go about things towards that mid game, and then both teams butting heads and understanding exactly how they need to engage while having the confidence to believe that their style is going to get them on top.
Yeah, and looking at the item build so far, as you mentioned, I mean, it's pretty standard all across the board, but I want to talk about specifically Smooth's build here, because again, once you get the Immortality as well as the Ice Queen's Wand, there's a lot of questions on what direction do you want to go. He doubles up on the Spell Vamp, getting the Bloodlust Axe. I like the idea of having the Dominance Ice as well to make sure people like Beatrix actually feel the slowing effect, and having anti-heal is always great, but more importantly, his 2 defensive items instead of the Immortality, the Anti-Cuirass to make sure there is some physical damage reduction, and more importantly, the Oracle, because he knows he's doubling up on his Spell Vamp on top of the fact that he has extra Spell Vamp with the Festival of Blood in his emblems itself on top of the Impure Rage to make sure that he lasts for a very long time if there's multiple people in front of him.
And despite that, Smooth was not able to play the game as comfortably as you'd normally expect on on the export. Towards the early to mid transition, we were already mentioning Smooth is such a nuisance. He is a raid boss. There's no way NC can take him down, and yet they were still able to play around that. Go around Smooth, make sure that they're able to dive the backline. Don't even care about Stormy. He only died once towards the later stages, and Sasa was taking a lot of the hits, which definitely puts him in a position he's more uncomfortable with. But SMG were still able to adjust. They were still able to play the same style as always, not trying too hard to force a shift that they would not be comfortable with.
Yeah, but on the opposite end, Hyde in particular is going to be the guy I'm going to be highlighting, because look at his build. For traditional Faramis's, you would have imagined that he was going to play pure utility to kind of work with the rest of his team, but instead he understands that he is going to be either a finisher, or he's going to be super relevant in these 5v5 team fights if Team SMG clump up close together, so he's got to capitalize on it, right? Going for traditional mage build and slapping a, he made sure to slap the enchanted talisman on top of the glowing wand just for that extra bit of cooldowns and to make sure that nobody can just walk away, regenerate off the lane, and come back into the fight.
I mean, Hai has been involved in some of these crucial catches, right? With the Shadow Stampede, he's been involved in a lot of that finisher, and during that 15-minute slog where they have to constantly defend all 3 lanes, he was a pivotal member in clearing out all these waves as well. So overall, I would say both teams are coming in going for almost full damage on all their core members, and it did pay off for both teams. We gotta look at some numbers as well. At the end of this game, you can see for Team SMG, overwhelming in terms of damage dealt. MPX NSEA are just taking punches, and look at how well that they were able to hold on.
Yeah, this is, okay, looking at the numbers exactly, I think that has just broken into the millions in terms of damage taken overall, with half that number for the damage taken coming in for the side of Team SMG. You can see that every inch of ground, Team SMG was trying to whittle them even harder.
And we did mention as well that with the choice of going Impure Rage on the Fredrin, I was a little bit worried, is he going to be tanky enough towards that later stage? Is that extra bit of regen from the Impure Rage going to be enough to keep him topped up, especially against heroes like the X-Borg? Turns out, yes, Sonic being able to tank 300,000 damage for his team. His KDA wasn't all that bad either, being able to stand as a frontline, honestly, even more effectively than Smooth at certain points.
Yeah, I can agree with that sentiment for sure. Like, Smooth it has to deal with multiple members at the same time, but Sonic is taking damage from Stormy consistently. He's taking damage from Sasa as well, who actually has that DHS, so it really starts to cut through because of how much max HP he has.
I think to be fair to Stormy as well, it's not as easy to walk up to MPNC like we initially thought, right? Every time he walks up, he gets engaged on by Sonic. Yetri just completely disrespects him and tries to break his Viraga armor. It's a tough game for Smooth overall, but the fact that they were able to make MPNC kind of the punching bag in this game, number 1, and MPNC still holding on despite this major deficit, I would say that itself is already very, very impressive. And this is just game 1. We're gonna check out some stats, particularly the gold graph for this game 1. Look at that.
What a story you can tell with this, because like from SMG's side, as much as it was going back and forth, they played 50-50 for so very long, nobody getting much of a lead until the 11th minute, and then just look at it, the icons are blending over each other, the towers, the Lord as well, all kind of collapsing at once to create at least a 3.3k lead for themselves, and then it just goes complete opposite way after the 19th minute.
Probably the most back and forth gold graph we've ever seen here in MPL, and you can tell exactly how the graph correlates with certain events. Team SMG having the lead in the early game, controlling the map. Then at the 6-minute mark, NC being able to get that pick off around the riverside, getting 2 kills and the first blood, and then instantly regaining ground towards that mid side. SMG cuts their losses, plays safe until the 11th minute, where they get their core items, where they're able to start taking fights. They gain the lead, and then NC fights back as well with massive base defenses, taking advantage of SMG playing a little bit too confidently. And despite the fact that they still had the goal lead at the end of the game, SMG were able to close things out.
Yeah, and that also is, you need to take into context that MPNC, they did take the 3rd Lord as well, and that's off of kind of a Lord dance at around like what, the 23 minute. And this game ended only because SMG got the Lord at the very end. I mean, we could have been going on for another 10 minutes if that's not the case.
Yeah, that would have been pretty rough from both sides, because then it's a true battle of attrition, and MPNC is still on that losing end, considering that, you know, SMG still had one of their inhibitors still up. But man, I can't imagine what these highlights are going to look like.
We're gonna have a long highlights. I mean, our highlight guy, our replay operator, has had a lot of work to do. this game 1.
So much work, in a matter of fact. I mean, this early game itself, I was very impressed by how MPX NC were looking for these pincer maneuvers to find, or at the very least, look to punish Team SMG's Miko, just to ensure that they lose their spearhead. And once you lose that spearhead, things start to get a little crazy, and Team SMG they decide, I gotta pull back. There's just no point to try and push forward if we don't have our main engager.
SMG were actually really pinned up against the wall here, which is very surprising considering this is the undefeated team whose streak has continued on since Season 11 itself. And against MPX NC of all teams, who many would definitely count out among some of the top squads here in MPL. But just look at the way they're maneuvering around these fights. There's so much confidence in these players, in their own individual mechanics. Zavs being able to take on these fights, getting basically a 1-for-3 trade at that point. And Year 3, I feel like really deserves the spotlight on the side of NC here. This Paquito was creating all the space necessary to really make SMG sweat.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He's already on the Stormy side. He secures his kill, and then what does he do? He just sits in that tri-bush, waits for the time, starts that recall, and he does it again and again and again, consistently being a threat to the flanks of Team SMG. It's not like you can disrespect him. He's going Quantum Charge. He's got 3 damage items, and if you don't have any form of armor, there's a good chance that you just get one shot.
Yeah, he's one of the best performing individuals on an XP Paquito in this league that we have seen so far. Right? Even his post-game stats in game 1, 6-1. That itself speaks a lot about how much he has done.
It's large momentum. It's large momentum and it's just overall great game sense. I think you got to give credit where credit is due. His Paquito is looking good. I don't think Team SMG is going to give it to him again.
Definitely
I don't
not.
think so.
There's going to be some shifts here. Team SMG, they got that victory there, but it was very hard fought. And it's not as if they were playing badly as well. Sasa was obviously MVP, but Stormy was sniping. Smooth was doing his job. Saksa on Joy Jungle, first time?
Oh, it's true, it's true. I do feel like it's a little bit of independent EXP laners that are making the difference.
Yeah, and speaking about independent, we just celebrated our Independence Day, like what, 2 days ago? But don't worry, we have in-game event going on right now. If you log in right now until 6th of September, you would get some tokens to exchange for some really nice goods in MLBB. Most importantly, it is a Hari Madeka emote voiced over by 3 of our MPL MY players. And that is the only thing I've been spamming. And I'm happy that I have some new emotes to spam every time I kill someone in Ini Malaysia or something.
Oh,
Inilah Malaysia.
Oh,
or
man.
something he says
Or
while saying that he's been spamming the emo.
Look, there's better things to focus on, all right? There are bigger things in the game. You can't just be like listening to every single one, because I know I've definitely been spamming the Go Onic one for the longest time until the Bredeka one came out.
Or maybe he was too distracted by the kiss at the end.
That's true.
Either I spam that or I spam Gojo, right? Just yay! Yay!
Well, let's come back into the game because adaptations need to be made. We've already kind of covered over the Paquito, but I do think that, I don't know, I do feel like overall, as much as Stormy was hitting his shots, I think this Novaria probably needs to go. The information that he got was great, but at the end of the day, it's about the impact once the trigger has been pulled.
I think overall, the Novaria's impact is more of information first, damage second, right? And then when you get the information, it's so much easier to make the move. Miko can make these calls with lesser stress because you know where the enemies are. One thing I also want to look at, I want to start with you, Sadafa, is the draft itself, because SMG, they were giving a lot of respect to Mali's hero pool in Game 1. Do you think that's going to be the same in Game 2?
I actually would not doubt it. SMG has this style where if something works, don't fix it. And even with Coach Pao coming in, you'll see generally they don't change their bans except for like 1 or 2 adjustments.
Okay, look at the key to victory for this series as well. Between these two teams, it's all about winning the mid lane at all costs, all about securing the early power spikes and control the objectives. And I think these two teams have ticked all the boxes, especially when it comes to that objective control. You can see that they are really dragging out these lore dances.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, controlling these objectives are important, but I think it's more so relevant in the early game that we do see Team SMG really, really shine, right? Because if we're talking about win mid lane at all costs, we have to contextualize how do you define winning? Does it mean that you're able to kind of push it out faster and make an impact on the side? Is it just killing your opponent on the enemy side? I think that varies depending on the hero matchup, but in this particular case, Stormy was doing a phenomenal job at just, clear out that wave, instantly go into the side and then look for a skill shot to hit.
also does bring up the interesting parts of the mid lane matchup, right? In terms of dynamics too. With Stormy being the more aggressive mid laner, with Hyde being a more supportive style but still contributing the DPS. And those minute differences between the players are going to really show themselves now that we're in the draft phase for game number 2.
Do love the fact that you guys called it SMG. They're not going to get Paquito over to MPX NC for a second time, so instantly ban out in the first phase, followed by the Diggy and the Claude, whereas for MPX NC, Kaja and Martis ban.
They want Angela. SMG is contesting Angela.
I don't know about that one. Unless MPX NC are the one who bans it out themselves. No, they get rid of the droid. Very smart option. The first pick, Angela, might be too far-fetched for me.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. Yes, it would be very far-fetched for SMG, but I can't explain it otherwise. There's no reason to let it through unless you're locking it in.
I suppose. Do you think this is going to be the Miko or the Stormy Angela, though?
That's a very good question. Like, logically, based on the way SMG plays, it should be Stormy's Angela, but I don't know if Stormy wants to play on a supportive mage again.
I can agree with that sentiment with the MPXC locking in. Once again, the traditional opener here with the Fredrin as well as the Valentina. At least now, we might see 2 Heart Guards on the field.
Oh, man.
And also whether SMG will pick up the Edith again, right? I think that would be also a good indicator of where this Angela is going to go. From what we've seen from SMG in game 1, they love these flex picks. They like to kind of toss it up in the air and let MPX NC play the guessing game. But it also opens up some opportunities for Saksa to go for assassin-type junglers, right? The Ling is now a very viable option without the Joy in the pool.
Exactly. Give it to him. Give it to him. Lock yourself in there. I mean, we're differentiating it compared to last game, where last game we did see, like, you know, 3 triple flex picks coming out from Coach Pao. But now we jump back into this. They've got the Edith, and now we have a rough idea of what the mid lane duo is going to be like, but we also have the Iritel.
Yeah, the Edith always going to be a solid pick no matter the situation, but Angela, even though the most iconic combo is going to be with that Ling, has recently been finding a lot of success with the Iritel as well. It basically offers everything that the hero is looking for: extra movement speed, extra survivability, and potentially even a catch with that puppet on a string is going to put a lot of pressure onto MPX NC. Now, we do know that there are counters to the Angela. Things like the Esmeralda, very traditional, would not be a bad choice, especially with Edith there too, but oh boy, here we go, we got the Florin.
Interesting.
Battle of the Enchanters. We don't get to see this every day, and I want to touch on the Esmeralda pick a little bit more, right? Because both Yetri and Spoof has played Esmeralda, and both the games that they play have been victories, and victories in a landslide manner. And I'm looking at MPX NC, I do feel like maybe the Esmeralda could be the solution for them, considering the fact that they do have the first pick in the second phase.
I mean, it's way more advantageous coming out from the side of MPX NC since they are on red, but let's see how the second half of the draft is going to be, right? I think that's the most important part. Where are they going to actually position themselves? We see the Boxia get banned out for the side of MPX NC, and I think that's already a very smart choice to make sure that it doesn't start the oppression just from the get-go.
It's also very telling. It actually really hones down that NC might want that Esmeralda, because this is another counter to that hero. And SMG has to be aware of this. Like you mentioned, both Smooth as well as Yetri like the hero, so these teams should be familiar with it. I'd be very surprised if they let it through here, since they do have one more ban, but they could be in a situation where they think, hey, let them have it, we're comfortable here.
Yeah. Team SMG, on the other hand, they ban out the Wanwa. I think they're going to go for another marksman ban here. I don't know if they want to get rid of one of the lane bullies against Irithel, that being either the Bruno or the Brody, both of which do very, very well against the Irithel. But MPX NC, if we are on the lines of, hey, we're looking to counter Esmeralda, do they want to just get one giant beefy tank themselves? Like, hey, they could just go for Uranus, right? They could go for a hard engage with Rizla. Instead, they get rid of the export, and now we are guaranteed some thick boys in the EXP lane.
This is looking more and more like Esmeralda with every single ban. Uranus is possible as well. It's gonna be one of those two, I feel like, for the side of MPX NC, because that is gonna be so annoying. Imagine the Florin with the Fred and an Esme or Uranus. That just makes life so difficult for SMG, but they will still focus onto the gold lane bans. And now we'll get the answer to our question.
I mean, he has to be an Esmer, right? I mean, I'm worried about the draft a little bit, but I'm also worried about the crowd, because they are starting fights.
There it is.
In the crowd themselves. There it is, Esmeralda picked up. I mean, we all saw this coming. It's a no-brainer for MPNC. Yechi very comfortable on this hero.
I'm wondering whether or not Smooth is thinking it's either I play Uranus or I could go into a more engage heavy hero like the Benedetta. I'm not sure which way they're going to go with it. I'm sure he's going to talk it out with Coach Pal, but we're going to see one of those in the EXP lane. And I don't think he's going to play Edith in the EXP, especially when your matchup is going to be Esmeralda. Miko has been performing well, so it feels like there's no reason to kind of switch that up.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It should be...
Oh, wow.
Well,
All right.
Okay, now this instantly creates some questions. I actually thought maybe he'll play Diroth EXP because it counters Esme, but then we see the Yuzong as well, which seems like the more obvious choice, which does put some pressure onto Zaksa. It means that he has to really roam around and snowball on this.
With the Angela to help him, right? That could be kind of the turbocharger that you need on a Diroth. But even then, we saw how late game 1 went. Diroth, not the best hero to skill that late in, but if SMG can get the ball rolling early on, then yes, there's a huge chance that they can close it out before we even get to that stage. But MPNC, they still have one more pick to kind of solidify it, and it's going to be Zap's hero. 2 of his main has been banned out. Do we fall back to the Brony? We're going to find out right now. It's going to be the carry to potentially try and bring MPNC to a game 3.
That's the thing, right? If he went for the Brody, there was basically no way he could really participate in these fights. He's just waiting for his team to kind of do all the work and then clean up. But with the carry, now he can be a more proactive member of the party. And worst yet, all these think tanks, and especially for Yuzong, might generally struggle if they don't find that Petrify.
The problem with carry, though, especially in recent seasons, is that even though she's still very strong with her passive, her attack range is so short compared to other marksmen, and there's so much dive potential on the side of SMG, not to mention how much this team likes to dive in the first place. This is going to be a real testament of what Zavs is able to do with his positioning.
Yeah.
And they are going to be playing in a very comfortable and familiar environment as well, with that enchanted support, right? Florin always keeping Zavs healthy. He's going to get the do as well, some extra stats. If anything, I think this would be the game that really puts MPX NC in the spotlight if Game 1 hasn't already done it yet.
Totally agree here. With Team SMG, they've got a very strong early game comp with scaling in Sasa's Irithel. But MPX NC, man, if it goes into the late game, I don't know how they're going to get through that brick wall.
Well, we came into this expecting 2-0, but I'm going to change my mind. I want a game 3. It's game 2 for now, SMG against MPX NC. And right off the bat, we're going to see Smooth proxying that wave on the top side, drawing and High. Stormy is going to be by his side, and Angela healing up the Yuzong. Nothing much that High and Ye3 can do.
Yeah, good spacing coming out from Year 3. At the very least, they're making sure that they are winning out on the trades because they know at level 1, there's probably no real reason to actually take this fight. There's a good chance that they don't win it only because the Angela is so nearby.
Yeah, having that consistent healing going to be very effective there. As we can see in terms of emblems, nothing too strange. This is going to be Stormy on the Angela, so he's going for a more supportive position once again. A little bit unusual, but not out of the ordinary, as we can see.
There he is, early gank. Sonic is not going to stand a chance this time. Smooth with an easy first blood using the Petrify.
That's so disgusting. The setup coming in from Team SMG to get the ball rolling so early on, 4 minutes into the game.
It's been a long time since we've seen the Tear-Off jungle, with recent reasons being tank jungle no longer quite as popular as before, and he doesn't quite hold a candle compared to other fighters and assassins. But against Fredrin and Esmeralda, this is a great choice, and we can see that armor shred really tearing into Sonic there.
Oh, Smooth is playing this perfectly right now. He's got the kill in hand, he's already skewed the tides, and now they're going to set up a dive onto Year 3.
There's a Purify. Not sure how much that can do for Year 3 though. He's going to be dodging that ultimate from Saksa. Not that it matters. Smooth getting the second kill in this game.
Yep, can't do anything about it. He's got Purify and he doesn't have Sprint, so there's no way he can outplay the situation. He just has to take it, but on the opposite end, right? And Link Sabs is doing well with the help of Hawk to make sure that Sasa just doesn't hold the lane accountable and just plays 50-50 and clear the waves and not have to actually interact with the rest of the team.
But I also like that Sasa is doing that here. He knows he's not going to win the lane, but they're not going to completely zone him. Oh, hold on.
Oh, middle lane. They're going to grab High and force his flicker out as well.
At the very least, nobody dies there. Miko already at level 4. This is This is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I want to see what MPNC's next move is going to be, knowing that Team SMG already are up 2 kills. The EXP is basically done for until Yetri is able to get 4 items, or at least a dominance ice to go toe-to-toe against Smooth. Worse yet, bottom side still taking a whole lot of pressure.
The thing is, this pressure isn't really resulting in anything because, yes, it's not comfortable for Sasa, but he's still farming perfectly fine. And we have both Hawk and Zav spending all their time in one lane and not actually contributing to potential ganks on the rest of the map because Florin is just going to be staying here babysitting.
It does put... I kind of do want to agree with Sadafa, right? I mean, SMG, they have been able to do what they want so far on the map, and Sasa holding his lane pretty well. All things considered, you also have to give it to Zabs having a way better laning phase than you would have expected. Getting outranged in lane, and he just got the Corrosion Sight, so that's one of the first of the Holy Trinity. He's expecting Stormy. Got a flicker out of that. Miko shows up. The flicker Earth Shatter kind of misses. But Sonic, he's most likely dead. There's no one there to help him. The stolen hard guard from high is an attempt. But Sonic still ends up going down and high now, forced away. Smooth looking for him, and he'll find it for them. With a Black Dragon Ball, Smooth will give his life for it.
Okay, alright. Slight inefficiency in the movement coming in from Smooth. The fact that he used the Petrify as well was a bit overboard, but here we go.
Again, Hagar used. Hog in massive danger, just ran down by Sasa. And now Sasa shows up. Zav does not stand a chance.
I just realized what this is. I can't believe I didn't see this during the draft. This is the Armor Shred comp. It's Iridil Durov. There is no defenses on the side of MPX NC, and they can run them down with the Angela. SMG are feeling very good about this right now.
And that's why this early game is so important for the side of Team SMG. As soon as they get that first kill, MPX NC are in a lot of trouble because there's no real means of stopping it, especially when they're not pulled together. But it's so early on in the game, there's no reason for MPX NC to stick his 5.
And that's what SMG is taking advantage of right now. They're playing their lanes well. They've already won things out. They're diving again.
Zav, he's going to go down once more. The Piston Strike from Saksa doing the damage. And my goodness. No armor, no life.
It's just a drive-by. It's just a drive-by. And Yetri, he finally has the dominance ice, so now Smooth doesn't get to fully control this lane without any sort of punishment.
This game is now fully in SMG's control. Sonic does get a cheeky steal on the buff, but the goal lane... Oh, hold on.
I mean, how does he get out from this, right? He's going to petrify. He's going to Miko on top of him.
No.
Does have the ultimate. Well, not able to use... He did use it, in fact, but that doesn't do anything.
Can't do much here. Sonic is going to have it really, really rough in this game. He's just a punching bag at this point, and even so, they've got a knife to kind of cut open holes to make sure the sand starts falling out quick.
And compared to the previous game as well, Sonic's not going to survive as long. Sasa, he's confident enough to just dive under their own jungle.
Zav's lovely side snap, and then at least find Saksa. The hard guard keeping him alive. Stormy doing a fantastic job, ensuring that his jungle gets up on high. Can't say the same for him. He has the flicker just to get out of dodge.
Man, Miko really knows his distancing here. Wait, hold on.
Immediately find Saksa again. Round number 2, no hard guard. Saksa finally fed over to MPNC. Miko gets the flip onto Yetri. Esmeralda a bit tanky as Sasa goes to work with the heavy crossbows. By the end of the day, MPNC can disengage.
I mean, he did just purchase his Berserker's Fury. He's got some very relevant
damage.
Oh, high, nearly going down there. But that's the thing, right? As soon as that hard guard is down, there's a very good opportunity for MPX NC to actually out-sustain Team SMG, right? Yetri, eventually he's going to start scaling up. But more importantly, Hawk, especially with his ultimate, with true healing as well. It doesn't matter if you have Dominance Ice to reduce the healing. It's just going to completely top up the team.
Yeah, I agree with you. What NC needs to do right now is to be able to delay these fights. Wait until the hard guard comes out. If they can, bait out the burst from Sasa as well, because after that, SMG will not be able to out-sustain the floor. And the problem is, I think SMG has already predicted this as well. That's why they've been playing so hard and fast from the beginning. What NC needs to play a delayed style is for Yetri and Sonic to be ahead. And right now, they are the furthest thing from that.
I mean, Sonic especially. Yetri, on the other hand, I think he's doing well against Smooth for the time being, despite the early game tragedy, getting dove underneath this tower so early on, pre-4 minutes. But more importantly, I think MPX NC, they need to make sure that this mid-tier 1 stays healthy for as long as possible. That way, Team SMG can't just come in from every single angle.
SMG again working the side lanes. Bottom tier 2 is already dead. top one, or down to half, thanks to Sasa alone on this era. There's nothing that Zaps can do, right? Every time he walks up and tries to clear the wave, he takes massive damage from the crossbows. MPNC, they really want to defend this mid-tier 1 though. Mikko is just going to walk right up, and Smooth will use the Black Dragon Form to ensure that this structure falls.
Oh boy. They're just picking them apart. No, Smooth!
Maybe too far forward. This is a kill that they need. Hardguard will be forced out.
Don't go back in there.
now in danger. Hide by his side. Smooth trying to survive for as long as possible. Stolen Eden. It's going to be there. Smooth still trying to get away. Doesn't burn down. Finally, the flicker from High to finish him off. Stormy now left all alone with Mikko and the helm. Tree trying to get away, and he will get out. As they get the armor flip onto High. Saksa jumping to the back with a spectral step. Finds the Valentina. 1-for-1 trade.
Wow, nicely done coming in from Sonic, jumping right into Sasa's face, because had Sasa walked past that front line and popped that sprint, it was over for the back line.
It still might be though. Look at the way that NC is being zoned out of everything. SMG, 8 minutes in, 7,000 net worth lead. This is a complete opposite performance from game number 1. It does seem like this is the team whose strength is in adaptation, understanding what NC is capable of, and instantly going for a draft that completely counteracts the gameplay style that they're comfortable with.
You know, I've heard many quotes, but one that's relevant to this is people who break the rules need to understand what the rules are supposed to be. And in this case, Team SMG, they've been playing such a standard game for so many seasons that looking at MPX NC's position, they're like, all right, we know how to get underneath their skin. We know how to start breaking key objectives on the map to get this ball rolling and develop this 8K gold lead.
And it's only going to keep ballooning because the Lord just went over to Team SMG, and MPNC once more finds themselves in the same position, right? At risk of losing at least one inhibitor. SMG just sending up the side waves just like they did in game 1. They're all going to crash at the same time, and MPNC finds nothing outside of the map. Outside of the base, in fact.
Yeah, the hardest part is that right now Sasa, he's got all the crit that he could possibly want. And the worst part for Zaz is that he's not even finished the Trinity build, and he so badly needs a Winds of Nature.
Yeah, it's difficult right now, especially with SMG, and now going to be knocking down the front door.
That Dragon Form used straight to the back. Again, as a diversion, so that Team SMG can get this mid inhibitor. No problem there. Yetri preoccupied with the bottom one, so SMG will get 2 of that structure. And PNC have no choice but to hold this. This is just a very tough position to be in. 10k goal advantage for SMG, 10 minutes in.
They just have to take it. It's so difficult at this point in time. It's great that Smooth is utilizing the Black Dragon Form, not as an engage tool, but as a zoning tool to get them off of these turrets so that Team SMG has more play area to work with. Because Sasa's biggest problem is the fact that, yes, he's highly mobile, but if the play area is very tight in these choke points, it's a big issue for... Wait, is he gonna die?
Wait for Yetri, he might just go down, right? Gets the shield to keep him alive. Petrified to Sonic, gets knocked out, and there it is, High in the front. Becomes the Edith himself. They actually shred Smooth. Lovely. Crystal! Sasa ends up dropping MPNC. Once more holds the fort.
Oh, huge play coming in from Hyde. Saves the team and is able to get a huge shutdown onto Sasa at the same time.
That's a 4k goal swing, by the way. 4,000 goal swing with just 2 shutdowns onto SMG.
SMG needs to stop doing this. They get a bit too comfortable once they're in these positions. Yes, they still have a massive lead, but this is the same kind of situation that allowed NC to drag game 1 to 29 minutes long. This has given them the room to breathe they so desperately required. And you can see the goal earned advantage from SMG's own Lord push.
And let me tell you, this time MPX NC at least have 1 inhibitor left on the bottom side.
Well, that's true.
Not
that's
doom
true.
and gloom.
It isn't completely doom and gloom, and it's great that it's on the bottom side because Lord is spawning on that top side, and that's something the long lane in this particular case, MPX NC, can actually maintain with the help of Year 3, right? Unless we see a full gank on that bottom side, which feels very unlikely because the only way MPX NC is going to bounce back is through this Lord, and I don't think Team SMG is going to hand it over for free.
Absolutely not, considering how much control they have right now. The only thing that NC can kind of hope for is to either delay the game long enough that they actually get scaling onto Yetri and Zavs, or that SMG decides to dive into their face again and make a big mistake. And from what we've seen of this team, they do not make the same mistake twice.
Yep. MPX NSEA doesn't walk out. Team SMG secure this Lord, and the best part is that Team SMG knows that MPX NSEA's high ground defense isn't going to be as good.
Do have to take it on the chin, and Team SMG posturing right in front of MPNC's base. The bottom wave was going to help them secure the inhibitor. MPNC, again, they have to take all the losses delivered to their doorstep and just try to hold this base.
I'm not seeing very good chances for MPX NC here. In game number 1, they showed us what they were capable of. In game number 2, it was SMG's turn. And I gotta give such huge props to Coach Pao again. This lineup has so much inherent synergy. So many good hard guard targets, the armor shred, the amount of oppression. And unfortunately, seems like we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer again to see the end of game 2.
But getting oppressed by the pause button, man.
Man, oh man.
It's from SMG side this time.
Okay, at least it's from SMG side. It's important that they don't have a technical issue or they are lagging in the game, especially when they are on that final push. But come back to what Stafa mentioned, where he has a lot of good targets. Again, I feel like the team is getting way too bold, especially when we saw what was going on when Ye3 was going head-to-head against Smooth with the hard guard. Smooth, by no means necessary, should keep on fighting that.
I mean, I don't blame him though. You have like remember even before the Angela Ling, the Angela Yu Zong was that thing back there. Like how many seasons ago was that?
We saw it in fact, I think on week 1, right? RSG MY didn't run the same thing.
That's true.
RSG Yu Zong. It was against what? Homebois, I remember.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. I definitely think that people need to start giving respect over to this Esmeralda. It is a situational pick, and it's great once its counter picks are already gone. But the hardest part is especially understanding when you are strong in these fights. And Yuzong, as soon as that dominance ice is already built, even if you do have that shield, you're going to get out-sustained, and it's not worthwhile to waste your time there when you could be looking for bigger things.
Speaking of bigger things, Saksa getting some pretty notable accomplishments right here with his achievement history. 4th place in MPLPH Season 10, 3rd in both the Play Maya tournament as well as the Season 7 qualifier.
Yeah, on the Dirov nonetheless in Game 2. So far, astounding performance. I believe he was also the one that called the pause. It seems like the things are ready. Marshall's doing the final check for this. You guys mentioned that the base defense for MPNC not as good in Game 2 as it is in Game 1, but what are going to be the factors that can allow MPNC to kind of hold the base one more time?
Well, I think a lot of it is just how many abilities can you actually absorb. One of them is specifically from Saksa. That armor shred is such a big deal, because when you start stacking it on top of the Irithel, you start to recognize, hey wait, I don't even have full build, but it feels like I'm hitting like an absolute truck.
Problem is, they don't have enough tools to stop it, and now here comes the engage.
Like Dragon Form with the Angela on top. Ye3 needs to focus as much as possible. They use the bloom already. That's going to work.
Whoa!
Fully stressed Sasa of 4 people. Team SMG loses their goal later. The Lord is dead. MPNC again pulling out another clinic in this base defense.
How?
They just threw that. I mean, Sasa in particular is really far out of position from the rest of the team. Yes, he does outrange him, but like you got to respect this light will coming in from Zavs.
He pressed sprint, ran in, and died. That's all we can say about
these mistakes? A player of Sasa's stature should not have the. I literally just said they don't make the same mistakes twice.
You say they, not him.
That's true. I need to be more specific.
Yeah, I gotta apply the cast curse correctly. But so far, well done to MPX NC. This buys them a good amount of time, a full minute before the next upcoming Lord. So that means a total of 3 minutes of MPX NC of playtime that they get in the Land of Dawn.
I suppose the silver lining is that SMG once more puts MPX NC in the same position as Game 1. All inhibitors down, with the Lord spawning in a minute in the bottom side.
I don't think that matters much though, because this is the position in Game 1 where NC suddenly mounted the comeback, gained the gold lead, and never let go of it until the end of the game. So SMG needs to show more respect here, which is weird because this is a team that always is aware of their limits. It's maybe more props to NC for being able to identify and catch out Sasa even among the pile of bodies that SMG is throwing into their base.
It's a little frustrating, yes, of course, but I think that at this point, Zabs has finally hit his item power spikes, right? He's been farming very patiently. He's died twice for it in a matter of time. The early game basically non-existent for him, and worst yet, Sasa has been getting to play the game for free. So to get this punishment is already a +1 for him.
Just got the Rose Gold media as well. On top of the Winds of Nature, he is going to be able to survive in these fights for longer than SMG would have liked him to. And again, as the game goes on, you not only have Zabs to worry about, you have Year 3, this Esmeralda, also scaling up. It's going to be able to soak up even more damage, eat away at Team SMG's health pool. With them starting on the Lord already, MPX NSEA, they could be creeping in from the bottom side. Go and check them out. The armor shred on the Lord, nothing to be underestimated. Earth Shadow use as well onto Sonic. SMG slowing down this Lord take. MPNC, they're not going to show anyone aside from Sonic.
The biggest key point now for Team SMG, they cannot lose another fight. Now Terminate.
Still, Sonic doesn't get knocked out by the Earth Shatter. The Abyssal Strike doesn't take him out. The Bloom keeping him alive for a bit longer, but he still ends up dropping. Yetri uses the Falling Star to get to the back, and now Smooth with the Black Dragon Bomb goes onto Zav instantly with the help of the Hard Guard. They need Zav dead. Zav working away with the Health Bar. Winds of Nature keeping him alive. Smooth gets the knockup. Yetri in the front, and still MPNC could not find any kills. Lord for SMG.
Smooth, you gotta calm down.
He's playing with fire.
He's on a tightrope right now. He shouldn't be walking back into a lot of these fights, and yet he does. He sees that Stormy is out there, but what are you gonna do? Posture them off of them? At the very least, they were able to find the kill onto Sonic, but they are looking to end the game rather than play with the Lord.
Yetri is the target. Zav again. Can you pull up another heroic Sasa trying to work on the crystal, but this time Zav is gonna dash forward to try to take him out. Saksa forced to follow him with a spectral step, dies underneath the crystal, shredded by Zav. MPNC doing it 3 times in a row to defend their base. Unbelievable.
This is sloppy from SMG. I can't believe I'm saying it, but they are making mistakes. Go for the Lord. I understand. Yes, you think, oh, they're already 2 men down. We can push the base. We can end this. But the Lord was free. You could have guaranteed a win there. And
I honestly thought they got the Lord, and well, apparently not. This has to be MPNC's Lord, right? The knockup is not going to screw this up this time. No Saksa. Smooth, Black Dragon Form. Can you somehow make miracle? No, not this time. Sonic gets the job done. Smooth will have to back off.
This is so frustrating to watch. This is so frustrating. After such a gigantic lead coming out from Team SMG, it has resulted into this. 2 throws in a row. MPXC have found these opportunities. You have to give them credit where credit is due. They took full advantage of this, right? Smooth had many opportunities to get into that backline, used it as a zoning tool, and it got them the lead that they were looking for. But now that it's even, that's not the same story. Full build coming out from Zabs. Yeah, 3 at full build as well. Nobody can really deal with him either.
Things are very hard now for SMG. This is a lineup that they need to run away with the game with, because their scaling will fall off and see.
Oh, looking for Zav. He does have the immortality, the bloom, everything to keep him alive. The stolen Argon from high, doing massive work, but Zav still gets pinned to the ball and taken down. SMG, they're done with this. Surely the game will end at this point. 3 dead for MPNC, and only Hawk left alive. Team SMG, after countless of catastrophic mistake, they finally pulled it back with Hawk as the last man watching his base die. SMG gets to celebrate the series win. But man, I gotta tell you, this is probably one of their weakest series we've seen so far.
Man, I gotta tell you right now, Team SMG, I love watching you, but you did not deserve this game.
Oh my god. I can't believe it.
I have no
I cannot believe they won this, right? I'm with you on this one. I'm ready to take some flack online, but MPNC, this could have easily been, easily taken us to a game 3. You know, let's be clear on that.
Yep, this could have easily gone to the game 3. You can see this sigh of relief from Stormy, the amount of stress because he has no control over this game. His teammates are doing all the work and all he's got to do is tap 2 buttons.
Teammate are actually grieving.
I can't.
Oh boy.
Oh, look, I don't know what the shot calls are going to be like. I cannot wait to hear the mic check because I feel like Team SMG, they were overheating in a lot of these moments.
I'll tell you one thing, MPNC, I think they can take this loss with their heads held high because they have pushed SMG to the brink. Partly because of SMG's own undoing, but at the same time, MPNC, they can be proud of what they've done, right? To hold their base 2 games in a row against SMG, and honestly to play this like no one has ever done before.
Honestly, they need to really take pride in what they've done here. So I hope we get to see something very fun as we go up onto the stage with our host for the interview with SMG.
SMG's win streak continues. Another 3 mata penuh untuk dorang. Everybody, a round of applause dulu. Can I just say that since hari ni Seru Saturday, I tak tahu kalau hari ni is it because Seru Saturday ataupun fans-fans SMG pun dah pandai taunting dah sekarang. Dah pandai. Dengar tadi. Alright, let me think. Who should I ask first? Semua orang takut. Mike, Stormy, come. Okay. The Mage Prodigy. Alright. So, tadi, game pertama. 4 pause. Okay, 4 kali kita pause. Game yang agak lama, 28 minit tak silap. It was a game that was super duper close for both sides. Tapi, game kedua, early domination daripada side of SMG. Apa yang jadi game kedua? Adakah korang dah macam baca macam mana MPNC main ke? Like, what happened?
I don't think so because we already trained Angela so much in Scream, so we just try today.
I see. So, Angela was the reason kenapa korang managed to dominate early game, is it?
Yeah.
I see. Alright, next question should go to Miko. Come here. Okay, Miko. I want to ask, SMG is on a win streak right now, right? Do you feel, because these guys, every season, they will perform well. But as a new player in SMG, do you feel any added pressure when you're playing? You're on a win streak. Do you feel like, oh, okay, I need to perform because the expectations are different?
Wala pong pressure.
Walang pressure. Wala ka nararamdaman? So ano yun? Madali lang?
Hindi naman. Pinaghahandaan po namin yung kalaban mas maigi.
Alright, dia cakap, tak ada pressure, tak rasa pressure langsung sebab they come prepared every time they play. So, I guess preparation is key for SMG. Alright guys, sebelum I continue my interview segment, I nak tanya dulu, Dewan Sri Putra, siapakah MVP anda? Alright, count with me. 3, 2, 1, our MVP is... Saksa! Alright. Saksa, another Filipino. Alright. Okay, Saksa. Now that MVP, every week... You want to dance? Miko! This Miko, right? Tak pernah behave. Tu je nak cakap. Alright, Saksa. MVP, another week. How are you feeling? Anong pakiramdam?
Di dapat ako MVP.
Ha?
Ganti Stormy.
Oh, dia cakap, dia rasa dia tak sepatutnya jadi MVP. Dia rasa Stormy lagi deserve MVP. Alright.
Because of me, we almost end.
Because of him, they almost end. MPNC almost end? It's okay. So now that you got the MVP, what do you want to say to the people who's supporting you guys?
Thank you for supporting the SMG.
Girlfriend. Remember last time you guys forgot your girlfriend?
Thank you to my girlfriend. Then sa family ko.
Alright, to his girlfriend, to his family. Okay, before I end, I want to ask one last question to Sasa. Okay, Sasa, now SMG complete domination this regular season, just like last season. But if you remember, online, people are always saying, SMG kuat masa regular season sahaja tapi masuk playoff ke laut. What do you think of this statement?
I don't care because even last season also we top 2 So I think no need to listen to people what they say Just focus on ourselves. Just let they shut the fuck up.
Alright, thank you Sasa. Alright guys, I think we are done with the interview session. Dewan Sri Putra, once again, congratulations to Team SMG. Another 3 mata penuh for them. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to dissect apa yang menjadi dalam 2-0 game ni. Casters, silakan.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I know we have had our criticisms in game 1 and 2, but overall, we still got to commend SMG from pulling out the win, right? A great team is defined by how they can play from behind, and Saksa has played majority of the role, even though he himself admitted he almost threw game 2.
At least he's self-aware. I love that about him. I love the fact that he's willing to be able to bring some of these more volatile picks that are heavily mechanically dependent, like the Dairov, as well as the Joy. His Joy looked good. The Dairov, there's definitely a moment where it's questionable, but overall, the way that the early game was played, very textbook, and it was very great to kind of watch him force out these ganks, especially in the side lanes that mattered.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've gotten to see this hero picked here in the Land of Dawn, but I love to see it once again, being able to shred through health bars so quickly and set up such great ganks for the rest of his team to instantly snowball out of control. Honestly, before this match, Saksa had actually only played on Martis and Fred. Even though he gives off the impression his hero pool is deeper, but he had only played those 2 heroes. So the fact we get to see Joy and Dairov this time instantly shows us what this man is capable of, and I love that how he's integrated so well with SMG.
Well, with such a close series, we want to listen in to what Team SMG were talking about in game number 2. Maybe check in on MPNC as well. Take a listen.
Go, 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 go. No!
Itu masuk saya stop.
Tak, dia kuat dosa.
Hilang.
Nice one! Nice dad!
Bawah.
Battery.
Hero! Fight!
Isa.
Good siya.
Go. Nice ha. Sila ko sam.
Yes, man, no, Fury akin.
One by one.
Ay, no! Next one! Nice one!
Balik.
No puri.
Oi, see top ya. Mid.
Okay, we can.
Balik.
Aku ada.
Run, running.
Round on the ship. Balik.
Nice.
Oh, Miko keeping the spirits up. I love it. This guy.
That's why they were overheating. With that much energy, I can only understand why that their only thought was, we gotta keep moving forward.
Miko is just like, go.
I just can't believe how different Team SMG is compared to their previous incarnations. You remember in the past, every time we go to an SMG mic check, it's so silent.
It's stoic. It's just zero. It felt like there's zero comms and they all just talk through telepathy. But let's jump into the post-game stats here, because man, were they on the brink of losing this game. And as MPX NSEA was almost on the cusp of actually getting to that point where they could just out-sustain a majority of the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some instances where Hai did use the ultimate on Miko, right? And then he becomes a secondary Edith in the fight, which in certain situations have been helping MPNC keep Zaps alive, keep the fight going for Year 3. But overall, you know, him becoming the Angela in the last fight wasn't enough to keep Zaps alive. We're going to take a look at SMG's side first to kind of break it down. And I want to hear from you gentlemen, right? Anything unusual?
Having a quick look at the items, the only thing that's unusual is going to be the Queen Swings coming in from this Edith, right? Again, you want to sustain the damage. It's an interesting way to do so.
Actually, it's not as unusual as you may think. It's just the more greedy item build. You typically want to go for full tank, but considering Miko, no deaths, he's fully in control of the game. Why not go for that Queen's Wings for those really quick turnarounds when your health is low, trick out the enemy since Edith, once you pop that Primal Wrath, does a lot more damage than you think, and when you add on to her already significant lifesteal, the item can be really, like, it really throws you off.
I mean, it's throwing me off because I'm used to Team SMG going for like standard play, standard overall, everything, including their item builds. To see them get greedy like this is like a full 180.
Honestly, both teams are just trying to butt heads, right? Just full on greed, full on damage. You die, I win. It is a classic game of Mobile Legends.
Hey, I mean, if they were really greedy, Hai probably wouldn't have gone for the Enchanted Talisman. He would probably have gone for the Holy Golden Glaive almost straight away. But honestly, it does kind of show where Carry stands amongst the rest of them, right? Because with the extra item, and more importantly, the fact that he has a full bloom, he decides, you know what? I don't need the DHS. I just want to have as much util as possible to keep myself alive.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers for game number 2 as well. And I think this can tie in with the damage dealt overall. I want to look at the Impure Rage brought by Sonic in both game 1 and 2, right? What has that emblem gave you guys in terms of impression?
Well, I definitely think it's more early game oriented, and you can feel how much more punch he has. But at the end of the day, as it gets later on, I mean, Brave Smite is just a better emblem once we start hitting that 20-minute mark, that 15-minute mark.
Especially when you see in past games, whenever Sonic has played on Fredrin, he's never brought the Impure Rage. This is the first time we've seen it, and I think it's very specifically meant to be an adjustment against SMG, just to get that bit more punch in the early game, because they know they're going to be really wailed on in the first couple of minutes. But you can see that it didn't work out here, because Impure Rage is still kind of a battle, an emblem, couldn't find the word, that takes a bit longer. Like, you want to extend its utility over the course of a fight. And in this case, when you're dealing with that much armor break, it's not going to help.
Hey, look at that Year 3 taking, what, 141,000 damage overall. That's the mighty sandbag of the team. But contrary to game number 1, game 2, a lot more smooth sailing for Team SMG. And I'm using that term very, very loosely. You look at the damage to towers, I think that would convince you more, right? Total kills 17-7, but when you look at the damage to towers, MPNC wasn't able to push in the lanes too much.
Yeah, I mean, deadly combo overall. As Stafa mentioned, it is an armor shredding comp, right? Any kind of armor that you want to build for yourself is only going to work for so long, so having an anti-cuirass is probably your best bet on top of maybe even the blade armor, just because it has some form of damage reduction and not just pure armor in stats.
But it means that just from looking at this lineup, MPX NC were already forced to build so defensively right from the get-go.
Yeah.
That speaks to how well this team synergized together, and props to Coach Pao and Long once again for being able to find this draft. Like, this normally never gets through, and the fact that it worked out here so well for them, it forced NC to go for the cuirass, go for the dominance eyes, go for the blade armor. And despite all of that, only Sonic had an anti-cuirass, so it wasn't enough. They just couldn't sustain. And this game should have definitely ended way earlier, but SMG, like you mentioned, seemed to overheat.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know that Todak is not the only team that likes to have a bit of fun. Especially when they're winning. I mean, look at this.
That's so fair. It's great seeing a hero get terrified, especially with high movement speed, because they look like they're just spaz out. Yeah. It's great. But overall, I think MPX NC had the correct idea with the way that they're playing. They're, like, in terms of punishing their mistakes, I can only imagine that the MPX NC comps are just as hectic as the Team SMG comps.
And this was kind of the final moments that SMG just got the pounce on the MPNC, right? They know that MPNC, they want to explore the map a little bit. Top has the Lord pushing in, and just a good engage. I 100% believe that that call was made by Miko. That's why he was just like on overdrive to end the game.
It makes me sad, because if not for that team fight, NC had a great chance here. But after that victory, Team SMG gonna be maintaining their win streak and now rising to the top of the charts.
Well, I'll tell you something crazier. Up next, we have SRG play against Todak. So SMG, they might only stay at the top of the standing for just a couple of hours.
At this point, I think that between Team SMG and SRG, they're trying to hold on to this match win rate for as long as possible. Eventually, they're going to have to face each other, and one of them is going to maintain that match win rate. But as of right now, MPX NC with 4 points, they're not too far away to actually enter into the upper brackets of that top 5.
Yeah, they're also not too far away from the red zone, right? Currently occupied by Red Esports and Team Secret, who yesterday lost to Team Lunatics. But Red Esports, they also have a chance of redemption at the end of today, where they'll be taking on Homebois, who have also been on a very brutal losing streak. So for the rest of the days, our 2 remaining best of 3s are going to be as explosive as the first one we just had. I can't believe it's just the first one.
It's insane. And I think it speaks to the volumes of how much NC has actually improved, right? Like, they ended up losing 2-0, but we see so much potential here. And even though they're near the bottom of the charts, a lot of the teams they fought so far are among the top.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I don't know where they found this newfound confidence. I don't know if it was like the previous season they just continuously felt nervous, and now that they're here in Season 12 that they finally feel themselves, they feel as comfortable as they possibly can. They are popping off in some of these situations.
They are improving at a rapid rate, but for now, MPX NC can take a can take a break for the rest of the day. We have an explosive series, the most anticipated one for SERU Saturday. It's going to be Selangor Red Giants up against the Swordfishes of Todak. And a lot of people have been talking about SRG potentially overcoming Todak and starting a new legacy. We're about to find out in just a bit.
I think that, oh man, Todak, I've heard a lot of news about it. Have you guys also heard about the transfer windows that is still currently going on? Because I don't know about you, some very favorable players are coming in.
I actually have mixed feelings about this because personally, I don't like watching Todak. I think it's difficult to predict them, and it's so chaotic. I'm not gonna be afraid to say it. My favorite color is purple, but I don't like watching him. But I love Zaim Simpoi, so I don't know how to be in this position.
I miss salvaging at the very end, but if those pitchfork comes at you, I don't know how much we can protect you. But there's one silver lining. If SRG wins this, you can just go over to the Red Giant side and maybe have the Titans protect you themselves. We're gonna have some time until the next series kickoff. Again, SRG against Todak, one of the most anticipated best of 3 coming up. It's a series that I expect it's gonna go 3 games. What do you guys think? 3 games?
I think it's gonna be. It depends on who wins that first game and in what fashion. I feel like it might be 2-0 on either side.
I actually think that's possible. 2-0 might be possible.
All right, I'm the only one looking for a third game. We'll go for a short break and we will come back to have Selangor Red Giants take on Todak in the best of 3. See you in a bit.
to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu ketiga, hari kedua. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang, kita berada dekat match kedua untuk SERU Saturday. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang pasukan Todak. Okay, I feel like match-up ini akan jadi match highlight of the day. Sebab kita akan saksikan Raja Laut yang akan menentang The Gergasi Merah of MPL Malaysia. Sebelum kita mula, I nak buat vibe check dulu. Macam kita buat tadi, alright? Kalau korang tak vibe, players tak nak naik pentas. Tak ada nak main. Alright? Okay. Alright, Dewa Sri Putra, are you ready? Alright, but I think we can do more. I rasa tak cukup kuat. One more time, okay? Dewa Sri Putra, are you ready? The audience is ready, the players are ready. So, saya rasa sekarang dah masa untuk jemput Selangor Red Giants ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Masih mengekalkan dominasi carta musim ini, pasukan Gergasi Merah menunjukkan mereka bersedia untuk layak ke M5. Coach Arcadia dan Ozora Becky punya chemistry menjadut tahuran. Mampukah Gergasi Merah membenam Raja Lautan hari ini? We shall see. And the Raja Laut of MPL Malaysia, Todak, masih mengekalkan pemain tempatan di line-up utama. Pasukan Todak menambah baik pasukan dengan membawa Mazul Zain dan Raf untuk memperkuatkan lagi pasukan. Adakah strategi baru akan dibawa oleh Coach Kuja untuk menjinakkan Gergasi Merah hari ini? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesunganan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land of dawn. The vibes dekat Dewan Sri Putra is through the roof walaupun kita start lambat. Tapi I'm pretty sure the players are even more ready to battle it out. Who is the better team this regular season? Adakah gergasi merah kita ataupun Raja Laut kita? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the highlight series of the day, the Coliseum fight, the Muhammad Ali against Bruce Lee brought about the kickoff between Selangor Red Giants and Todak. Todak looking to tame the Giants and Selangor Red Giants looking to conquer the ocean. You're here with us. My name is Husky and I have my panel of hosts, it's Gideon Q and Sadafa.
It's going to be a heavyweight battle here. SRG at the top of the charts, Todak previous champions, and they continue to surprise everybody with either strange draft picks or, more importantly, the fact that they got Zyme Senpoi coming back to the mid lane.
It's been a long time since we've gotten to see Zyme Senpoi as a regular player in the MPL scene. Previous season, he was part of SMG, but he only got to play one game, which is a travesty, because I feel like this man deserves more time to show his stuff on the Land of Dawn. I'm a big fan personally, so I'm really excited to get to see him once more.
Yeah, I know you have been talking a lot about how maybe Todak is not on your good boys list, but Zyme Senpoi is definitely one of the guys that kind of makes the exception list, right? We're going to go into that in just a little bit because we have so many things that we need to cover in such a short time. But most importantly is that if you guys just tune in, you guys want to find a way to kind of juice up yourself before a great game, don't worry, I have just the one for you, Nescafe right here, to allow you to never stop fighting and grind on. Power it up. If only Nescafe. If you need an extra boost for your next MLBB game, power it up with Nescafe because it will confirm power you up.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at the SRG fans behind us, and it looks like all of them are on Nescafe because they've been shouting real loud. They've also brought the drums, so this time we're going to be dealing with a lot of noise control here if SRG starts to pop off.
They have already taken this entire territory for themselves. They have even held on a banner that says that this is the Red Giants territory, which is pretty scary, but there's still some territory for you guys on the digital space to kind of wander around a little bit, and that is through this QR code to predict our MVP of the match for all of our series today. The first one just ended, but you can still predict it for SRG versus Todak, and for later on, Homebois against Red Esports. Cast your votes, and maybe you can get all of them right.
Can you figure it out? Because I don't know about this one. A lot of the members from Todak's side are experienced member, and SRG have been on the up and coming for a long time, and even more so with the momentum that they're walking with.
Yeah, I already got the MVP wrong for game number 1. Thought it was going to be Stormy. I think it was pretty close. Sucks agreed with me at the end, but it's fine in the end. It was a pretty good match, even though there were some pretty suspicious moments here and there. But going into game number 2, it's already been highlighted. It's going to be the defending champions versus the current top of the charts. So I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. But before that, we're going to hype out the scene a little bit between these matchups. So we do have an opening video between these two teams. Check it out.
Pasukan gergasi merah sangat sibuk sebelum musim bermula. Bukan sahaja membawa masuk 2 pemain superstar Philippines, Pancake dan Super Red, mereka juga membawa masuk bekas jurulatih RRQ, Coach Arcadia bersama analis Ozora Becky.
Selangor Red Giant tiba. Selangor Red Giant hadir. Selangor Red Giant rampas ke semua mata daripada pasukan yang pihak lawan. 5 pemain pasukan SMG bersedia untuk menjatuhkan juara musim yang ke-11. 2-1. Misi membalas dendam berjaya.
Hari ini saya umumkan player baru yang akan masuk minggu ni adalah Zyme Senpoi.
Proses Todak sekarang saya rasa still mencari siapa the best line up sebab ni masih regular. Pada rival, kita orang Pantai Timur kan, awak pun makan budu, saya pun makan budu, so saya akan buktikan siapa yang lagi pure.
Pada Super Sky, saya pun ready juga. Jangan lupa ban link saya. Jangan lupa ban.
Saya rasa kelemahan Todak sama je kot macam season lepas. Dekat mid dia je kot. Bagi saya kemasukan Martizi tu tak ada beza pun dengan Moon. Bagi saya sama je.
Gorgeous lah. Gorgeous jangan beria sangat lah. Sebab aku belum main lagi. Tunggulah nanti aku main. Jangan kena mental lah. Siap-siap mental korang Tu je aku nak cakap.
If I rate against Todak, I think just 8 to 10. I think Todak can go in international tournament because they not still eat pancake or popcorn.
To pancake, later I will cook you until you burn.
Ciku lawan Super Red. Oh, jauh beza. Super Red is more better. And we are all have super. So season ni bukan Selangor Red Giant. For me, SRG stand for Super Red Giant.
For me, the top one Malaysian MM is Chico because Chico have a lot of experience in international. I will give my 100% best to win against Chico.
Top one marksman in Malaysia. Apa-apa balasan Chico?
Saya rasa belum kot sebab Coach pun cakap saya Super Red jauh kan. So saya rasa memang jauh lah. Saya pun nak MPL je, belum belajar lagi.
So untuk Todak, saya nak tunjukkan kepada Ciku lah. Hari tu Ciku ada masuk live saya, dia cakap dia nak turunkan saya daripada gaya kan. So saya nak cakap ke Ciku, kalau boleh tolonglah turunkan. Tolong turunkan. Kalau tak boleh, tak apa, jangan paksa. Kita orang okey je duduk atas-atas.
Kalau boleh kalahkan saya, cubalah. Kalau boleh lah
Man, these guys have gone through some pretty rigorous PR training, but let them cook. All those smack talk, aside from Super Red, who is very, very generous with his words, to give his best, but everyone else, they are ready to draw some blood.
Absolutely. I mean, the disrespect is coming through from both sides, and I'm excited to see how this is really starting to ramp up. The crowd is already pumped with the amount of disrespect, and more importantly, at least from Super Red's side, he's got a mountain to climb. Chico does have that what do they call it? That international experience, but not enough to win an international tournament.
That is true. Winning does make a big difference here, and that's going to be the big question here. Which team will win? Will it be Langar or D-Langar between Todak and the Selangor Red Giants?
For one thing that I've known from all the shows I've watched, ramming your head into a giant is not exactly the most advisable thing to do, but if there's one thing that can do it, it's going to be the swordfishes.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, their overall playstyle is going to be a lot more flexible. And considering that the lineup, it's like 4 out of the 5 players are coming from their original lineup. And now, instead of having Martiz, they're coming in with a super experienced mid laner in Zion Senpoi. I don't know. I feel like the team is going to have some direction. I just don't know whether the shot calling is going to be as clean. Zion Senpoi has a voice. Chiku has an even louder voice. So how's that going to work?
I think this is an opportunity for me to show a little bit of bias, but I'll get to that in just a little bit. We gotta go in order, you know, gotta make sure everyone gets their turn. We're starting things off with the Red Giants.
Yeah, the Red Giants is the only team, one of the only teams that has a full win aside from SMG so far in the group stage. Super Zac, Super Red, Super Gojas, Pancake, and Super Skies. Overall, is also a team that hasn't bring in any imports, any transfers. In fact, during this transfer window, they're very comfortable with how they've been performing so far, even prior to MPL Season 12 when they brought in Arcadia. The whole dynamic changed for the better, and I think this is probably the biggest test for them, right? Can they take out our defending champions, which is Todak?
I think it's going to be difficult because if we look at the individual matchups, there's so much to be said about it, right? Whether you're a rookie or whether you're a senior, I think Todak's lineup as of right now is looking impeccable.
Impeccable is definitely the best way to describe it. Rival, Zaim Senpoi, Chiku guys, Yums, and Momo. And I know Sadafa has a big crush on Zaim Senpoi, and I want to get to that right now. Last season, he only played one game, and I believe it was the final game that SMG played in the group stage, right? So right now, he's in the main lineup of Todak. Is this going to be like a big shoe to fill for him?
It is a very big shoe to fill, but I do feel like there's very few players that can fill it in the same way that Zaim Senpoi can here. It's very strange to see him wearing the Todak colors because it doesn't feel like it would quite mesh, but it makes a lot of sense. What Gideon brought up was, will there be too many strong voices counteracting one another? We have to remember back then when SMG brought in Hate as a player, we saw Zaim Senpoi get flexed in with Zorn to try and balance out, to be the center point that interacts between these two different connections. And I do think that he has the flexibility and experience as a player to kind of fit himself into the mold.
fit himself into the mold is one thing, but I don't know, against a team like SRG, I would argue that they have a very similar playstyle overall, but we need to compare the two-star players from both sides, Super Red and as well as Chiku Guys, because I'm telling you, right, as much as people have been hyping up Super Red, it's not like Chiku Guys has lost his edge at all.
Yeah, honestly, Chiku Guys, don't be deceived by the KDA, right? You look at his overall performances, even in the games that Todak didn't win, Chiku Guys has been consistent with how he performs in the goal lane. He's pulling up plays, he's been able to carry as much weight as his back allows him to in those matches, and I think this one is very understandable that Super Red gives the title of the best gold laner in MPL Malaysia to Chiku Guys, but I would also argue from another perspective that I think Super Red has achieved quite a number of accolades on the international stage as well to compete.
I agree with that. I mean, his performance during the SPS was already very shocking to see a Malaysian team go that far, and they weren't even expecting to make it to that stage. Yeah. On the other hand, Chiku Guys, I think he's got his on and off days. I think even when we're talking about consistency, I'm leaning more towards Super Red, as he has consistently shown that he can play from ahead or behind with the rest of his team actually kind of compensating for the mistakes that are being made overall in the game.
I think the team play from Selangor Red Giants has been super on point thus far, and a lot of that comes down to how well their drafts have been able to synergize with their individual playstyles. A lot of props being given to Coach Arcadia as well as Zora Vecchi, because like what you mentioned earlier, Husky, ever since Arcadia came in to the Selangor Red Giants, their level of gameplay seems to have evolved completely.
Yeah, one of the craziest part was last season when the Red Giants joined MPL, right, they did announce Ozora Vecchi as kind of like the analyst slash coach for the team. And at that point, you already have a very experienced player who has played multiple titles, competed internationally and locally, has won an MPL trophy before, and now you bring Arcadia, who is from another region, who sees the game differently than our local eyes. I think it's just a perfect dynamic. I spoke to Ozora Vecchi himself, and he says that we have a lot of disagreements, but we always manage to work it out in the team, and I think it's a big factor that SRG is performing right now.
Ironically, I would say it's a little bit of the opposite coming in for the side of Todak with Kuja as well as Ajib. Like, Kuja has some very solid ideas of the game. His pre-preparation, especially from what we've been hearing with his time with SG during the MSC, it's known that he is very military. It's known that these keys to victory that you see up on this stage is something that he has taken deep consideration into.
Yeah, being able to prioritize map control as well as locking down the gold laner are going to be key points here. We already mentioned how Super Red and Chiku Guys is going to be the matchup that everyone has their eyes on, because it is Malaysia's best gold laner over the course of MPL against the upstart, the one that has been commanding respect in the gold lane. And of course, both of these teams are pretty aggressive in their own right, so being able to maintain control over the map in their favor is going to determine how freely they roam around and make plays.
And at the same time, you also have SRG, who are basically playing with younger bloods, right? It's very energetic, just a young team in general against a veteran like Todak. We'll check out this Game 1 draft and see if SRG is still going to be prioritizing Super Red's pick. We know that if Claude goes through, that's going to be a first pick material alongside the Fanny. Some factors that Todak needs to consider in that first phase ban. Kaja Angela banned by SRG, Valentina banned by Todak.
I'm hoping, I'm praying that we are going to see Rival versus Super Skies on an assassin matchup. That would be incredible to watch and see a little anime battle happen between the two.
Always love those anime battles here. Even though the meta has shifted and tank jugglers are no longer quite in fashion as before, we still see so much Fredrin and Martis. So I agree with you. I want to see more assassins. I want to see more bombastic gameplay here. And I think these are two players that definitely have those capabilities.
Man, dehydrate the Todak. My goodness, you guys are getting more and more brutal with those cars, but keep it coming. So Fanny banned out by Todak. There a lot of respect given over the Super Skies. I believe he is probably the only player that has actively played Fanny whenever available, and he has won all his games with that hero. As SRG, they're going to ban out the Paquito for the third ban.
Finally, a flex pick getting banned out for the side of SRG. I was wondering when this was going to start coming in. Mama told me to study hard. Todak Academy has esports exclusive executives and game development courses. They also have an MLBB school holiday camp, none of which I've seen live in person, but I would like to believe that, you know, some people are walking away with some cool merch.
Hey, don't worry, I mean, they have some of the Academy members in the roster, right, just ready to play whenever they need it. I mean, Hazel Knight is one of them.
That is true. Todak does have a very good grassroots scene. They have this talented eye of identifying players with a lot of potential and then bringing them up to the same MPL standards. Like their main lineup now consists of a lot of those same peeps.
Yeah,
the crowd isn't even talking about the draft, and they're jabbing Sunfrost. But yes, you saw us. Congratulations, Sultan Rick, for winning a TikTok award recently.
Yeah, big
going to the
shout-outs.
first pick, SRG, first pick, Claude. Is it going to be the case? Yep. I mean, wow, what a surprise. We all saw this coming.
Oh, wow. Who would have thought that was going to happen?
Incredible. I've never seen this before.
I'm waiting to see what Todak has in store, because if we're talking about shutting down gold laners, right, we have a multitude of examples of what actually goes well against the card, whether you are pairing Chico in a more oppressive matchup, or we start really getting those cooler supports, those assassin style of supports. I hope you know where I'm going with this. Saber, Natalia, we haven't seen none of those just yet.
Oh boy. Don't bring me back.
If you're even going back to those memories, remember the fanny robe that Humes used to play.
That's true as well. We do get the Farsa Grok, very standard combo. You pick an artillery, you take away what stops the artillery.
Right? So with artillery, at the very least, the counter pick for it, they've got a flex pick in play. They're still keeping SRG on their toes. At the very least, they have a scaling artillery mage in the mid lane, just to kind of make sure that they have some form of pressure. I think it's rather interesting that they didn't decide to go straight into Eve. They just want that raw damage first to make Super Zack feel as uncomfortable as possible, because right now, Super Zack, what he's been good at, Kadita and as well as Farsa, both of which he's gotten major success.
That's true. On top of that, the Valentina, which Zack does pick up pretty often, has already been banned out by Todak. So a lot of attention being given to that mid lane to allow Zion Senpoi to ease himself back into the land of Dawn. But the Red Giants are going to be able to lock in one of Gurgis' signature heroes, the Terizla, since it was not really focused on during the ban phase, which is pretty common for a lot of opponents of the Red Giants. They usually focus on getting rid of the Terizla, getting rid of the Paquito. So it's interesting to see.
I think we've seen the Edith slip through multiple times, right? I think teams are, as the group stage progress, I think a lot of teams are understanding that while Edith is not the be-all end-all, right? There are bigger fishes to fry, and in this case, Edith slips right through, so SRG gets it in the roam row. Jiku back on that 1-1. We've seen this before.
Yeah, we have seen this before. It's very difficult to punish the 1-1 with the inbuilt Purify in her kit already, and with the crossbow of tanks being able to be activated, once you get those weakness points, can really start making some incredible plays for the side of Todak. So the cap is very high, but now we have to start thinking about counter matchups, right? Number one, Xborg. Is there any consideration throwing him out of the ban to make sure that the EXP lane is going to be a little easier to play? Todak getting rid of insurance policies as well, taking away the farmers so that the Netherrealm isn't going to play a big factor once we do see the Feather Airstrike connect.
It does seem like they're pushing Super Zack pretty hard here, though. We saw during the video that Todak's weakness was highlighted as their mid lane, but it seems like Todak may be putting the shoe on the other foot right now, focusing on the Red Giants mid lane, thinking that Super Zack may be the weak point that they can take advantage of. We haven't gotten a chance to see a lot of his hero pool in the past, since there's usually a lot more attention towards Gojas as well as Super Red. So it's an interesting angle, and I do like that Todak is trying something different.
So the fact that Selangor Red Giants have found a lot of success in that side lane, right? You kind of see Super Zack, I wouldn't say get shafted to the backseat, but a lot of times he is present, but the rest of his team are just performing so consistently that you don't really need Super Zack to go ballistic. So in this case, I think Todak is giving us a treat as well to see how far, how deep does the Super Zack pocket goes. Xborg ban out, very direct matchup to Terizla, so SRG securing Super Gojas' lane.
Alright, it's really important to note that even though Todak is just hard targeting a majority of these mages, it doesn't mean that...
Gourd.
Yeah, even the Gourd. I mean, they're making sure that they're covering their angles. I think that Selangor Red Giants, as of right now, the only thing they're really concerned about is whether or not they're going to make sure this Yve gets through. And I don't think Todak wants to pick it up unless they're throwing it into the support section for Yubes, and then that's a possibility. But SRG, if they get rid of that Franco, we might just see it.
The Joy is still unbanned, by the way, so there's still one last ban from SRG. I wonder if that would be considered, because Todak does have the first pick and they are still looking for potential XP laner or jungler. Well, Artis gets banned out. Todak's gonna get first pick.
I think that's a safe option here. Like you highlighted, the Joy actually is open here. And we know that Mobo plays a very scary Joy EXP lane, so that may not be a bad idea in this particular situation. With the Martis banned out, we saw during the video that Rival taunted, he said, hey, ban my Ling. So that is open this time, but I'm not sure if this is the right game to go with it, since they already have the 1-1, which needs a bit more time to scale.
Now, let's see what Todak is going to do in the second phase. How do they want to posture themselves here? Do they want to reveal almost straight away what their support EXP is going to start looking like? Or are they just going to lock in their jungle right now just to keep them on their toes? And it looks like they're going to be locking in the Uranus more straight away to kind of sandbag the Drizzler.
They're keeping that jungler secret. I mean, I'd say the Fredrin is still available, but there's still a very good chance we pivot towards the assassin jungler matchup, right? Like you pointed out early on, Gideon.
Yeah.
SRG, they have some choices. I mean, the Ling still can be contested by both teams, and now SRG, if they want to somehow go for it, they can.
How are they going to pair it up, though? I don't know. The way that I see it is that they've got a lot of people who can chunk their opponents out. They've got a strong engage already, and they have plenty of heal. So from SRG's POV, it's like, yes, we look for this engage. It's all about making sure that this Feather Airstrike isn't going to get value, but the counter engage just seems to be very, very heavy. Even though Edith can slowly peel backwards and bait out a couple of spells, I just don't think it's enough just yet. Boxia, now it's going to be enough.
And they have Novaria as well, right? We've seen this so many times. Novaria plus Astro Echo, all these hitboxes, Terizla loves them.
Yeah. What this does mean, though, is that Red Giants have been put in a position where their team fight isn't as strong as it usually is. And Todak are going to finish things off with the Alpha Jungle. Wow.
All right, I mean, I'm trying to make this as simple in my head as possible. True damage to cut through beefy targets. That makes sense.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a double-edged sword because a lot of sustainability coming in from Alpha is going to get taken away because Boxia is going to negate a majority, or at least cut it in half. So it comes to a point of both of these jungles really actually need to get ahead of their opponents. And let me tell you, Boxia is one of those junglers who is very oppressive, steals away your jungle in front of your face, and then rolls on out of there and contests the opposite side of the map. So it's interesting to see that Todak wanted Alpha to be in this position.
It's an interesting choice indeed. When we look at their lineups here, Red Giants do have some early game play options, but Todak has a much better scaling ceiling. So as long as they're able to hold on and keep Chiku on par with Super Red, this game will go theirs in the late game.
But they say the draft is a mood setter for what's to come in the series. And I think between SRG and Todak, they've already done that first part. We're hopping into game number 1 between Selangor Red Giants and Todak. Giants against the Fishes. We'll see how this is going to pan out. So many things to cover. We talk about the gold lane matchup, top side, Super Gojaz and Pancake pressuring Momo early on. And you can see the invade already being started out by Zyme Senpoi and Yum.
Yep, and the idea is just to slow him down as much as he can because this Alpha is generally going to start struggling if Super Skies is able to get into a point where he's a level ahead of him and all these neutral objectives are basically uncontestable, forcing out the important ultimates which they need for team fights rather than zoning, like the Feathered Airstrike.
Because of that, it's easy to see why they would go for those early invades, go for the early zoning, and we can see a bit of an altercation here.
Quite some damage. Pancake trapped behind the wall, and he might end up going down. So he has to use his flicker to get away.
Not going to see Momo chase after him. He does have the sprint, so it's not like he's going to make some crazy plays. Super Red, on the other hand, Chiku guys have been left on an island on their own. So even though I would expect Super Red to actually go out of there 50-50 at the very least, if he goes even against Chiku guys at this stage of the game, that's not that bad because he's going to make a bigger impact once the team fights start rolling around.
Being able to get that scaling up on Super Red is going to be very important for the Red Giants because in comparison to Todak, their damage consistency is a little low, but Momo.
There's a lot of damage. Almost goes down, but Super Zack is dead.
Oh, he's juking.
Still healing up.
Oh!
What?
Movement! The movement! The way he gets for that was such a free kill! God!
Dances with death in the face of it.
That is insane right there. That is the composure that we have come to know from Momo here, one of the key players of Todak. And speaking of,
they're going to try to go into Yum's drop completely fine. Turtle just spawned. Was that using that ultimate? Going to ping out where this Alpha is. Super Gojaz will be on the scene first. Have the penalty zone and the flicker if needed. So both teams will let this turtle reset.
Yeah, because of the time wasted, Super Skies, he's a level down, 2 levels down.
Gonna hit that level 4 right now to get the knockout, and that's it. Momo not running away this time. First blood for him, penalty zone used by Super Gorgeous onto Rival, taking massive damage. He's about to go down, and there's a double for Super Gorgeous. Flicker from Mew to stay alive. Super Gorgeous once more. A bit of an overheat there as he dies to Zyme's Sempoint.
Yep, I don't think they were expecting Wawa to actually show up and sacrifice a little bit of her lane farm just to get to this position. In the meantime, Super Red is able to absolutely collapse down on the lane, get a little bit of gold for himself, while the rest of his teammates can secure that turtle. In terms of how much they lost, not much from the side of Todak, but the EXP lead generated by this turtle for SRG is going to be massive, since Super Skies did get slowed down in the earlier stages, with Rival still a level ahead of him.
Yeah, I think Todak definitely got a little bit over-aggressive there because of how Momo was able to escape in the previous situation, thinking that he'd be able to buy enough time for them to set up a more favorable position for the turtle. But because of that, they end up losing 2 or 3 players, and that's not ideal here.
Using everything on the Pancake, he's gonna be dead. Can't even use that ultimate, nor his flicker. Love the awareness from Todak to get that punished. I mean, Super Skies now can't get any invade going.
Yep, really, really good. The information that Todak is utilizing, making sure that they're coming in on the same time. They're trying to play as clean of a game as possible. And it's great to see that Todak is taking this as seriously as they can.
Understandable. They are against the top of the charts right now. The Red Giants are one of the only 2 teams currently undefeated here in Season 12, and Todak will be very eager to end that streak and prove themselves back in a position as defending champions of MPL MY. As you can see, they've actually managed to still even up the net worth difference here, or 2 kills each, and this is actually ideal for Todak.
Looking for Super Gorgeous on the top side. Rival and Momo takes the penalty zone in the face. Super Gorgeous trying to heal it up, but just couldn't heal up enough.
I mean, he tried. He definitely tried. He procced his Brave Strike. He did everything that he possibly could, but he doesn't have his flicker. The fact is, he's getting baited in by Momo in a lot of these fights. In the earlier stages, you can expect that Super Gorgeous, he's a level ahead. He is therefore stronger. He's got 2 kills underneath his belt. He's not scared of Momo.
Super Red, they are the bottom wave with the Blazing Duet. Jungs can't do too much. In fact, Astral Recall will be used. Super Zach does hit the shot, but it doesn't have enough damage yet.
That's a nice snipe right there. Red Giants going to be trying to put on a bit more pressure, but I think Todak are definitely coming out on top in these exchanges here. The fact that they were able to bait out a kill against Gorgeous. Momo in trouble though.
That's gonna use that ultimate. Just walk out of there. Just Selangor Red Giants, they don't have enough burst to kill him off. Pancake will be around, flickers forward, gets the knockout, onward flip onto Rival, but he still secures the turtle for himself. Pancake forced to use the ultimate and stand and fight Super straight to the back with the penalty zone flicker, but the F and the airstrike will finish off Pancake, and Super Gorgeous could not survive long enough. The Rival is on a killing spree.
Unable to secure the kill, the crossbow attack coming up for Chiku, guys, to make sure that he stays alive is important! Super Zack nails it!
Lovely stuff from this Novaria. I mean, while that was happening, Super Red unlocked the top lane by himself, just clear a full wave with the ult, and Todak left scrambling in the bottom lane.
I mean, the efficiency coming out from the side of SRG, despite what Todak is trying to do. Wait, they're gonna get this turret, no problem, right?
Yeah,
oh no, he's locked in.
Can't clear the way, Super Sky is now in danger. Momo in the midst of the Pancake will be there. This is the knockout. Super Sky needs to get away with Momo on his tail. Super Skies will get out. Rival ends up dropping. The shutdown going over to the side of SRG.
Todak just overstaying their welcome there, but they do get a free tower for now. Losing Rival, not ideal. I think they would have preferred to give up Momo in that situation, but obviously one of these is going to be the easier target. And Super Zack has already been showing himself here. Todak put a lot of attention into banning out his known hero pool, but even on the Novaria, this mid laner for the Red Giants still looking very comfortable as ever. And the Red Giants still in a pretty good spot, but I do feel like they need to be a bit more ahead, as Todak's late game scaling will become a problem eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Not now, though. And I think that Selangor Red Giants are managing the aggression very nicely. And, you know, the rotations that we've seen so far, very fluid and flexible, with Super Go just rotating down to that wards, that bottom side to actually help out the team, while Super Red decides to go on the opposite side. They recognize their power spikes. In the very least, they are playing almost, I would say, very similar to how Todak generally handles the game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting style here, but I think there may be more similarities than we think between these two teams in the way that the aggression is coming out. And I love that there's a lot of rotation as well. A lot of teams have the tendency to stay locked in lane a little bit too long, but the fact that these teams are willing to exchange lanes, to send heroes to other sides of the map to make sure that the maximum efficiency in terms of farm as well as pressure on the opponents is achieved is why they are some of the strongest teams here in MPL MY.
One good news for Todak is that Rival is 2 levels ahead of Super Sky, right? All that early he has gotten for himself, that snowball is going to pay off. Even in this turtle contest, he can just get in with the red tree. He's going to steal this objective for sure. But Pancake will get the knockout. Yum, he's gone. No grab for Todak, but they do get the turtle as predicted. Rival now uses that ultimate. Super Red straight to the back, withering down Zyme's standpoint, pushing this far star away before he can even use his ultimate.
So far, so good. They do trade. They are able to get Yums in the process here. With the kill, I mean, so far it's pretty dead even between both sides, right? Nobody is really getting ahead in these situations, despite, I mean, Selangor Red Giants are making some good moves, but the only real advantage that they're getting is a little bit of extra gold, and it's not even going on to Super Skies, who actually need EXP.
Momo needs help right now. 4 members of SRG on top of him. He is gone. This bottom lane unlocked by SRG.
Wait, top side. I think they're actually going to try and push Super Gorgeous out.
Not the easiest one. Super Gorgeous will use the penalty zone. Should be able to clear out this minion, no problem. They will hit him back, knock him back with Alpha Ultimate, just to unlock the crossbow tank for Chiku.
Yep, that's what we wanted to see, just hitting those weakness points. Rival was already positioning for it. They can see it from a mile away, but there's nothing much that Super Gorgeous does, because so far, every single time we've seen him go into a team fight and use that penalty zone, he always pairs it up with his flicker. That's why every time he's got his flicker, he wants to fight.
Yeah, but I feel like Gorgeous does need to take a bit of a step back here in this situation. I feel like Todak is using his tendency to be over-aggressive and ego challenge a lot of these fights to take advantage of numbers and just take out the EXP laner on the side of the Red Giants. In the previous exchange, they did end up trading Super Gorgeous for Momo on opposite sides of the map, but it is Todak who were able to get the tier 2. And based on the fact that they have the gold lead, Chiku guys actually behind in gold compared to Super Red here, but overall, Todak are in a pretty comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's significantly behind in terms of the jungle. Like, Rival is 2 levels, has been maintaining this 2-level lead for some time, and on top of the fact that he's got that extra gold thanks to the number of kills, Super Skies has not been able to keep him in check.
And kind of a minor stalemate as well as the Lord spawns. Bottom side, Super Gorgeous will be with his team. Like you said, Flicker is online, so Super Gorgeous is looking for some sort of an engage. Rival about to hit that critical mass, and he is very, very far ahead. There's no one on the side of SRG that can kind of hold their own against this alpha. Rival will hit 14 very soon. Todak posturing at the pit. Yum concealed. Super Gorgeous with like a juicy target, knocked out by the wall charge. Astro Echo hitting on the 5. Super Skies from the flank. They're looking for Momo. Momo goes down first. And it's going to be crossbow tank for Chico going up. But the blazing duet for Super Red as a response to find Rival.
Nice spacing. Honestly, that play coming in from Super Red with the blazing duet was really, really good. They're not going to catch him, right? Okay, they don't. But the spacing was great, making sure that he was on the outside of the fair of the airstrike. Obviously, he's looking for Zyme's endpoint, but the fact that he isn't there makes it even easier for him to actually get the free hits on that front line. Right now, Super Red is in a position where he is very, very strong. He's got the Winds of Nature as well, just in case he ends up in that 1v1 against Chiku guys. And I think if they keep this up, eventually Selangor Red, in this case, I would imagine that Todak just needs to get deeper into the fight and figure out the position, because the only thing they're lacking right now is vision, which Super Zac is providing.
Yeah, it does seem like this Novaria gonna be biting Todak in the butt just a little bit, but I'm really liking the confidence that Red Giants are showing in this situation. They're understanding what Todak's comp is capable of, and despite the fact that they know the late game scaling is going to be very dangerous, they still are playing for their win condition, which is going to be Super Red, with the belief that regardless of how much damage potential Todak has, this Claude can carry them to victory as long as they play their cards right.
There's a reason why they always first pick the Claude for their team, right? Regardless of the matchup. Or will be taken care of on the bottom side. At the end of the day, Todak only lost the bot tier 2. The mid one will probably go use the wild charge, only connecting 1-to-1, but they're gonna try and burst down Pancake, and they will be successful in doing so.
I mean, Todak had an angle to get on top of Super Red. They knew that his BMI was up, but they didn't realize that he was actually stunned up by the wild charge coming in from Yums right at the edge of the wall. It was hard to see, but to be fair, Todak will take what they can. They secure the kill on towards Pancake's side, and if we're looking at the items, we're almost at full build. Look at Super Red, 5,000 gold ahead of this Wanwan.
That's insane right there. There is something about Filipino gold laners. The fact that they are able to farm so quickly has been a trait shared by almost every team in MPL PH, and it surprises me every single time. Because Chico, guys, it's not as if he's been put 2 behind or anything. He's died once, but that's about it. Otherwise, he's had pretty free reign over the map, and being 6k behind his opponent gold laner, especially since it's a Claude, is actually a huge issue here. Even if Todak has the scaling, Super Red himself could become the bane of Todak's existence.
He stole that. Takes the buff away.
Really just rolls on in.
Yeah.
I mean, so far so good, right? Selangor Red Giants just taking their time. Todak at the same time. I mean, they're trying to scale up as fast as they possibly can. And Rival is in a position where he's already a level ahead, but the max cap is coming closer and closer. Depending on how they set this up. Oh,
okay, they check the push, misses the knockup, instantly shredded by the Farsa. These guys will come in though, knock on the Rival. Panty zone on into by Super Gold. There's Super Red going off with that ultimate, blazing to wet. Momo and Chico guys barely getting away, but Super Zag does just enough with the Astral Spear to find that kill. But he is waiting for more. They gotta block this shot. They will be successful in doing so.
Nicely done, nicely done. I mean, they trade Pancake for Momo's side, and I think Todak are starting to see a pattern here that Selangor Red Giants need to be more aware of. Like Pancake, when he is face-checking these bushes, he's not exactly the tankiest person in the world, and ideally, if there's no CC, you can go into that Primal Wrath and then sustain your way all back to full health with the help of the lifesteal. Oh.
Instantly jumps on the Super Skies, better airstrike use as well, Super Skies. Less than 50% health. Chico guys for an angle. Winter Truncheon will be used. Super Gold just knocked up and stunned by Yums. Penny zone. Super Gold just on the back line. Chico is dead. Yums also goes down and Super Red goes to town on the Rival for a double kill. Selangor Red Giants finding the crucial fight. This Lord's gonna be theirs.
Beautiful play coming out of Selangor Red Giants. Beautiful play. Again, half the time you would say a staggered engage and as well as a staggered defense as you're pulling back. Sending members in 1 by 1 isn't the idea, but Todak, they came in fast, they came in hard, but with the counter engage from Super Go, just turning it around with the help of Super Red, making this an even more devastating defense than it was an attack from Todak's side.
And Chico, guys, may have breathed out his crossbow attack just a bit too long. He had it, it was ready, but he got CC chained because he took too long to use it, and because of that, no crossbow tag means no damage for Todak, and now the Lord is crashing in mid lane.
I mean, because Super Sky had the Winter Truncheon, right? He couldn't proc the crossbow tang on him. Just, I mean, out of this world in terms of item decision. Todak losing 2 inhibitors already. The Selangor Giants not relenting on this assault. On the bottom one as well if they can. Super Red will go to work and that one blows. But the airstrike used. But even that isn't enough for Todak to hold this base together. And now the Selangor Red Giants have free reign of the game.
Ooh, second Lord of the game, and they've already taken out every single inhibitor away from Todak's side. I mean, Todak is going to be able to live to get their cores to max items, but I don't know. Right now, Selangor Red Giants with a large 7k gold lead in their pockets right now. It's all about the setup. It really is about whether or not they can mitigate the amount of impact that Super Gojas as well as Pancake are doing right now.
The problem here is that Todak just doesn't have enough setup. They're wholly dependent on that wild charge. Otherwise, there's no real source of CC other than maybe the Spear of Alpha. And that's not going to be enough against the Selangor Red Giants, who in comparison, Super Gojas and Pancake have been able to initiate so many of these fights effectively for the Red Giants, effectively making sure that their resources are used and spaced out to deal with Todak's staggered engagements.
Let's also not forget that the fact that Rival is the jungler, right? This Retribution battle spell is far more valuable than everybody else's because it helps them secure these neutrals. And without it, I think that Todak, they need to start readjusting and rethinking how they actually want to approach this now. They can't sit on top of it because then SRG will get free engages. But if they let SRG sit on top of the Lord, then they have no means of actually getting out once they get into the fight. And if they don't hit their key targets, then Todak will crumble almost instantaneously.
how do you find Super Red in these fights? I think that's also a crucial question that Todak so far hasn't had an answer to.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes down to can Zyme Senpai burst him down before Super Red closes in on the distance? Because keep in mind, Super Red knows that he can close the distance on Zyme Senpai, but he also has to be careful on people who can push him away, people like Yums who can knock him up with the Wild Trunks, like Rival with the Spear of Alpha, and I think that would be the most devastating ability to get hit by.
And that's why Super Red is waiting for his team to be the ones to engage first. They've got so many tools. Skies, Gojes, Pancake can all pretty easily stand in front. And some of them will be very willing to sacrifice their lives as well to force Todak to use their CC, use their Faded Airstrike. Once that happens, it's just a free reign for Super Red. Right now, the draft for Todak may have been a little bit too greedy, as while they have a lot of damage, they don't have enough tools to keep the fight going so that that damage can be output on the Red Giants.
Lord number 3, the dance so far is a lonely one. Only SRG on the case. Panicking and Super Red hiding in that bush as well. So Super Red posturing himself so far forward. With Momo trying to shove up the mid lane. Todak, what is the opening?
How do they get in on this? I mean, they gotta get a side lane push, but I think right now what Yums is doing is great. Just reset it continuously because they've got such a big disadvantage with no pushing waves and so many things to maintain at once. If this Lord starts walking towards Todak's base, I don't think they have a means to actually finish it up.
And they know where Rival is because he uses ability. So this Lord, I mean, it's completely uncontested. Todak just waiting for SRG to claim it. Maybe Super Gold just target, right? The penalty zone actually cancelled, but he will use it again to the back line. Chico Guys is the target. He needs to get that ultimate off. Wisdom Nature will be used. Chico Guy bounces to the back. Needs that ultimate right now. Doesn't get it. Ends up dying. Use the next on the list. Super Red will chase him down. This Grok is dead. Super Zack finds him. 2 from Todak down. The minions pushing the base. Todak needs to defend it, but Super Skies will not make it easy. Again, Winter Trunk here to buy time. The rest of SRG crashing to wall. Todak is falling as the Selangor Red Giants, they're going to be looking to close out this game. 3 versus 5. Rival for immortality. Can you keep this alive? Zion Standpoint flickers with the ultimate. Super Gold just misses the penalty zone, but it doesn't matter. Super Red has done it. Selangor Red Giants in game 1.
Woo! That was like a tactical game. It wasn't as hype as I was expecting it to be, especially towards the end there, but SRG taking it nice and slow, and a very good idea coming up from Todak's side. Like, I mean, it's clear that Chiku needed to make the play, and if he was able to get that kill onto Super Red, I think things could have changed. So, to them, I think from Todak's side, GG well played. We're going to move on to the next one and see whether they can even up that score.
They did try their best here. This was clean Todak gameplay, but the Red Giants here were just so much more textbook. They were basically educating Todak in how to fully make use of this lineup. And even though Todak tried to see if they could catch them out when their positioning wouldn't be as clean, retreating from the Lord, unfortunately, they found themselves on the blunt end of Super Gojes' hammer, and everything just fell apart from there.
Well, gentlemen, you guys did say, depending on how the first game goes, we might or might not get a game 3. SRG has just found game 1. Does the statement still stand? Are we going to get a game 3 at least?
I personally believe that the statement's still going to stand. Whether it's either one of these teams, they're very momentum-based, they're very emotional when they play the game.
See, I mean, for SRG, the task is not over yet, right? They have completed one step, and there's more to come for them. It's a very, very standard game one like you guys mentioned, but the team fight from SRG is immaculate.
Yeah, it did seem like Todak tried something a little bit with the Alpha jungle, and I see where it makes sense on paper. They actually have so much damage potential, and if they remain even throughout the mid to late game, they will actually outscale the Red Giants. But you also have to note that Super Red is going to completely tip those scales, so the Claude needs to be given more attention. But Todak were never given that chance because they just didn't seem to be able to gain map control. One of the keys to victory, that Red Giants were able to completely dominate.
See, here's the thing. What I'm most surprised about is the fact that Super Red has been super consistent, right? His team is gassing it up, and I think for a very good reason. The fact is, he's super patient, and not to mention that his discipline in terms of holding on to that winsome nature. Most people would freak out when you see that crossbow attack instantly pop out and it's going to target you, but no, he takes his time with it, and his overall build, especially with Common Emblem, he's not only winning out on his lane, he is punishing Chiku for making mistakes in the lane itself. If you sacrifice anything, I'm going to turn it into a yard.
There is Super Red, our MVP of game number 1 on this squad, his most successful hero overall, 3-0-7, completely untouched. And we said this from the very get-go, at the start of the league even, if SRG can pick the Claude, they're gonna first pick it, and this is a very good testament of that.
You can see from his itemization as well that he ended up switching around that Wind of Nature for the Athena shield, because you did realize that at the end, Zion Simpo is going to be that big threat. And as long as he doesn't have to worry about that feathered airstrike, his team will be able to create enough space for him to go to town, to do his job. And his farm speed, once again, is just through the roof. We've always looked up the Chico guys for being able to get through that GPM. But Super Red just seems to be on another level this game.
Well, I don't think it's just on another level. I think considering that his overall game, his average game goal per minute is only 888, not breaking into the 900s and not into the thousands, you know, the crazy, crazy numbers, it is still getting up slightly above average. But you can also recognize that Chico had split focus. It's not just about the farm, but also he needs to participate in these team fights to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Super Red has just been such a consistent play in the gold lane, right? Only 17 years of age. We say that SRG is a very, very young team against the veterans of Todak, and right now they're showing their chops in game 1. Yeah, they are showing their chops. I mean, it is so dangerous here for the side of Todak. And I don't know, with the momentum that Super Red is building for himself, then I don't know. We'll see how it goes in game 2. Well, we'll see what the players are saying behind the mic for SRG and Todak with this upcoming mic check. So guys, give it a listen.
Pandai oi. Itu ni. Oi. Pede asal dah gambar banyak oi. Don't look at that, you might get DC because
Dai, nice one. I can stun you ra. No spin. Okay. Santai.
You pick her, Jess.
I got alpha. Dai, nice one. One ulti. Dai. Santai. I know retry ya. Santai ya. I'm coming. Oh, no tigro. Can fight, guys.
Can.
No second skill one. I see. Nice. I stun you alpha.
Nice. Careful, ulti Barca.
Nice. I will zone.
Go. Go. No second skill.
One. I give one. Watch me, guys. Yura.
Boleh.
Rock. I slow.
Naughty grow. Nice.
Chill ya.
That's one guy. I love you guys.
Well, folks, we talked a little about the item builds, but we also saw kind of the pivotal moment that SRE turned this game around, right? 13 minutes and 47 seconds at the Lord. But we still gotta kind of go back to basics, talk about what these teams have brought to the table. Of course, Alpha is the main center of attention simply because we haven't seen this before. But again, it's Todak. They like to experiment. Absolutely. And I mean, you know, right at the very end, we do see the Spirit of Alpha actually connecting on his primary target, which is supposed to be Super Red, to force him back on that BMI. But unfortunately, Chico guys could not clear out. I mean, 1-1 doesn't have the burst unless the weakness points have been procced. And Super Red, he was just like, hell nah, I got Winds of Nature. I'm not going to let you get a free proc.
The Red Giants seem very aware of Chico guys' positioning on the 1-1 and making sure to take him out the moment that the crossbow of Tang would become a threat. And that basically disabled the Todak gold laner from being able to play the game at all, which is surprising. So far in Season 12, Chico has a 100% win rate on this 1-1, and that stat has just been ruined here by the Red Giants.
Yeah, so well done to the Red Giants here. But Todak, I felt like, even though the draft, honestly, on paper does look good, my biggest gripe was the fact that you kind of tunnel visioned in this game, right? A lot of pressure was put on towards Super Goja's side when honestly they should have been invading on towards their strong side, which is Wanwan.
I think the two things that they did that was very, very obvious was they were targeting Super Zack's hero pool, they were pressuring Super Goja's a lot, and then you think back in that previous game, a lot of those engage tools were used on Super Goja's, either him or Pancake.
Yeah, and I think I understand attacking Pancake because he's already out of position. He has to face check, and I think that's fair. But to waste it onto Super Gojas as well at the same time, you might as well start thinking about somebody with higher priorities, which in this case is Boxia, so you don't, at least for Selangor Red Giants, they won't have the retribution for neutrals.
Not to mention in that last fight as well, when they were trying to catch up to the Red Giants, they used Wild Charge onto Super Gojas alone. And there's no way you have enough burst damage to take down Terizla, so he instantly counters back, gets the penalty zone onto 2, Chico guys dies again, and it just gives Red Giants a free entry point into the base to end the game.
Yeah. The craziest part was just Chico guys at one point was diving 4 members of SRG, and his team couldn't follow up because they were zoned out. But was this Super Skies to zone him? I can't even see it, right? Because it was just that chaotic. But on Todak's side, very, very standard lineup, like you guys mentioned. I think I also do feel like this draft does work out. I mean, Rival had a very great early to mid game. He was constantly 2-3 levels ahead of Super Skies. But when you hit that mid to late game fight, he was shut down.
Absolutely. That's the problem with Alpha, right? There's only one way in, no way out, so it has to land. It's one of those all or nothing types of heroes. And worst of all, I think even Zion Senpai, he comes away with 0 deaths in this game, but his impact is so minimally felt because he could never find those priority targets. He's never going to get enraged in Novaria. Quad can be a little difficult to catch.
Yeah, and looking at the itemization as well, only 1 Dominance Ice, no NTQ Rest. There wasn't enough to really keep Todak alive against the Red Giants, and there were 4 Athena shields, even though it's only Super Zack who's really going to be dealing with that. So it feels like even though Todak specifically banned so many mages against the Red Giants, the Novaria still took up so much of their mind space.
So again, split focus, whether we're coming down to the items or even when they're trying to figure out which side of the map they should be playing on. I think Todak, as much as they play together, they need to start to kind of sharpen their ideas in the game itself. Because when we're looking at the total damage, the fact that Super Red was able to get away with so much of this could have been averted had they just applied pressure to his side of the map.
I think it's also the fact that we see a lot of 4v4 fights, right? I think there was a period of time around the 5 to 7 minutes where Yugi then pointed out that Chiku, he was willing to kind of sacrifice a little bit of gold just to join his team in the fight. And while all of that was happening, you see this incremental lead that Super Red gets for himself, right? He's pushing a lane, he's split pushing. This was kind of like the first blood moment that SRG got in the highlights. But as the game progressed, you can see Todak, they were only just punishing 1 guy from SRG.
The question is, when do you back off if you are Todak, right? You find these catches, you already feel so good, but then notice you've utilized some of your most key, you've poorly managed your ultimate resources. And I think that's something that Todak really needs to consider. As much as the Langar strategy works, when you're playing against an experienced team, and especially with the team like Selangor Red Giants, it just feels like they're just managing their ultimates a lot better compared to Todak.
Yeah, and if we just see from the highlights here, Todak were actually doing a very good job of ganking and applying pressure to the Red Giants early on. And that's exactly what they need to do to gain some momentum early. But they also need to realize that once Red Giants hit a little bit of power spike, once they're able to get their first and second items, they do need to take a step back a little bit. That's where the team fights skew very heavily in the Red Giants' favor, because they will be able to hit their spikes a little earlier in comparison and have more tools. And because Todak kept trying to put the pressure on, kept trying to take team fights and not engaging and finding the right targets, you can see that Red Giants had a very easy time of turning a lot of these what looked to be really strong early engages completely around.
Just pulling the trigger early, and I think had Zion Senpai just waited a couple more seconds to use that feather airstrike, it might have been able to find a more valuable target. But even so, I think this is a very good game for Todak to actually start to adjust, to fine-tune where they should be applying pressure on the map.
It is just a taste test for both teams, right? For SRG, I think huge morale boost. It's a momentum-based team, but for Todak, they've been in this spot countless of times. And if we really want to see Todak in their true form, I think Game 2 would be the best way to kind of see that. And one thing that I think we all can agree on in Game 1 that SRG did, that Todak did not, is to put focus on Super Red. Speaking about that, we saw Super Red have a massive performance in Game 1, and a part of that is also because he is subscribed to the Republic of Gamers. The RG phone Gen 7 offers pro gaming of level in your pocket. So if you want to rank up fast, use that phone with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 fast display and massive 600 mAh battery. There's just so much in this phone.
Oh man, I mean, if you're a tech nerd, you definitely want to go check out the ROG Phone Gen 7, as it offers you so much in store. I can't even cover all the rough little stats because I don't even understand what half of these mean.
Yeah, and you know, usually bigger number means better.
Yeah,
and this is ROG Phone 7. Sounds pretty good to me.
7, better than a lot of things. 6,000, great number. Rank up fast, great statement.
Great statement here. But let's jump back into the game and really start talking about the adjustments that Todak is probably going to make. And I think even from the side of SRG, they're also considering like, hey, we got to be one step ahead of our opponents. It's either we completely change our, completely 180 our overall playstyle and hero picks, or we make slight adjustments. And I feel for SRG side, it's going to be slight adjustments. For Todak, Claude needs to go. They need these side lanes to be more volatile.
Todak is confirmed going to have a big revamp in this drafting phase because we saw in Game 2, they tried something different than what a lot of teams do going up against the Red Giants. They focused on Super Zac instead of giving too much attention towards Gojes or Super Red, thereby giving them their favorite heroes, the Terizla and the Claude. It turns out that did not work. Super Zac still performed incredibly here on the Novaria, and well, we need not to say for Terizla, for the Claude. Going into this next game, I think Todak will need to go back to basics, take a page out of the other team's book. There is a reason why the EXP laner and the goal laner are focused so much against the Selangor Red Giants. If we adjust their draft, make sure that these heroes that are always used to playmake are gone, then Todak will have a much more solid chance.
That was one of our main points of discussion as well, right? The side lanes for SRG have primarily been the breadwinner for the team, and in a lot of the situations, whether it's Super Gojo soaking up the pressure and starting the fights, or Super Red hard carrying it, it has always been kind of been the center of focus, and it's getting Todak. I think they felt like they can come up with a solution. Let's see how good Super Red is on his best hero, and now they're going to make the adjustments. You guys pointed out, I think the Claude needs to go, or Todak would just be shooting themselves in their foot.
Or Todak goes onto the blue side, and if it doesn't get, and nobody bans it, just pick it up for yourself.
That is true as well. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Game 2 draft kicking off right now on your screens, and no, Todak's still not on the blue side. So SRG, they have first pick advantage.
They do like the red side, Todak. It does allow them more flexibility, as well as the counter picks and the surprise last pick as well, which we saw in the alpha previously. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Game number 2, we can see the Valentina and Fanny bans, so same as usual, and the Red Giants still sticking to the Kaja and the Angela. That means that Todak are going to let either Terizla or Claude through here.
It looks like, you know, this game has attracted everybody from every single team to check out how this is going to go with two top contenders, Malaysians' pride, as some people would like to say.
And the only non-Filipino Indonesian team in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series, for Season 3 recently to qualify for the playoffs, right? You would say that they are the best team in Malaysia in that tournament. They made it as far as taking games off of our current world champions, Echo Philippines, which that in itself is a big achievement. Claude finally banned out by Todak. Thank goodness SRG banning out the Paquito.
I mean, we got to contextualize a couple of things. Number one, the fact that they beat Echo. They weren't exactly going with the full lineup, the World Championship lineup from Echo. And let's not forget, I'm going to mention this, non-PH or ID, where they've got an technically, quote-unquote, an ID coach with PH import players. Like, come on, we're all part of the world.
We can't take everything for ourselves, right?
Exactly.
They need some credit.
Yeah, it's Mr. Worldwide there with the Selangor Red Giants, and it's the best of all worlds coming together to show the MLBB world what they've got. I do like this ban here from Todak. It means that Terizla might get let through for the Red Giants, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna prioritize it here. Going for the far side instead.
Okay, so the adjustment has been made by Todak. They banned out the Claude, and now instantly Selangor Red Giants are like, all right, Zyme Senpai, you deal with this now. We're gonna get the Farsa early. How are you gonna deal with this? Because number one, I would expect Todak is going to go for something along the lines of Grok at the very least. Oh, Irafel!
First pick.
The Grok can still be an option if they want to, but I mean, Todak revealing their cards very early on. At least in the gold lane, the Grok still gets picked up, a very natural answer to the Farsa.
Show me Bruno.
It has to be Bruno, right? I mean, I'm looking at the Bruno right now.
Bruno is good. There's also the Harif, always a terror in the early laning phase.
I mean, true, but let's not forget Super Red also is pretty comfortable with the Brody.
Brody, yeah.
Both of which, the two Bs, the B boys, being able to not only bully her out of lane, but honestly, you can actually set up a pretty nasty siege comp.
Well, now that Red Giants, it's their turn to pick, the Terizla is still open. It would be pretty solid, not to mention the Joy not getting banned out once again. So I do feel like there's plenty of options here. The question is what they want to prioritize on. I'm a little bit surprised that Grok gets picked up so early on, because usually when you want to leave your roam for a little bit later, but I suppose that is to remove it from Pancake's hero pool. So the Cho comes out instead.
Rather interesting. Why would they... Why do they want to show their support so early on? There's a possibility that SRG could be setting up for a potential assassin. I mean, to be fair, they've got already a solid engage, add some pick off to it, a combo breaker, and most importantly, having a scaling mage that has range. All right, fair enough.
interesting options right now for the Red Giants. It does look solid. I agree with you. I don't feel like the Cho needed to be shown so early on, but I suppose it's because they think that Todak wants to ban out heroes that would easily lock down the Irritel. With the Cho and the Franco being the obvious options. I don't really know if it would have been at the forefront of their minds, but that's what Coach Arcadia has decided here, as the X-Borg will come out from Todak.
You say that Todak likes to really just Blanca, and they have heroes that can do that in this game, right? I mean, you have the Grok, you have the Export, but what does make it different from game one is that they now have some sort of appeal. They can play that front to back a bit better.
Yeah, and more importantly, they have a winning matchup in the EXP, right? Because as much as Terizla is going to do some good damage in the early game, as soon as Export gets that Ice Queen's wand, there is no way he's going to close the distance unless he comes out of bush and flanks him.
That's going to be the big worry for the Red Giants, making sure that Super Gorgeous will still be able to match up there, because if he does get zoned down in lane against the X-Borg, which is almost a definite fact unless he gets some help, it's going to be very difficult, because Red Giants does rely on that penalty zone counter engage quite often. As we enter the second man phase, the Brody we mentioned is gone.
Brody is already gone. Selangor Red Giants now holding priority over the draft. What else do they need to really be concerned about, right? The EXP support has already been shown, so mid laners is going to be #1, and that's what they're looking for, getting rid of the Novaria almost straight away. It's interesting to see that finally, after so very long, despite the new patch coming in and the nerfs happening to Yves specifically, that people are now straying away from it and now prioritizing the Novaria over both of these artillery mages. Like, word?
I think it just goes back to how the info gathering, right? Novara is probably the best hero to do that. AoE coverage, AoE surveillance, and no other hero does that for a team. Or maybe if you pick Yi Xunshin and use that ultimate, but that's a different story.
Not to mention, back in the day, one of the reasons why I really enjoyed watching Zion Senpoi was because of his signature Kagura with the flame shot. His long-range sniping was insane. And if you ask me, this is just a personal bias, I want to see Zion Senpoi's Kagura again.
Really?
Does it work though? Does it work? You have to justify.
I think it's actually pretty solid, because with the inbuilt sort of Purify with her dash, she can escape from Cho.
I mean, sure, but that's not your biggest concern, right? Because at the end of the day, we've seen the classic matchup of Farson as well as Kagura. Kagura naturally is going to have a bit of a lane advantage, but then when you start adding the supports into the mix, it really doesn't make much of a difference. And then later in the game, you basically get one shot by the Feathered Airstrike alone. So I don't know about that. I feel like that's too volatile for me personally, but Selangor Red Giants might just force it out. I mean, they banned out the Eve as well, and now you're running out of options.
Well, I mean, what else is left on the table? Nothing much, right? Unless
Kadita.
That is true.
That is true. Kadita Farmis.
I just want to see Kagura. It's just a personal bias here. Kadita makes a lot of sense, counters the Farsa well, can escape from Cho even better. We'll see what the choice is from Todak. They go for the Baxia, so they're going to be pilfering that away from Skies this game.
Keeping Zyme Senpoi's pick safe as well. You want to see the rest of SRG. SRG themselves are looking for the jungler and the marksman. I don't know what the pressure is going to be though. SRG has always been focusing on super race lane alone. If that Bruno goes through, which I think there's a high chance it does, I won't be surprised if RG put pressure onto that lane again.
I think it's going to be pretty crazy, because Todak, with these 4 picks, it already shows you that this is like, it's honestly super similar to RSG's draft that we saw yesterday, right? Where you basically have 2 anchors to kind of hold down the fort. You have like a dedicated hyper carry, which is going to be your marksman. You've got extra bits of peel, and then all you have to do is just kind of maintain that space, hold your battle lines, and you'll generally come up on top.
It's very much a rundown comp here. Lots of bulk, a good amount of damage as long as they're able to keep Chiku guys in check. The Martis did not get banned this game, so we do see that getting locked in. And it's going to be the Gourd! Zion Senpai bringing it onto the Land of Dawn for the 3rd time this season.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough for SRG to get into the middle of those fights, right? Even if you find a good engage, if you want to go further than that, Gourd just completely shuts you down. If you're in a choke point, even more so.
And they don't call it a Mystic Injunction for no reason. That stops you in your tracks. But final words, gentlemen, before going to game 2, I want to hear about the win conditions.
I think the win conditions for Todak is a lot easier to achieve, but it does require some time. So it's very highly dependent on whether or not they are able to kind of win out on the mid lane and boost the gold.
being able to get that mid lane prio, being able to roam around the map, gain the map control that they weren't able to get in game number 1. Whereas Red Giants will definitely have a bit more executional complexity around Pancake on this show, but if they're able to set up kills onto Super Zack and Super Skies right from the get-go, then the snowball comp will come online.
It does seem like there's not too many targets that Pancake would like to kick, right? Not the Grog, not the Export, not the Baxia. It's all about the cores. Game 2 kicking off right now between Selangor Red Giants and Todak. And boy, let me tell you, if SRG wins this 2-0, we are going to have a storm in this stadium. We see early invades from Yums already, again, trying to slow down Super Skies as much as possible, but it is the Martis. It's not the easiest one to stop.
Oh, yes, the red juices. Yeah,
gotta
no
use
choice. No choice. I mean, Pancake could look to actually come home. Oh, but this is what I wanted to see coming in from Boxia players. Just go right into their base, right? You've got that mid prio, and then you can have this man advantage as you steal away their jungle.
A lot of oppression here from Todak instantly. Even Chico guys coming over.
Let's get the... Almost getting the stun off. Get blocked by the camp. Used as well. Rival, I believe, got that camp, so he will hit that tree first. We'll lose the Little Wanderer over to Todak as well.
Nice adjustment here from Todak, now putting the pressure onto the Red Giants instead. They know that with a Cho, with a Farsa, with a Martis, once they hit level 4, they're gonna want to start being active around the map. So before that timing comes, Todak are gonna take advantage of the natural bulkiness of their composition to slow down Red Giants scaling as much as possible.
Oh man, Super Red is so smart. He freezes the wave just before his turret. He wants Chico guys to actually walk up, because as soon as he walks up, he can already start trading, getting in and out of that fight. Even with the Queen's Roar, it's not going to be enough to be able to like win out this trade, but it does put Chico guys in a compromised position. So with that, they're going to start pushing that wave now, pull backwards, because they know for a fact that in terms of rotation, this Baxia should generally be on the bottom side of the map.
Some very good awareness here from Super Red, making sure that he's not only aware of where the people they see are, but the people that they can't see as well are kept in check to make sure that he's not caught unawares.
For now, it's about being patient, right? You need to hit those level 4s. This neutral is going to be very important for Selangor Red Giants, not so much for Todak. Todak can personally let this very first one go if they have to, but since Rival's already a level ahead, might as well push the tempo.
Momo also has the got armor instantly. Misfed airstrike used. Lovely stuff from Todak to get the retribution and secure the turtle. First blood going over to Momo as he just barbecues Super Gorgeous.
Already a solid start here for Todak. While it looked like a good engage there with Gorgeous getting the double penalty zone inside the turtle pit into the Feather Airstrike. Ooh, Super Red dropping low.
Oh, you guys didn't want to go further than that.
Yums is here.
He's looking for him.
The Flicker Wild Charge. Will he use it?
No, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He knows that Super Red also has Flicker as well, and I think Yums recognizes that he probably needs his Flicker for a bigger situation later on.
He spotted out in the jungle. Rival right now, he is almost 2 levels ahead of Super Skies in terms of experience at least. To show up again, the invade on the orange buff. Super Red just came back from base, get the kick already onto Rival, trying to finish him off. Madness Rage even used, but Yums gonna keep them at bay with Zime Senpoi using the Mystic Gush. And Todak, they just won't let SRG access their jungle.
And all of this because they don't have any control over their mid lane. As of right now, Zion Senpoi is just clearing out these waves faster than Super Zack can actually keep up with him. And worse yet, when you have Yums walking into the jungle, it already forces somebody like Pancake to actually go and respond rather than actually help out that mid lane, clear that wave, and having the correct number of reinforcements to buffer your jungler.
Yeah, the lineup that Red Giants have will require them to over-rotate heroes just to be able to deal with Todak. Due to how naturally bulky the Grok, as well as the mobility that the Baxia brings to the jungle, means that it's going to be very difficult for Super Skies to actually get his farm up. So he needs to be escorted quite heavily, and that means that he's not going to be able to get kills and the snowball that a jungle Martis would ideally like, especially with the killing spree too.
Yeah, they're just denying this early game away from SRG, which is perfect for the side of Todak because eventually they're going to wait until this Irithel has about 4 items. 3 items will be ideal, 4 will be the most optimal. And by that time, I think it will be too late for SRG.
Yeah, look at Chico, guys. He is going to start proxying the wave.
Wow.
And that's how confident they feel. Second turtle online. Rival just has an experience advantage again. Look at that. 2 levels ahead of Super Skies. With no chance that he's going to get the turtle. They're going to try to better airstrike kick onto Rival. The tankiest member of Todak. The Wild Charge from Yums going to be there alongside Momo's last insanity. Mystic Gush also used. They do get rid of Rival, but the members of Selangor Red Giants are all incredibly low. All 3 of them goes down, and Yums
no.
It's the one that
They
steals the
don't
turtle.
even get the
Absolute
turtle.
catastrophe at the turtle pit.
After all they had sacrificed, Zach, I mean, Super Zach just ate it, right? Grog was on top of him, Ebsberg was on top of him, and he's like, no matter what, I got to make sure that Rival goes down so we have an opportunity for this turtle. And they don't even get that as well. After losing 4 of their members, they have sacrificed way too much, and now this is where Todak is going to pour gasoline on this fire.
Looking scary already, even though it's 5 minutes in. Rival playing that purple buff. Now 3 levels ahead of Super Skies. Talk about having a bad Marius game.
It does look like the Lego Tower here gonna be falling apart for the Red Giants. As Todak has figured them out, being able to draft like this has enabled them so much more heavily in that early game. The Red Giants not ahead enough to have the burst necessary to take down Rival, and that means that the more time they spend trying to finish off the Baxia, the more time they spend vulnerable within the iron sights of their opponents.
Yeah, but the fact that they've been slowed down, it's kind of all up to the enablers here, right? Once Super Red gets his items, they are going to need some combo starters to make this thing work. And, oh boy, Pancake might be in some trouble here.
Done by Rival. Super Skies also taking some trades. Blocked out. Has to use that the Mortal Coil to get out. This thing, oh wow, the Feather Airstrike even used by Backline. Super Gold has access into the penalty zone. Gets rid of Chico of all people. Rival now might end up going down. Big turnaround in the mid lane for SRG.
The decisions being made in this game, I don't know. I feel like I'm tripping here. I really think I'm tripping. The fact that Chico died, he already has his sprint, right? Considering everything that has happened, Pancake still had his way of the dragon to kick Rival and then basically stun lock him to death.
Super Red might be sacrificed, so gotta use that flicker to get out. Todak putting some pressure.
Yeah, nice flicker though for Super Red. Getting out in that situation going to be very good, as Red Giants have already halved the net worth lead that Todak had because of those questionable decisions that were made. It's understandable that, oh, hold on.
Another kick onto Rival. They're trying to blow him up. This time Rival does have the ultimate. So it's gonna be hard, and Super Skies will press their retreat to get it. Rival ends up going down. Super Zach traded back.
Good stuff. Good stuff. That's what we want to see, right? That's what we wanted the first turtle to start looking like. But Chiku, guys, is starting to get strong here. He's already completed his Berserker's Fury. He's 1 item away before he has some very reliable crit damage. 4th item would be most ideal. But as we are seeing this game start to progress, we're going to expect that SRG needs to kind of fight back, right? They haven't been able to take a single turret off from Todak's side. And I think the only way that they can actually get momentum on their side is if they continue to play around these neutrals and continue to punish Rival.
I think it is okay for Red Giants to take a slightly slower backseat in this game. Super Red will scale pretty well. Super Zac will be able to do some damage later on, and Todak will eventually fall off in terms of damage. Oh, hold on.
Mystic Gush fuel. Oh! From Time standpoint. Wow, the coordination from Todak in the bot lane to get rid of Super Gojas.
Just outplayed, man.
That's what I've been waiting for.
Woo, Time Senpai, he still got it.
But mid-side, that airstrike is gonna get rid of Chico again?
Yeah, but I mean, Pancake, he finds the kick, and he did use his flicker to get that, so well done. Both sides really not giving each other an inch and taking away some important win conditions to hurt them as much as they can as they slowly rotate towards this mid-game, transitioning into lane.
I don't know, if I had a nickel for every time a veteran MPL gold laner on Iritel gets fed to the enemy team multiple times in one game, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's funny that it happened twice.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty funny that it happened twice. I don't know how many times it's going to happen, though. For all we know, Chiku guys might get a little, you know, a little throwy, as they say, a little overheat, as we've seen in the previous matchup before. So I wouldn't put it past them.
I feel like you only can have the license to be throwy if you actually have won a game.
Oh my!
They're on the cusp of losing this. Right? He throws like 1-2 more deaths. This game might just end.
Hey, that's the Langar style, bro.
We don't need to caster curse it just yet, as the first lord gonna be coming up here. Momo still being very annoying. Xborg is such a pain in this patch, but Yume's in trouble.
Oh wait, they actually get the feathered airstrike out of Super Zac, and that's actually huge. Now Todak needs to start rushing down this lord.
They even get the kick out of Pancake as well, so lord is gone. And just love the distraction from you to allow that to happen.
Beautifully done coming in for the side of Todak's side. This is way slower than game number 1 for sure. A lot less messy, way more tactical, and more importantly, this is a slow ramp up from Todak because they recognize that they haven't hit that item power spike just yet. So let's look at where they are currently at. We've got the Ice Queen's Wand as well as the Glowing Wand coming in from the board. But again, he's not the main point of focus. The main point of focus is going to be Chico, who's already completed 3 items, Beatrix only 2, with Fury Hammer.
A little bit behind from
Wow.
Super Red there. Oh, that's
Look
a
at that
lot of
damage
damage
from
from the
Chico.
Irrital. That's very scary right there. And Todak still continuing to put on a lot of pressure right here. I think this is exactly what they should be doing in this situation. They already got the Lord earlier. The more structures they can get with this push, the more comfortable of a position they will be put in. Because so far, Super Red has still been matching the pace of Chiku Guy's farm. And we all know how scary Beatrix is.
No, you missed it! He's gonna die for this! Disaster for SRG! Not at this timing with the Lord coming in.
That's the worst possible outcome!
Lessons in insanity to the bag, Momo! Looking for Super Dive, forced him to flicker away. Todak should be able to get this inhibitor. They will lose Rival, but it's a small price to pay.
Oh, they had
That feels
it!
bad.
They
That feels really bad.
Well, I guess I didn't curse that, right? He didn't die the third time. But
That is true. Well, what does it cost? What a
Wow.
mistake there from Pancake, not being able to get the kick in the right direction. Red Giants lose so much off of that. And now, even though they were able to even things out with Todak just a few minutes before, the game is instantly shifted back with an inhibitor down before the 11-minute mark.
And the worst part is that Pancake has been consistently finding Chiku with the third hit of G could no. So I'm so surprised that he ended up mismechanicking and flickering way further when he didn't even let the Way of the Dragon connect. So honestly, can't do much about that situation. SRG just needs to recover from this.
See if they can play from behind. I mean, that's the position that they're put in. Lord up in another 50 seconds. Super Skies will get the purple buff. At least there's something for them. Only one inhibitor down, so not all hope is lost just yet. 5k goalie for Todak though. And this could end up multiplying. Momo consistently just barricading this jungle.
Yeah, the Red Giants have quite unfortunately been put in a position where I don't see their chances of victory unless Todak makes a big mistake here. And while that's not completely out of bounds for Todak to do, I do feel like they've been squaring up a little bit more in these past few minutes, understanding exactly to what limits they can bring the Red Giants. Because the farm right now is not quite matching up, and even though Todak would lack damage thanks to how bulky their team is, Red Giants doesn't have enough DPS yet to break down their front line.
I don't know whether you want to be saying that out loud with SRG fans trying to give that moral support literally with their drums and banners behind us, but that's the idea, right? It's about that mental fortitude. How long and how much damage can you truly take before you find that opportunity to turn it around?
Pancake will be looking for an opening, but Super Skies is ready. Down to 50% health. Again, no chance for SRG to even contest the Lord. They can't even get into their own jungle, so Todak will not have the second Lord.
Man, it's really frustrating, right? Momo is he's holding 4 people back by himself because nobody wants to waste their resources on just an X-Borg. But Pancake, all right, he's got an interesting angle here. I don't think he's going to get spotted out just yet. Oh, now he does.
Yeah, he'll get seen there. He's going to have to back this off. I doubt they're going to engage on him, so he'll be able to get back to his team, but the Lord is pushing in. Only 2 inhibitors standing. Can Todak end with this?
They don't have the best defense as well. Need that better airstrike for a potential fight. Momo does get bring down low. Good Mortal Call for Super Skies to avoid the stun from the board. SRG will have to work with the Lord, deal with it. But just did get stunned up. You'll follow up with the wall charge, but no follow-up from Todak after that.
They're still playing for the inhibitors here. Oh.
And Sandy straight to the bag. Almost takes out Super Sky. Super Sky is over there. That's the kick on the Rival. Immortality pop already. He's walled out. Rival ends up going down. Super Red does the job. Super Gojas will be traded in return as Sandpoint just guns him down with the laser.
Wow, Todak literally gets nothing for this. Even though they secured the Lord on their side, all the outer turrets were already destroyed, but they don't get another inhibitor off of this? That's pretty surprising considering that the AI winning prediction thus far from 4, 8, and 12 is all Todak, and they even had an 82% chance of overall winning at the 12th minute.
Yeah, it was a great defense by the Red Giants, and I do feel like there was some slight miscommunication from Todak maybe, because they got a great setup with the last Insanity into 3 members of the Red Giants, dropping them to like no HP at all. Here comes again.
There's nothing he could do. Just one wall charge and that's it.
That's what you're looking for. Take away the spearhead. As long as you take away the spearhead, the rest of the shaft isn't really going to do too much damage. And I think Super Go just recognizes that even if he gets on top of Chiku guys, there's no guarantee that he's going to get a kill, considering that even in the last game, he only had a Fury Hammer at the end of the game. Didn't even bother finishing the Hunter Strike. Most people, wait, hold on.
Sandy Momo is just going to dive in, try to push them away from the inhibitor, forcing out the flicker from Super Zack. But Young's taking a lot of damage. Actually loses that immortality. Super Red, he's starting to ramp up.
I think, you know, right now, you got to give credit to Super Zack, right? You know, he's holding this team together. He is chunking out Chiku guys, and that is by far the most important person to chunk out. Zyme Senpai, once his abilities are on cooldown, he's kind of just there.
Yeah, the high ground defense actually becoming a bit of a problem for Todak, and I feel like their engages so far have been pretty weird as well. Momo's finding good opportunities with the last Insanity, doing a good amount of damage, but it doesn't feel like the follow-up is being invested. And Todak even tried to take that fight when they didn't have much of a minion wave to play off of as well, so there was no way to really continue the battle or even try to go for a structure. So Todak does seem to be making some strange mistakes, but they still have a pretty comfortable goal lead at this stage.
Well, I don't know about that. Selangor Red Giants are coming to the point. Once they hit that 42k mark, that means the majority of their cores are getting to that full build, or at very least just the last couple of components. Because look at Super Red. He is doing some very relevant damage.
This is the first time that SRG has been able to earn the right to walk up close to the Lord Pit, and even then, might not be able to get this. Todak very quickly working on the HP. Super Gojazz has the flicker. And he's looking for an angle. Super Skies as well. He's getting chunked now. Pancake wants to flank, but he's going to be spotted out. Chiku guys from the other end looking for Super Skies alongside with the help of Momo will take him down. And it's just good patience from Todak to get the third Lord.
Very slow, very methodical, and Super Skies just helpless to do anything about it. Like, he's wasting so much time on Momo, but if he goes past the Momo, that means the rest of Todak gets to walk past him as well.
I think this guy is definitely needed to just back off at that point. There's no way he's engaging on. Todak is specifically slowing down the Lord take to make sure he's dropping low, and here they come.
Super Gojazz gonna be blocked off. That's Sandy used by Momo. Super Gojazz needs to re-engage with the penalty zone if he can. But the airstrike will be used, but this time the inhibitor will drop. The Bruce Passion also invested Todak, finding the two remaining inhibitors on the side of SRG. Or it's going to be coming in from the top side as well.
This could be the beginning of the end already, right? Super Gojazz unfortunately can't look for the engage, didn't have the penalty zone at that point in time because he used it earlier to hop over the Nature's Barrier, but now it could be different, right? But it's a bit of a struggle. If you are going to fight, you got to still maintain the waves at the same time. And let's not forget, all three waves are going to be empowered Lord minions.
They're trying to do this Lord as fast as possible. For that, it needs Super Red with them. Easier said than done. The Lord's going to be distracted by Pancake just for a little bit. Super Red will be clean from the side. SRG piling in some effort to deal with the Lord, and that's where Todak pounds. Last Sandy. Chiku guys actually gets kicked by Pancake. Moving some nation to keep him alive. Chiku guys can survive long enough. No! What a find from Pancake to keep SRG afloat in the sinking ship. The Giants are still there, and Momo will have to retreat.
Pancake redemption is so sweet at less than that, 3% of his HP. Finds the angle to kick Chiku back in towards the range of the feathered airstrike. And let's not forget that Super Zack had already used 3 of his charges on a completely separate target.
And without using the flicker, the icing on the cake, so Pancake will have that battle spell for the next fight.
Oh, this is some hot stuff coming out from SRG. Oh, wait.
Penalty zone arrival, feathered airstrike.
Oh, that damage!
He just gets shredded! That's immortality gone for the Baxia. Momo can't really get close. Super Skies trying to escape from this. It's going to be slowed down for eternity as Zyme Senpai so far has been doing magic. Momo wants to re-engage. The target is looking for. Rival is going to join in. Pancake is going to be there. Todak, 5-man strong. This could be it.
Honestly, I thought Momo was going overheating for sure, but then I noticed the overall movement speed coming in for the rest of the Todak lineup. The fact that Chiku guys can literally run it down with the help of Rival in that Shield Unity form. It's some scary stuff. But right now, Selangor Red Giants, let's see how they play this out again. They're right at the crystal door.
Pancake can't dive, but he's going to go down. No more catch from them. Momo straight with the last edge towards the back. Super Gojazz trying to flick him with the penalty zone, but cannot find a target. There's another minion wave though. Top side is coming. Super Gojazz wants to kill on the Chiku guys, but cannot find it. Now Super Red has to hold the fort. Zyme Senpai with the Mystic Guard flickers forward, and you just slams the totem in his face. It's Super Skies against the world. Fuse revives with the immortality. The minions are pushing in. SRG, I think they run out of gas. Todak not ready to wave goodbye just yet. This territory has not been conquered by SRG. And Todak will give us a game number 3.
What a game! What a game coming out for Todak, evening out that score. Zion Senpai, get this man off of that cord.
Legitimately a tense situation for the past 10 minutes or so, as we really could not tell which way it would go. The Red Giants putting up a great fight to keep themselves in the game, but Todak making sure not to lose too much of their momentum to finally solidify their victory and bring this much anticipated series to a final chapter.
I mean, that draft was already difficult to play out, and more importantly, for the side of SRG, somehow their defense is coming out clutch with big plays coming in from Pancake. But again, their draft, high risk, high reward, but at the end of the day, if they cannot find that main target, and that's Irithel, they're going to start crumbling quick.
That tip of the spear, Pancake on this show, right? Once the tip is broken, there's nothing else that the rest of the arsenal can put out. SRG just gotta take the eldest time, but thankfully that means we get a game 3, just as we desired for the series.
Absolutely. Oh boy. What a game, man. I don't even know what to say about that. Overall, the technicality with the way they've been playing their macro overall. And I mean, the pressure is high. We saw Pancake flub it just now with one of his kicks. And honestly, that could have been game winning.
Yeah, that would have made all the difference there, being able to catch out Chiku guys once more. But it's great to see that Todak were able to adjust, even though Chiku guys got picked off randomly a few times earlier in the game, making sure his positioning is correct. And then, even though we know that towards the late stages, Red Giants should on paper have more damage than what Todak could bring to the table. They had more bulkiness, more utility, and being able to work around those resources really made the difference.
Let's check out the MVP of game number 2 backstage, because it has been a pretty crazy series. Of course, Zion Senpai is the MVP. Let me remind everyone out there, this guy so far in this series has been deathless. He's not died a single time.
Well, I mean, let's confirm that here with our MVP stats in the back. And of course, 6-0 and 8, a perfect score. Maybe his debut game number 1 wasn't the best in the world. Who cares? Because game number 2, he's coming in super hard. And I mean, overall, the fact that he's deciding to take the Assassin Emblem was already interesting enough, but he also decides to go for Bargain Hunter. Not my personal favorite, but at the very least it speeds up what he can buy.
Well, it allowed him to scale up really quickly here. Already having full build, having the Blood Wings as well, such an expensive item. Even though the game honestly didn't last all that long, it looks like the mechanics of Zion Senpai are still there, even though he's been taking a back seat a long time here in the MPL. And these mechanics are why a lot of us have enjoyed watching this player over the years. I'm really glad to see him back.
He has had some outplays. I mean, who can forget the bottling flicker ultimate?
Yep.
This guy is he is definitely something that a lot of people need to keep their eyes on. But also, we gotta listen into what the boys are talking about behind the scenes during game 2. We have a mic check coming up, so listen in.
Okay, sabar. Dia beli. Nice. Satu, tol. Bubar. Mana? Pantai. Tak boleh kata second. Dia ada ratio. Mati dulu. Apa? Let's go. Tidur. Mati. Oish. Saja mengkeren. Boom. Bang Zaim bisa. Sebenarnya tak payah flick. Tidur. Pancake kau buat apa Pancake? Kau tidak. Yang mahal. Boleh masuk. Aku. Tipis. Nice. Aku mati. Jangan fikir. Listen. Nice. Nice. Tak ada fikir tau, Parsa. Awas steady lah cik. Fokus kan ke? Dah cancel. Nice. Sabar orang dulu. Ada minion. Tengok cik. Orang dulu guys. Jaga flicker tau. Nice Zaim. Sus. Kan daripada belakang kan. Mati dah. Aku mati. Nice. Orang dulu. Nice. Focus Zaim.
One of the more technical games we've had today, but here are the item builds for both teams. Honestly, 17 kills to 10, almost a 20-minute game. Look at the stats, they are so methodical.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, especially from early to mid, it's instantly what I've been waiting to see from Malaysian players when they pick up that box here. You gotta get disrespectful, and especially when you have mid priority or you're playing on the strong side of your map. This is what you should be constantly doing, invading your opponent, putting them so far behind that they can't even participate in the upcoming turtle fights, and that's exactly what Rival was able to accomplish here with the help of Zion Senpoi.
And you could see that the way that Todak were manipulating the early game, putting a lot of pressure onto the Red Giants. I do feel like when we look at the lineups as well, I'm pretty sure Todak manipulated Red Giants into picking this way. They understand that there is actually a pretty limited hero pool in terms of comfort picks that the Red Giant players like to default to. And the way that they counter-pick that to set up a more favorable situation for themselves, I feel like this was a masterclass.
I think the drafting was superb coming in from Todak's side. I mean, if we look at the items, even for someone like Momo, even though he had a perfect KDA, basically didn't even have his full build just yet. He knew all he had to do was just tank for the rest of the team, peel as much as he could, because nobody was really going to invest all the resources into him. And then we come back into Chiku, who basically got to do whatever he wants, but he really likes to play it on the edge.
Oh, he really does. Yeah, he has had some moments where could have been better, but one of the heroes that was highly contested in this case, Baxia, picked for both games by both the teams, and I do wonder if it's going to be a point of contest in Game 3. And also on top of that, when we look at SRG's side as well, they have the Cho, right, which both of you guys kind of question, do they need to pick the Cho in that first phase?
Yeah, I think that was the biggest problem for the side of SRG. The Cho pick was, it didn't feel like it belonged just yet. It felt like they were going for a hard read. And yeah, I mean, you're right. Technically, Irithel did get shown, but at the end of the day, when you do have the Cho, you're hoping to either block something, you're hoping to try to pick something off, and ideally, in a perfect world, you wouldn't get invaded so hard because Cho doesn't apply as much pressure as you would like compared to something like a Gronk.
Yeah. They were not prepared to deal with what Todak was throwing at them. The Cho pick definitely way too early, especially looking back at it now. Pancake didn't have a very solid time here. Yes, he got some clean pickoffs onto Chiku guys at certain points, but it's not enough. The rest of Todak can just quite easily run down the Red Giants even without Irithel, since they were basically given free reign. There was no chance that Red Giants would be able to pick off some of the bulkier members.
And in this game, another minor difference is the fact that the matchups in lane, right? Especially the XP lane, Super Gorgeous, Terizla, it was given by Terizla by Todak, but Todak just picks an export. You see, this game, Super Gorgeous shut down most of the time.
Yeah, and I think that, that's one of the biggest problems. The fact that they didn't have mid lane control, the fact that they had a losing side lane in EXP, you already knew which was going to be the strong side of the map. And I think even for Irithel at this point in time, with so much pressure being put inside that jungle, leaving the Beatrix and Irithel by themselves is probably not the best idea because nobody is getting ahead. And more importantly, Irithel is able to kind of just maintain the waves in front, maintain the waves by just forcibly clearing it out.
Man, spending a lot of time just trying to get this pesky Baxia and Gronk out of their own jungle. So very, very tough game for SRG. When we look at the numbers, it's very, very evident that Todak got to do whatever they want.
Yeah, completely here. And Zion Senpoi being the carry here on that gourd as well, being absolutely insane. Somehow, this hero has a 100% win rate here in MPL, and that is crazy to me. But Todak played very clean here. Even though Super Red was farming up a storm, having the highest GPM throughout the game, it definitely came down to the fact that the Red Giants were not able to create enough space for him towards that mid to late game. And because of that, the team fights just were not favorable to them. Even though Super Red actually was doing a lot of damage, he already had his power spikes in that second to last base defense where he was able to solo take down multiple members of Todak. If they had more tools here, Red Giants still had a very solid opportunity.
I think it's tough no matter what, right? Like, even they do have tools, but with the high oppression in the early stages of the game, it made sure that Super Skies wasn't in a position where he could constantly be a threat to people like even Zion Senpoi, right? I would imagine they would be using the Mortal Coils to try to stop the Mystic Gush, but even then, Zion Senpoi just outplayed it.
Yeah, I mean, we even talked about how Todak has a way to dive the backlines, right? I think we can see that very, very frequently in these highlight reels. The Farsa, by the way, was the first pick by SRG. They take it away from Todak, and Todak just responded, well, we have Croc, we have Boxia, we have Export, you deal with it. SRG at one point, they were just eating up all those spells with the Farsa.
Yeah, and I mean, this early rotation coming out for Todak really solidified their lead overall. The fact that Yumas was able to get the turtle even worse, because that means that SRG got literally zero profit from this. We do see mistakes coming out of Todak happening later on, but at the very least, they only lose 1 or 2 members, so it didn't really hurt their economy in the long run.
And towards the mid-game, the Red Giants were actually putting up a pretty good fight, but unfortunately it didn't last for very long. And part of the reason why Cho, not a big fan of the hero, even though it's very fun to play sometimes, it does rely on mechanics. It relies on everything being a favorable situation. And unfortunately, we are seeing a little bit of some cracks in the armor here, where Pancake surprisingly makes more mechanical misplays than we would expect.
I mean, can you really blame him though? Like, the margin of error for Cho compared to a Grok is a lot higher.
Even on other heroes, we've seen misplays from Pancake.
Oh, that's fair.
That's fair. I think at Game 2 it's definitely going to sting a bit, right? But just like what we've always kind of always mention when it comes to these close series, you just gotta block it out of your mind. Focus on Game 3, because for SRG, they are here to prove something. I would say one of the most anticipated teams to have a potential to take down Todak, and if they do, it's a new height for SMG.
Yeah, and
no, SRG.
Oh, SRG, yeah. But I think
understandable.
For all the fans here, they're waiting in anticipation for how the results are gonna come up. It's about the fashion of which they win in, rather than just like, oh, do we win or do we lose? People are really taking a magnifying glass and really looking down at some of the picks, even some of the teams, some of the team members, managers, and even coaches I've seen just walk around.
You need to be very analytical now, especially in this meta. It's not just about the players themselves anymore. The coaches contribute really heavily, because drafts can make or break a game right from the very beginning. And the easier you make it for your team to come out on top, the easier it is for that to usually be the result. So what needs to happen for Game 3 is Red Giants needs to be less predictable here, because I feel like Todak completely anticipated what they were going to do and even manipulated the draft to force them into these specific hero picks.
Well, hopefully we do see that adjustment in game number 3, but I don't know. I'm just going to leave it up to fate at this point.
Because I'm thinking, right, because you guys did brought up SRG, they have kind of a tight hero pool, and if that is going to be the main issue, then Todak, they are looking really, really good. But we have Game 3 coming up. For that, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, Game 3 between SRG and Todak is going to kick off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi
Welcome back to the MPL MY Season 12. This is week number 3 and it's SERU Saturday, which means that we have a banger of a series lineup. Selangor Red Giants against Todak, Game 3 coming up, and you're here with us on the desk. My name is Husky. Alongside me are my panel of experts. It's Getting Q and Sadafa.
So far, the games have been extremely technical, so don't expect to see a lot of action as of yet. Even the kill score thus far hasn't been as high as we usually expect from both SRG as well as Todak.
What we are seeing though is very smart gameplay overall, where both teams adjusting and figuring out what it is that makes their opponents tick. With Red Giants instantly going for comfort and outdrafting Todak in game number 1, and then Todak instantly turning things around and telling them, hey, we have you figured out. We know exactly how to make you play the game we want you to play, and coming out on top to bring it to the final game of the series.
And there is one point that I want to bring out that we did discuss a bit prior to game 1, which was the video, right? The video between these two teams, a lot of smack talk. SRG specifically pointed out that Todak's weak point is the mid lane. Well, that mid lane has went deathless so far.
Yep, deathless. Oh man, it's crazy to think that, you know, Zyme Senpai is able to jive pretty well. I mean, we heard that mic check, right? Momo was also being extra vocal, and this guy, he doesn't talk very much up on stage.
Absolutely. Well, if you guys would like to talk, or if you guys even want a chance to that, you can participate in our TikTok campaign from 24th of August until the 6th of September. Join it and have a chance to share and win up to 2 million Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds.
Wow.
As long as you include the hashtag ML Hari Kebangsaan, you are in the running for it. Anything 2 million is great. 2 million diamonds, 2 million ringgit, 2 million, I don't know, mastery points.
Look, honestly, they should probably change that 2 million to a lifetime of diamonds, because 2 million, like, what could you possibly not purchase at that point? It's too much for me to comprehend.
Just straight up diamond millionaire status right there. You're set for life. You can buy every skin you ever dreamed of. So make sure you guys go ahead and participate, because you're gonna want to spend as much of your attention as possible for the next game, which I imagine going to be very spicy.
Yeah. My biggest gripe as of right now for both game 1 and game number 2 is the fact that the drafts have been like somewhat more advantageous for one team. I'm waiting for the fact when it comes down to that 50-50 where they have even playing fields, then what happens to both of these teams.
And game 2 is easier to point out. Again, the show was kind of like the main point of focus for SRG. And in this case, I mean, when we go into game 3, that limited hero pool, the impression that we get from SRG, I hope that it doesn't hurt them, because if that is the case, I think Todak, they're going to be in a very comfortable spot with what they've shown so far. We're looking at a team that has played for so long together. They're veterans, and they are a team that just loves to experiment with whatever heroes is available.
I think there needs to be that reset that needs to happen, right? From the side of specifically Coach Arcadia. Because the fact that they decided, you know what, we picked Cho as our third pick. Our very first pick was Farsa. He's making some really hard reads on Todak, and I think he needs to take a step back and start, you know, playing a little bit more flexibly.
It does feel a bit too aggressive, and I think what's happening with the hero pool for Red Giants here is a little bit different from the usual problem of teams and players having limited hero pools. It's not that Red Giants can only play a few heroes, it's that they've gotten a bit too comfortable playing specific heroes for too long. They're on a win streak after all. The comfort picks, pocket picks have been working super well for them so far, so why change it? But now Todak has given them a reason to do so. And you mentioned wanting to see a more even draft here. I think Game 3 is where we're going to see that.
And we wanted to see SRG being put in an uncomfortable spot, right? And I think the vibe definitely changed a bit on SRG's side. Normally, they're very, very calm, collected, they're very jolly, but in this case, they know that they have, Todak has had them on the road for Game 2. But this is where everything comes to fruition. This is where we find out who might just win on the series. Todak now getting the first pick.
Ah, interesting. So Selangor Red Giants have decided to be on red side. Hopefully this shakes things up for Kuja, because so far his preparation in game number 2 on red side was superb. Coming into blue side, we'll see whether it's going to even out the score with the Fanny Valentina band to kick things off for Todak's side, and SRG bending up the Hero as well as the Kaja. It feels like the bands are ending up to be the exact same.
The Angela though, that one is still on the table, right? And I think that could be the X factor if SRG don't ban it out. Is it? A total ticket.
Is it going to be right here?
Are forcing it in this situation here, because while it is the same bands, it's on slightly different sides. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what will be the choice. The Angela did get banned out previously by the Red Giants, and they are in a similar situation right now, but that's going to straight up open options like the Baxia, like the X-Borg that have been tearing up here.
Let's find out if they're going to do so. I mean, based on their opening picks, it was a bit of struggle for the side of SRG. There we go, the Angela gets banned out, so same exact bans from either side. Let's see how Todak is going to approach the draft, especially with that first pick. Is it going to be Flex? No.
Wow.
Straight into Irithel.
I mean, SRG definitely not the only team that first picked that goal laner. Todak, I mean, Irithel is one hero, but they've done it with 1-1 before. So Todak really showing that confidence right now.
Yeah, Todak are quite confident with Chiku on basically whatever goal lane he's feeling like playing at the moment, and that enables them to open up that flexibility for the rest of their players, because a lot of them are multi-role, a lot of them have very deep pockets, so it's a good approach here, because in the end, the pick that will actually affect dynamic matchups the least is actually that goal lane.
Dynamic matchups. I would like to believe that, but there's also a certain degree of like how much will it matter at the end of the day once you have outside influence, and I think that's where Selangor Red Giants are really going to take advantage of this, right? They get the Grok for themselves, they also make sure that they get the Yeve early on, because we haven't seen Todak actually lock in any kind of suppression. The Franco has been open for so very long, and nobody is going to take a chance on it just to play their own style of that comp.
It's very comforting to see that SRG, they are not trying to hard read Todak like game 2, but they still have certain solutions if their read is correct. While Todak, it's their turn to pick the Cho. What's with these teams?
Did they bite the bait? Did they actually
okay, wait,
see
so
it?
are we missing something? Like, are we overlooking something with the Cho?
Now, I'm pretty sure this is just straight up an ego challenge. We saw a card being held by the audience earlier with that's it, like Yume's tutor Cho, like show the Red Giants how to really play it. I get the feeling that's exactly what this is.
He took it personally.
Yeah.
It was just like, all right, I'll show you. Oh man. Wait, Cho carries Nunchakus on his back, but he never uses it?
That is true. It's part of his model.
Which is actually pretty interesting.
I don't remember. I know that when you open up the hero, he does have the Nunchaku. I don't remember
but he
seeing
never
it on
used
the
it, right?
model.
He has Jikundo, he has Shunpo, and he has the Way of Dragon. None of them uses the Nunchuk.
Man, interesting. Interesting. All right. Something to keep in mind here, but...
Wow!
It's the Super Red Clint.
I mean, let's take a step back and look at this. Alright, so what are we looking at?
We're looking at
this Clint pick.
With this Clint pick, right now the SRG is banking on the fact that Todak doesn't have any means of hard dive other than this Cho. They've already got the Grok to kind of get vision overall, and even if they do get the kick, there is some form of counter engage, right? So right now, it's all about whether or not Super Red doesn't get hit by this kick, and I think the game should be pretty free. But let's not forget, the X-Borg as well has already been locked in, so there's no way to kind of switch things up unless they throw that X-Borg into the jungle and pick Yuzong for themselves. Then they have a guaranteed way to actually affect that gold.
feel risky to go for it though. Clint is definitely not going to be contested anytime soon, so I feel like they could have left Super Red's hero for later. They have last pick after all, and it would have made it more difficult for Todak to prepare for the counter pick.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, right? This Clint is not really up there in the prior list. We say the same for Cho, so SRE, they really are putting a lot of importance onto Super Red. With that being said, even the first 2 games, it didn't feel like it was a big problem, especially in game 2, right? They still found a solution to get by the targeting of Todak. Right now, SRG, they still can think about flexing this Grog. You can say that there's the same properties for Todak with the X-Borg as well. But it does lock the Terizla out of the composition.
The southern
well, for now, I would say. Selangor Red Giants are going to be banning out the Gord as well as the Kadita. I think 2 very smart picks, especially to make sure that nobody else is able to actually access that back line, specifically the Kadita. But with the Gord, on the other hand, that front line does want to take true damage at the end of the day.
It's to make sure that Super Red is able to more comfortably position himself, and the Yuzong does get banned out here. So Todak are suspecting the potential Yuzong Eve combo. Interesting choices here.
There is still the Joy.
That's true.
Is this time?
Joy has just not been seen.
No,
this
these 2
season.
teams have not touched the Joy at all.
These 2 teams do not like Joy. They're not big fans of
not
happiness.
Marie Kondo, you know, it doesn't spark joy.
It does not spark joy.
Well, besides from Marie Kondo's famous quote, I think that Todak's positioning, I don't know, I feel like the Yuzong feels a little unnecessary, but they want to make Gojas feel as uncomfortable as possible. We do see the Edith get locked in. I still don't know whether it's the Edith or the Grok that goes into the support position, but we'll find out in a little bit as Todak must complete their comp.
Saving this guy's hero for last. So we talk about Assassin, then Ling is the first one that comes to mind. If Joy can still be an option, only the last one was banned out.
Yeah,
would the Hellcurt be an option for SRG in this lineup, this comp?
Hellcurt, not bad actually, considering they have the Eve and Grok. They want to have vision to engage. But Todak are gonna actually go for pretty default picks here. Nothing too unusual. The Martis and the Novaria. This is serious mode here. Todak doesn't want to take any risks in game number 3.
Yeah, and I think at this stage, the Selangor Red Giants want to just be like, you know what, we're going to bank it all on Super Zakin as well as Super Red on Clint as well as Yves respectively, and lock in the Boxy and try to repeat the same thing all over again. Because I will admit that at least for Gold Lane, it's about even clearing speed, right? And then you already have Grok for the side of Selangor Red Giants, so it's very easy to kind of manipulate the waves and start moving into enemy territory. Not to mention that Novaria doesn't have a lot of damage in the early stages of the game unless you are landing that Astral Shatter at its max range, like right at the tip.
Right at the tip indeed. Red Giants.
Whoa! I mean, we completely let this slip our mind. The
Can you blame us?
Special. I wouldn't blame anyone, honestly, right?
Who picked, like, there's only like 1 or 2 junglers in the whole MPL that picked this hero, and Skies is not one of them. This is new right here, and Todak doesn't quite have the heroes they need to find the real body in the background. This could actually be interesting for Red Giants.
We saw in game 2 where Todak used the Boxer to basically just outpace the Martins. Like, can this Hanzo kind of do the same in this game 3?
I definitely think it can, but I think a lot of this comes down to a war of information. Where do these junglers start, and how are they going to position themselves? Because if any of the side laners notice something funky or fishy going on, then they are going to collapse and start responding. Because Hanzo, the great thing about him is that his Devourer can basically instantly take away a buff from your opponent, but it doesn't mean that Todak doesn't have a response.
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, Todak against SRG, again, the highlight of the day. Game 3 starting right now. Todak finally going to be on the blue side of the map. But looking for SRG, this Hanzo pick under the microscope in such a pivotal match as well.
Yeah, I would love to know what the thought process is from Coach Arcadia to actually whip out this Hanzo, or at the very least, why they want to go for it, right? Because at the end of the day, it felt like they wanted to position themselves for an assassin. Todak decides to get the Cho, and now it's not that easy to actually deal with this particular assassin, where yes, you can actually waste the kick, but as long as he's in that Demon Spirit form, it's kind of difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it also shows why they decided to go for the Clint early instead. They were saving that last pick for the Hanzo to come out here, In terms of emblems, you can see that Sky is going for very damage-oriented. Got penetration, high and dry as well, with the killing spree. So it does look like his goal is actually to catch out members like Sai and Senpoi and Chiku guys by themselves.
At the same time, you also have a jungler that can kind of move across the map pretty quickly, right? And can access these lanes, kind of help out both of those invades in a very safe manner. In fact, just as long as it's in the spirit form.
Yeah, and I mean, as of right now, like Super Skies needs to hit that level 4 as soon as possible. Momo just being as annoying as he possibly can, but at the end of the day, it's really, really important. Once we hit that level 4, I do want to see how Super Skies is going to start managing to attack Todak's draft, because in terms of like the way that they push things out, at least for Zion Senpoi, he can actually keep up with Super Zack unless Grok affects the lane.
Momo just lost the Fragile armor. Super Skies
No
try
way.
to put him down. No way he gets this first blood. But it is substantial pressure on the bottom side to force Momo to go for that recall.
I do like that right there. We have to note that X-Borg is usually his weakest before level 4 when he doesn't have access to that last Insanity, and hitting level 4 is very important on the EXP laner for the first turtle of the game. So Red Giants put themselves in a more comfortable spot, but they're actually not even going to contest it at all.
I feel like Pancake should have tried to reset this way earlier on, just to buy a little bit more time for the guys to get some form of farm and keep even with Rival at this stage of the game. But now, I think now it's just about kills, right? How do you get ahead in terms of gold? He's going for this invade on that purple buff.
Get it?
Yep.
Nope. Yep.
Found it.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
So annoying.
So again, right, you want to kind of at least get the ball rolling as fast as possible. I think Rival is doing a pretty good job keeping up.
I mean, it's just game sense and game knowledge, right? They know that Rival ended up using that Retribution, so instantly Super Zack's like, okay, I can just start walking up right now. And Rival is going to do the exact same thing to Super Skies unless he finishes it fast.
Some very quick rotations coming up from these teams right now as we enter the 3rd minute. Todak still has a slight net worth lead, but it's not enough to be a big issue here. Sky is keeping up in levels with Rival. So looking at the overall comps, I think they are very balanced. There's a good amount of scaling on either side. No one has a big leaning towards early or late game as compared to games number 1 and 2. So a lot of it will come down to how the game actually develops in comparison.
Yeah, okay.
Whoa. That's the king. Actually, Castle, Youp's gonna finish the thing. Gonna finish the job. Wow, first blood given over to Super Skies.
Nicely done by Pancake, making sure that he's canceling the second half of the Way of the Dragon. But up on top side, I've noticed that Super Red is actually taking a good amount of punishment. Like, somehow he's already a level down and he's been playing very passively for the time being.
I think he's actually okay with that, though. Super Red on the Clint, you would think that this hero would want to win out in the gold lane comparatively, but I think Super Red is quite content with keeping it safe, making sure that he doesn't get outscaled by Chiku guys too hard, as long as he's able to keep up in farm. Because once you reach that mid-game, then Red Giants does have some pretty good fighting potential, and he will reach that strike before Chiku guys, because the Hero Tail will need 2 or 3 items in total. That's probably the timing Red Giants is going to be looking for.
Yeah, Super Zack's got to position himself closer to the top side, right, so he doesn't get kicked again by Youp's. Keep in mind, he's got the Ice Queen's wand, so he has some very relevant ways to slow down his opponents.
Both teams are going to try and jostle for this turtle. This time, SRG, the opponent ready to take this, and Youp's will be the point of interest if he gets the kickoff. So Todak, they're going to disengage, let this turtle reset.
Going for the reset, probably the safer choice right now. But I feel like Todak can definitely try and invest for it. Right now they're applying a lot of pressure across the map, and Chiku guys has already gotten the full gold plating in the bot lane too.
Oh, Rival is able to get the turtle!
Yeah, he got the turtle, so very unlucky. He actually won the red reward. Just make us use just to get rid of that spirit form from Super Skies.
What a slow game this is. Both sides are there's just a lot of posturing going around. Both sides want to be in position to actually threaten their opponent if they make that mistake, but they don't really want to actually commit fully to it because the collateral is just going to be so much worse if they make that first move. And I think for the side of Selangor Red Giants, as much as they do want to eventually scale towards that later half of the game, it can't. Oh, this dangerous.
Just find a kick, Roman positions to be used. Pancake will expand, looking to get out. We'll go just late to the scene. Selangor Red Giants, they disengage.
Okay.
There is surprisingly passive movement from these teams right now. I would have actually expected that Todak would go a little bit more aggressive because Yums and Rival could definitely set up for some kills, but they also recognize that the Red Giants will be pretty hard to jump onto just because of the way that their composition is drafted. So a lot of respect here from these two teams after coming away from 2 games, both 1 victory each, knowing that their victory right now are standing on a knife's edge.
I'm surprised that we do see that Chico guys decides to go for the lane swap. Wanting to be on the bottom side of the map is rather odd, I would like to say, mainly because it's where the turtle is going to spawn. Wouldn't you much rather have your last insanity from Momo rather than Chico guys who doesn't even have like his full build just yet, or at the very least 3 items?
Contrary to game 2, Chico this time, he's gonna go for the Purifier instead of the sprint on this Irritel.
I think what's happening here is that, yes, having Last Insanity is going to be very important, but look at the way that Momo's rotating. He's going to be able to join the turtle fight no problem, and what they've accomplished by that is that Momo can actually pressure Super Red a little bit better compared to Chico guys. So what they're doing is giving X4 a chance to farm very safely because there's no threat to him. Chico guys gets the full gold plating, and they're still going to be able to rotate over to the turtle while slowing down Super Red from hitting my power spike.
So this is just raw profit, at least for the side of Chico, right? He got the level as well as he got the gold plate at the same time, and now they can't even walk up to this turtle. They're kind of giving a lot of things away over to Todak's side.
And Yum straight up just used his ultimate to kick Super Skies away to make sure that there's no chance of them making any sort of a retry steal.
Now this is very clean gameplay from Todak right here. Like, actually really unusual how quiet the game has been considering the participants in it overall. But they understand their win conditions and they're actually putting it all on the line right now to get this victory. Remember, Red Giants are still undefeated here in Season 12, and Todak wants to be the ones to put a stop to that.
Yeah, and so far, Super Red a level down, Berserker's Fury already completed by Chico guys. The worst part is that Super Red doesn't have enough information to sit underneath the start. He completely sacrifices it on that top side, and it wasn't even now. Even a minute ago, when that neutral objective was already up, he was backing away, not participating in that upcoming turtle fight, and worse yet, not even getting a clean push towards Todak's tower.
Yeah, this is actually pretty bad here because Super Red has always been able to maintain a gold lead farming against Chico guys because he can usually find that space. But here, I'm pretty sure Chico guys is pretty comfortable. He's already got actually a 1,000 net worth lead over Super Red. That is not good.
How are the side lane looking like with both teams? So if SRG has to kind of play that side lane, I'm looking at just Super Skies on this Hanzo.
Uh-oh, this could be bad.
Oh, the body.
Real body. Super Skies. Gotta get back right now. Back into his mortal body.
Oh!
And Super Go just both trade a flicker. Right, we should be able to get out of this primal form use as well. Chico guy just shows up. Super Go just disengages. Top side, tier 1 does go down to SRG.
Yep, but at least Momo was able to kind of clear up the minions with the help of Zyme Senpai, and now we're back to that stalemate all over again. Todak, I mean, when you see that Hanzo, he's coming down to that bottom side, and let's see whether Chico guys is going to run past him or not. No, he decides not to as the wave is cleared up and is denied a turret. This is the most even we have seen. The gold lead is 45 gold.
Yeah, this is very interesting here. When I saw the Hanzo, I thought that Skies was going to be a lot more aggro. Yums tries to get the kick wrong direction, unfortunately, but he's actually playing very safely, using the Hanzo as more of a tool rather than going for kills, which is surprising considering how aggressive his emblem set is.
Without the kick, Super Red is just going to roll forward and try to take Yums down. Super Guy shows up. Yums should post the safety. They get the bot tier 1, but they do lose the Cho, as the lore is now going to be started by Todak.
They use the retry too.
Yep, so that means that Todak is going to instantly sit on top of this Lord. I mean, this Pancake is trying to reset and slow this down, but here we go.
And Sandy to be used, manipulation will be also activated. Momo loses the Firaga armor. Pancake retains that immortality. That's important. SRG to take this fight. Super Red to be dead. Wow, Chico is already dead. Rival back into the pit, but has no health. Super Red with a 1-2 shoot takes them out. SRG finds the Lord.
What the hell is going on right now? SRG already they were late to this Lord. Todak were looking to rush it. They get slowed down by the ult coming in from Super Zac, and eventually Pancake trying to slow him down with a wild charge as well. But at the end of the day, they get out of it, then they don't reset off of it. Chiku guys ends up dying, and Super guys now with a phenomenal 2-level lead against their opponents and can basically do whatever he wants. He is untouchable.
Wow, that was just a free tower, and he nearly killed Yums on top of it too. The Hanzo is online. Red Giants being able to win out that fight, you can see that instantly the momentum has shifted. That still hurts quite a bit though. Zion Senpai with the snipe. Lord gonna come up. I'm pretty sure Todak can deal with this, but they've instantly had their roles reversed on them as the Red Giants looks like they've been playing safe and slow all for this power spike on Super Skies and Super Red.
Yeah, and this is a big power spike. Seal coming on through, but no, they're just going to regroup to just clear up these waves. They want to make sure that they at least have a couple of tier 2 still standing for the upcoming fight to fall back to in case it all goes wrong. I don't know, man. Considering that it's going to be soon, MPLPH is going to be debuting, and I didn't realize it was going to start right here, right now.
I mean, guys, it has been quiet for a long time, and now just off of one play, the skills have been tipped, and you can hear the crowd behind. SRG fans firing up. Rival almost going down to Super Skies. As much as we say Rivals has been keeping up with this Hanzo, that is now completely irrelevant.
Yeah, the tides have turned, and the fans can feel it from the side of SRG. They're going to be using the Magic Sentry to open up that bottom side of the map to get some information, but they've already confirmed all of their suspicions. They're just going to have to pull back, right? Regardless of what they do, Super Skies can basically come in from every single angle, and there is no means for Todak to get on top of that real body.
Yeah, this is a huge problem now. I feel like Todak went into this game thinking they could take it slow, get some farm onto Chiku guys, and then run over the game from that point onwards. But I think they may have been playing a little bit too respectfully of Red Giants for too long, to the point where once that power spike came around, they were not prepared for it. And I think all of us, we know our pub games, we know what Hanzo's capable of once he has this item lead. He can just keep pelting that ultimate at you.
And look at this, Selangor Red Giants getting more and more confident after clearing up their waves. They're slowly taking ground. They need to make sure that Todak feel that pressure constantly.
You got it.
Yep.
Look at that, Super Skies just goes in time and time. Wait.
Oh, they might find Super Red. He has to flicker away. Super Goja to protect him. The kick from Yums is dead, but still not enough to protect
Super
Chiku.
Goja!
The wall charge from Pancake. They do lose Super Red, but they found 3 in return.
They've lost it all. They've lost it all. Todak ran out of patience. They saw an opportunity and they took it. Don't tell me it wasn't a good idea, but unfortunately, Selangor Red Giants slaps them back even harder. Thank goodness, at least for Zion Senpai, was able to land the skill shot, taking out Super Red for a little bit of retribution.
My goodness. The turnaround here, Todak, I like the idea. They see Super Red. He's obviously very juicy, but they ignore Gojas a bit too long. And you have to remember, this Edith still does a good amount of DPS herself. There's a reason why the hero is so popular. But they trade 1 for 3. The Lord now falls into the hands of the Red Giants. I'm pretty sure Gojas just got a Starlium Scythe as well.
I was about to point that out as well. Oh, you're just going to get ran down by Super Skies.
Run him down.
Almost goes down.
This is so disgusting. Todak is getting oppressed so much by Super Skies, and they have no answers to it whatsoever. Super Red got the GDS as well, on top of the fact that we did see the Starlight Scythe from Super Gojas. So they've hit some really important power spikes here to try and close this game out.
It seems like everything rests on Chiku's shoulders now, right? Zaimi is going to provide info. He's going to get some long-range snipe every few seconds, but if Chiku goes down, this game goes up in smokes for Todak.
We'll see. We'll see how long, because so far Zion Senpai doesn't dare walk out of his base. He's just going to have to shoot from afar and pray that it's going to be enough.
Mid inhibitors can go down. Nothing that Todak can do. SRG, so far they've been playing a clean and methodical game, and they're going to be looking for more than just a mid inhibitor. The top one also in danger. Super Skies, he's going to die beyond. Brings Rival down low. Super Red going to look for the finisher on this inhibitor, and he'll get it.
Sieging it perfectly, right? 2 inhibitors already down.
Some really clean play here from the Red Giants. They're now playing cold, calculated, and making sure that they don't give Todak any chances to come back into this. And it'll be pretty hard to do. Oh, we see Poti.
Come on,
Of course, he's in the audience.
This man, him and his trash talk. Oh, that one stings for Todak, and it does feel like a minor reality, at least in this game.
I swear to God, Pochi's alter ego is going to be on Todak's side as well, doing the exact same thing.
Yes, they'll be gonna Yums looking for the target, but can't find it. He went to Super Skies, but that's not ideal. And now he's gonna get slowly. Brad now flickers to safety. The Grok wall not enough, but a separate fight on the bottom side. Super Gorgeous in the Primal Wrath form, chunking down Rival. He's just gonna kill him. Rival barely escaping. All 3 inhibitors dead.
What a statement they make. That's that's Super Sky. Whoa! Whoa! That damage!
Right outside his base!
That just full on disrespect from Super Sky.
There's nothing Todak can do anymore. Red Giants, all of them have so much damage individually that Todak can't even fight 1v1s, let alone a 5v5.
We saw Super Gorgeous, who just got the Starless side, run down 2 members of Todak in a separate fight in the bot lane.
And if you think that wasn't ridiculous enough, Super Skies decide, you know what? I'm gonna go underneath the crystal to make something happen.
Uh-oh, Zysen boy, you need the clean KD, baby! No more clean KD for this guy.
He's getting another one!
No!
2 for him! A bit too much, don't you think?
You cannot do this! This is unfair. This is just straight up oppression.
Absolute brutal from SRG. And this might be it, the Swordfishes. Fish out of water. Yums, final hope. It has to happen right now. Finds the kick, Super Red back in underneath the crystal. Super Red survives, goes back in, rolls in for more, finds the kill, and SRG have done it. They have done it. Selangor Red Giants have conquered the Swordfishes.
Oh my God, what a game! These players knew they're gonna be playing their tip-top performance. Gorgeous, give it to him. Give it to him.
Undefeated still, and he's gonna pick for him. Let him do it.
Oh my goodness. That was disgusting right there from the Red Giants. Putting Todak in a position like that where there is literally nothing they can do. Skies being able to get 2 kills without any risk to himself. This was masterfully played by the Red Giants. They keep their Season 12 win streak alive. And the defending champions, the veterans of MPL, have been toppled by the new blood.
Gorgeous, he honored his word. He said that, wow, when I was live streaming, Chico came and he's like, we're gonna beat your butt. And Gorgeous was like, try and bring me down. Well, that's not gonna happen today. We'll have to wait until playoffs if that even comes around for Todak. We have to get the perfect scenario, but wow, SRG, they have not just defied expectations, they have fulfilled a lot of prophecies that we had on our minds. And they gave us one of the most technical and almost flawless games against Todak.
That was disgusting. I can't believe Hanzo was able to get away with all of that. Just the perfect setup here coming in from Coach Arcadia.
We're going to throw it to Rose to talk to Selangor Red Giants about that win over Todak. Rose, take it away.
Dan itu dia, Selangor Red Giants continues their win streak. Yang they went against the Raja Lawan of MPL Malaysia. Gergasi merah kita. Guys, a round of applause. Alright, jap. Okay lah. Gorgeous. Sebelum kita start match, kita tadi nampak satu video yang sangat-sangat pedas, we could say. And I'm pretty sure Gorgeous ada banyak benda nak bagi tahu dekat side Todak. Gila kan?
Tak dengar.
Kuat sangat. Alright, so, okay, sekali lagi Tadi sebelum match, kita nampak kita ada satu video kan?
Ada video.
Yang sangat pedas.
Sangat pedas.
Alright. And I'm pretty sure Gorgeous sekarang ada banyak benda nak bagi tahu pasukan Todak. Silakan.
Jap. Jap. Goyang. Jap. Ada ikan. Ada ikan. Ikan Todak.
Alright.
Okay, apa dia ni?
Okay.
Pasal Todak.
Nak cakap apa dekat Todak?
Nak cakap dengan Todak
Okay lah, I bagi you soalan lain.
Okay,
Since
soalan
tadi
dah.
you dah buat taunting macam tu. Alright, gorgeous. Kita dari video tu nampak that Ciku guys cakap dia nak turunkan Selangor Red Giants daripada the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, ingat.
Sekarang?
Masa tu saya ada live. Lepas tu Ciku kata nanti dia nak tolong turunkan saya. Cik, mananya? Tak turun pun.
Alright. Okay guys. While masih pedas lagi ni, kita tambah pedas. Korang rasa siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP? Semua. Alright, ni cakap semua. Kita tengok skrin kita, siapa MVP? Let's go. Kita punya MVP ialah Super Skies. Skies. Ni satu lagi budak yang dah belajar jadi pedas tau. Okay. Sekali lagi Selangor Red Giants menang 2-1. Tadi pun Lafel cakap Selangor Red Giants sekarang diorang memang suka menang 2-1 je. Nak bagi opponent tu rasa macam ada chance lah. So, Skies, sebagai MVP untuk perlawanan ni, you rasa 2-1 momentum ni akan terus ke playoffs ke?
Saya rasa kita akan terus ke F5 terus kot. Tak playoff lah, F5 terus.
Alright, okay, eyes on the prize. Okay, nak cakap apa-apa tak dekat Todak?
Cakap apa kat Todak tadi bukan main beria rusuh-rusuh saya. Saya main tank boleh lah, saya main assassin, sorry lah.
Alright, I rasa let us ask. Okay, Super Red. Super Red baik sikit. Dia baik sikit. Okay, Super Red. In the video, you said that Ciku guys is the #1 marksman in Malaysia and you respect him.
Yeah.
Now that you've gone up against him and you won against him, how are you feeling?
Good.
You feel good?
Yeah.
What do you want to say to Ciku?
Nice game.
All right, Pancake. One last words for all your fans watching today.
Thank you for supporting us and I hope we can keep our win streak until tomorrow and next week.
Until tomorrow and next week je. Lepas, after that, no one wins streak already.
Okay.
Guys, first time I nampak Pancake menggigil atas stage. Alright, congratulations once again to Selangor Red Giants. Congratulations on your continuous win streak. Round of applause. Dewanshri Putra. Alright, and with that, marilah Troy Factory Casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam Best of 3 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Well, gentlemen, Selangor Red Giants have done it. The territory is now red, undefeated in the group stage. They've dropped games from North Series. In the last game, Super Skies definitely our MVP. And even overall, one game on the Boxer and one game on the Hanzo. You can invade him when he's playing tank, but when he's on an assassin, he takes you out like you've never seen him coming.
Man, I don't know. Something about his assassins here. The setups coming in from Coach Arcadia to make his players shine here. It feels like, honestly, Coach Arcadia is picking and choosing who's the MVP of the game these days.
Basically, right, he was saving that last pick for Super Skies. You knew this was part of the plan from the very beginning. And at first, it seemed very weird. You think, oh, Hanzo, he's going to be so aggressive. He's going to invade. He's going to take kills. But no, these Red Giants were just taking it slow. We were like thinking, what's going to happen here? And then once you hit that midpoint, when Super Skies, hey, I can kill people now, he just decides it's time to go, it's time to win.
Yeah.
Well, I want to listen into what the rest of Selangor Giants are talking about in that game because it was slow and then it ramped up and they never looked back. Here's the mic check to have a listen.
I'm Maleba. People first.
I got you. Kill Martis dude. Nice.
Red 3.
I know Red 3. Okay. I stand. We still have second marksman. I am marksman.
No picker.
We can fight. Yeah. I am marksman.
No spring. You can kill.
Nice.
Chill. I think can. Go. Ade. Chi. Yeah. I cancel. No one. One hit red. Tower lock.
Well, what a triumphant victory, honestly, for SRG. We're going to take a look at the post-game stats. This is definitely the only game that was a landslide today, man. It was by a mile. SRG 11-2 in terms of scores.
I mean, they started to ramp up things pretty quick. For the longest time, nothing was happening within the game, and then once the ball got rolling, and we already see that Super Skies got his build, the Trinity build more importantly, oh my goodness, he is just running people down.
Even having that Blade of Despair and Malefic Roar to end things out. Having full build so quickly too is insane. Not that far behind on Super Red, who we already know is a really quick farmer himself. The Selangor Red Giants have put Todak in a state of being so oppressed that I don't think we've seen in MPL for ages there. So props to them, as the new blood here in MPL MY have a lot to prove.
I mean, Todak's patience were tested, right? We remember that top lane gang, Todak felt like they had to go for it, and I felt like that was the coup de grace that Selangor Red Giants kind of just gave to Todak. Set the bait, Todak took it, and SRG ran with it. The enemies for SRG, of course, like you guys just pointed out earlier on, Hanzo with, I wouldn't say the Holy Trinity, the whole pentagon of items that he has in his arsenal. But even for Super Red, he got off to a slightly slower start, right? 1,000 gold behind Chico, he is a level down, but he was able to kind of catch up at the end, thanks to the rest of the team.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, with the help of the rest of the team, they're kind of preventing him from getting harassed too much. I felt like Todak should have taken full advantage of the situation, especially since, you know, once Pancake kind of reveals himself, they have a rough idea of where Hanzo is going to be, then they can make things start to happen, especially since Zyme Senpai was getting some pretty good pushes on towards that mid lane. I felt like it was a little slow from Todak's side, and they couldn't identify where the chinks in the armor were.
I think Todak themselves were a little bit confused here, and you could tell that they wanted to make things happen. Red Giants identified that Todak do have a lineup that require a little bit of snowballing. Irritel needs more time to come online. They have Cho, they have Martes, and logically speaking, they can really start getting kills pretty early on. So Red Giants take a completely different style of play than we're used to seeing, right? They decide we're not going to play aggro early. We're actually going to play more defensive, balanced, making sure that if Todak initiates, our goal is just to disengage, CC who is necessary, get a kill here and there if we can, but otherwise be completely uninteractive until Skies or Red comes online.
Even when you look at the emblems that, for example, Zyme Senpai and Chiku went for, right, they were ready to hit from that mid into the late game. You have the weapon mastery for this Novaria for extra damage. You have Chiku who went tenacity, who won out his lane against Super Red. But even after all that, I don't think anyone expects the Super Skies to be the biggest threat.
Yeah, I think they understood that they couldn't really do much about Super Skies, but half the time the solution is all about just clapping that ghost, right? He did have Master Assassin as one of his emblems, and let's look at the post-game stats, specifically the numbers. Holy cow, 71,000 damage coming out from Super Skies.
That's insane right there. The fact that he's able to just keep sending out his ultimate to deal damage, to force Todak back, and the fact that the Hanzo was saved until the very last pick as well. This is the value of being on the red side, being able to pick a hero that no one can prepare to counter throughout the draft. And that's exactly what happened, as the Red Giants were just showing more and more of their core heroes, even revealing the Clint very early on, which we all found weird initially. So you can imagine how Todak felt about it. They felt very confident. They just go for the heroes they're comfortable with, that has worked out well for them, and then boom, Hanzo comes out of nowhere and you have no way to dive the real body.
Yeah, same thing, right? The Cho was also, second pick by Todak, and this game, Hughes was just not able to find any angles. The one time that they were able to get on top of the real body of Super Skies, they couldn't get a kill, and they ended up losing Humes in the process. So overall, it's just a tough game for Todak to navigate, especially after that one big fight at the Lord Pit. And we're going to see some of those moments in the highlight. I feel like it's going to be a short one, but SRG in those crucial moments always came out on top.
Yeah, they always did, but let's not forget, the only way Selangor Red Giants was going to play a passive game is only if the whole team is on board with it, on top of the fact that you have Pancake making sure that he's getting that information and slowing down that aggression, right? And that's what we got to see in this game. A lot of Selangor Red Giants' early game was just Pancake roaming around the map as quickly as he possibly can, and everybody just forcefully shoving out their lane so they don't give that opportunity to Todak.
just putting themselves at what appears to be visually disadvantages for themselves, forcing Todak into more aggressive positions but not allowing them to get anything to create a sense of desperation. And then after the 10-minute mark, regaining full control of the game through item power spikes and not giving Todak a single chance to breathe.
Both teams cooked, but SRG came out with the best dish. 12 points on the leaderboard, 5-0 in terms of the series played. They have 4 more to go, but the undefeated team alongside SMG, they can definitely stand tall and be proud of what they've achieved so far. Todak, after that loss, puts themselves tied with Homebois in 5th place. They've only won one series thus far, but Homebois, they can extend that lead because they are playing right after this against Red Esports, who are in the red zone.
Yep, and so far, honestly, well done, Selangor Red Giants. They're probably going to remember that game. You can see from the player cams themselves, they're extremely excited to have taken down Todak in this particular matchup. And I think for the upcoming one, somebody needs to start contesting these boys up in the top spots.
Yep, I'm very excited for when the Red Giants are going to face off against Team SMG. It's pretty rare for 2 teams to still be undefeated halfway through the season. So this is pretty unusual already, but once they butt heads, one is going to lose that streak, and that is going to be a momentous occasion.
And I think it's fair to say that for between SRG and Team SMG, right? After Selangor Red Giants beat Todak, I think the only team left standing in their way is Team SMG, and that's going to happen in the near future. And I think we'll all be there to witness history being made. But coming up next, this one, Homebois against Red Esports. Last week, Homebois went 0-2, Red Esports went 1-1. They beat Todak, they got crushed by Team Hawk. Homebois got destroyed by SMG. Got reverse swept by MPX NSEA. Both teams are hungry for a win.
They really are, and more importantly, it's just for Homebois, at least, is to a certain degree putting themselves back onto the right direction. For Red, it's just their players themselves, having 2 very separate problems, but at the very least, they're looking for that redemption arc.
And both are teams with a lot of potential overall that definitely have the expectations of the fans pushing them forward as they advance through the season. So I think we're going to see blood being spilled on the Land of Dawn for the final match of Week 3. I keep getting confused there.
Yeah, final match of Week 3, Day 2. We still
Day
have Sunday
2, yes.
tomorrow.
I gotta add the day,
yeah,
right.
More matches to come, but SERU Saturday is not done just yet. The night is still young. Homebois against Red Esports coming up. This is going to be a very anticipated series as well because Homebois have a lot of pressure put on them. You can say the same for Red Esports. We're gonna go for a break and we will come back for the final best of 3 of this Saturday. Stay tuned.
to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hi guys, selamat kembali kepada The Hot League Meet and Greet anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a fan daripada Selangor Red Giants. Hello, apa nama?
Nama saya Arif.
Arif. Okay, so hari ni kita nampaknya dan Arif memang datang untuk sokong Selangor Red Giants. Tapi soalan penting ialah siapa idola awak dalam pasukan ni?
Idola saya ialah Gorgeous.
Kenapa Gorgeous?
Dia spicy.
Dia spicy. Setuju, season ni memang Gorgeous sangat-sangat spicy. Kalau I bawa you jumpa Gorgeous, you nak cakap dengan dia tak? Alright, jom. nak pinjam gorgeous kejap? Sini. Jangan buat muka pelik boleh tak? Tadi dah atas stage buat hal. Alright, so kita ada satu fan, nama dia Arif, betul tak?
Betul.
Arif cakap dia nak macam tanya soalan dekat gorgeous. So,
Okey,
tak apa, I pegang.
lepas game tadi, sebelum game tadi, apa Gorgeous nak cakap dekat Todak selepas berjaya kalahkan Todak, sebab kita tahu Todak kan dah 3 kali juara MPL dan diorang pun berpengalaman dekat international. So apa Gorgeous nak cakap?
Apa yang saya boleh cakap adalah not this time lah, dia boleh ulang benda sama.
Wow, tak boleh ulang benda sama. So kali ni, musim ni, Todak tak akan jadi juara lagi.
No, champion is ours.
Wow. Alright.
Soalan kedua, macam kita tahu yang Ciku kata nak turunkan Selangor Red Giants, tapi dia tak berjaya. So apa yang Gorgeous nak cakap dekat Ciku?
Untuk Ciku, Cik, tak apa doh, kau tak dapat turunkan aku. Aku yang tolong turunkan kau.
Wesh, Gorgeous musim ni memang spicy. So I nampaknya dia ada card kat sini, dia tulis benda something. Ada nak bagi kat dia tak? Alright, Gorgeous pun ada gift actually. Tengah gigil ni, jumpa idola. Oh yo. Alright, ni. Gorgeous baca sikit apa dia cakap.
Todak langgar, Red Giant hentam. #jago kampung ni bos.
Wesh, makin lama makin spicy. Alright guys, itu sahaja untuk Hotlink Meet and Greet kita kali ni. Tapi sebelum tu, jangan lupa join the Red Giants official fan club. And with that, this is Rose, this is Red Giants. We'll see you on the next one. Bye!
to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory! Welcome
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan kita dah berada dekat match terakhir untuk SERU Saturday kita. I sounded so white saying that, I can't believe it. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Red Esports and of course, Homebois. Alright guys, so match ni saya harap akan jadi sepedas sebelum ni, se-hype sebelum ni. Alright guys, sebelum I ajak kedua-dua pasukan kelas pentas MPL Malaysia, I nak buat vibe check sebab another full house. Come on guys. Alright guys, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Dua-dua team, audience memang through the roof sekarang. Alright guys, so korang dah ready ke? Dah? Alright, mari kita jemput Red Esports ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Kembali dengan semangat baru selepas kekalahan minggu lalu, hari ini mereka fokus untuk keluar dari zon penyingkiran. Mampukah pasukan ini belajar dari kesilapan hari ini? Mari kita nantikan. And the crowd favorite, Homebois. Terkejut dengan kekalahan terhadap MPNC, pasukan Homebois tertekan untuk kembali memperoleh kemenangan hari ini. Mewakili Malaysia ke M5 menjadi target utama. Adakah Coach Pap dan antagonis akan membawa playstyle baru ke dalam pasukan untuk perlawanan ini? Let's see! Dan sekarang, masa untuk memperkenalkan marshals kita. Alright guys, sekarang special sikit sebab nampak tak kita ada cake. Alright, so since kita ada cake, it's because we would like to invite Coach Pubs and of course Coach Sora. Come here. Come. Semalam birthday Coach Sora, hari ni birthday Coach Pubs. Alright guys, so sama-sama kita nyanyikan, okay? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Alright, make a wish and blow the cake. Kita tahu dah wish dorang apa actually. Alright, terima kasih. I nak move ke tepi dulu sebab sekarang, alat, ni bukan MPL kalau tak ada fist bump. Fist bump? Oi, lambatnya lagu. Alright guys, ready? Sekarang, masa kita teruskan dengan fist bump. Alright, di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism, inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, kita punya opening hari ini semua memang over the top sebab it's SERU Saturday. Sebelum I throw it over to the casters, I nak tanya, Red Esports, are you ready? And of course, Homebois, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. Let us start our last match of the day. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the last series of the day in conjunction with the birthday of Sora Payong and Coach Pabs. Red Esports against Homebois. One best of 3 to end it all. One of these coaches will have their birthday wish granted in around 2 hours. I'm Husky, and alongside me, I have Gideon Q and Sadafa with me on the desk.
Honestly, that does feel a little bit bad, though, because you know what that wish is going to be. And unfortunately, one of them ain't coming true. And that's the worst feeling you can get, especially when you're up on stage and it's live on national television.
You always want to get a gift for your birthday, but in this case, only one person will be securing the victory that they hope for their team, for their boys up on stage right now. Homebois and Red Esports coming off of some slightly not really liked momentum from week 2. They didn't perform all that good. So I imagine coming into week 3, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty heartbreaking moment, right? Red Esports coaching staff losing their wits after losing to Team Hawk. Homebois also, they had to work overtime. I believe the coaching staff behind the scene had to burn the midnight oil just to prepare for this series because it's all about redemption. You look at who was on the stage just now for Red Esports. They're bringing in Exort. For Homebois, they're bringing back Zon and Rizzo.
Yeah, and these are going to be, you know, big players coming towards the team, and more importantly, getting this win is going to give them that boost that they need in confidence as they're going to be progressing throughout this best of 3. So ideally, they win game 1 and close it out fast.
Yeah, and they definitely have to make haste, and all these prep comes down to this one series. But for all of you guys, remember our Independence Day just passed 2 days ago on the 31st of August, but we have an in-game event happening right now. From 24th of August until 6th of September, you can join this MLBB Independence Day event by logging into the game and get the special Hari Merdeka emote voiced over by 3 of our MPL MY players. If you guys don't know what that is, I'm pretty sure some point in your games you have heard someone use it.
That's true, that's true. If you add that on top of the already existing Malaysia Boleh emote, you're just being very patriotic right now. And hopefully you guys will show what you're capable of as you spam those emotes in your pub games.
And I also want you guys to participate in this. Remember our MVP prediction. We've just finished our first 2 series, but we still have this one, Homebois against Red Esports. If you guys haven't done it just yet, scan the QR code down below. Let us know which out of the 10 players playing later is going to be the MVP of the series. And if you get it right, I'm not going to give you giveaways, but I will give you props for the effort.
Absolutely. And I think, personally for me, the fact that Exor is coming back into the war, the main lineup of Red Esports, might just shake things up, right? Initially, when he was playing in week number 1, we didn't exactly see him be as vocal as we would like to, and that costed the team a lot, and that's when they put Kim. Now, I'm assuming that he's more adjusted, especially when he's going up against a lot of pressure from the Flame Boys sitting on the opposite side of the stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the stage right now because both these teams, as we already highlighted, are looking for that redemption right here. So let's have a look at the players that are going to be going head-to-head in the land of Dawn.
And starting with Red Esports, currently in the red zone, but they have a chance to pull themselves out of that dump with Amao, Exort, Malboy, Mao, and RenQT. Last Sunday, a very disjointed, very desynchronized Red Esports got completely dumpstered by Team Hawk. Hopefully, they've rejuvenated themselves. Exort in particular has a big void to fill, and we're looking for his voice as well.
Exactly, and that's what they needed, because when they did lose in their matchup, they came off a hot win, taking down some big players, especially Melboy oppressing his lane.
And speaking about big players, Homebois is going to be the opponents. They are no pushovers. Homebois, Chibi, Azorn, Arizo, Warlord, and Sabat. We've seen some of their best moments with this lineup. We've also seen some of their lowest points, especially when they went up against Team SMG, but this one is going to mean a lot to Homebois. They're not in the red zone, but in the eyes of a lot of the supporters, Homebois could do better. Their goal is M5, but it has to start with red.
That's why it seems like they've brought back their week 1 lineup here. In week 2, we saw the return of the classic Barbosa-Anip combo, but Zorn Rizal brought us some very intense gameplay, especially with the Rizal comeback that I think has become very core to the week 1 memories here. So I'm excited to see how these 2 teams are going to match up.
At the very least, I'm hoping that the draft from the get-go is going to look a lot better. And I think from the Homeboy side, I'm not too worried about Red because they lost their games, but it's not because of their draft. A lot of it just came down to underperforming players overall and the lack of that shot caller. Everybody just didn't seem very in sync. The same can be said about Homebois, but I would say it's an even bigger crushing defeat because their draft didn't go through. Players like Chibi could not get away with anything.
And it seems like we are also seeing some of the shadows of if Chibi doesn't perform well, Homebois completely collapses, right? And right now he's going up against Amao, which, to be fair to both of them, didn't really have a good week number 2. They're coming in with pretty even stats. Hero pool almost identical, but I think when you look at Chibi, he has moments, he has games where he knows he needs to step up. He has pivoted from Martis to Fredrin to even the Paquito jungle. And I do wonder which role will he take on today when Zon and Ryzer was in the lineup.
The big question is whether or not we'll see these players return to their roots a little bit. I think both Amal and Chibi are in the majority of jungle players who started off as flashy assassins, going for all those kills over and over, shifting over to more tanky support junglers because that's what the meta needed for quite a while. But now, with the pool being more open, with the meta having more freedom in deciding how you want to approach the game, we haven't actually been given the opportunity to see these players in their original colors, the assassin heroes, the ones that want to dash around the field and create havoc. And I hope we get to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, I hope they do actually draft around these assassin-style junglers just to kind of get the momentum ahead. I would imagine that Homebois will be looking just slightly cleaner because their side lanes are strong. Like, we've seen Sabah perform, we've also seen Ryzel perform, but if we're talking about the coaching staff to make sure that the draft is going to go well, Soro Bayong, and happy birthday to both Soro Bayong as well as Coach Pops, but they got to go to war.
Oh, I mean, birthday celebration is just but a fleeting moment, right? The celebration has to come afterwards. Again, Homebois behind the scenes, they've been put to overtime to kind of think about what went wrong in week number 2, because you can look back at those games and be like, well, Homebois didn't play well, but what the hell happened to them, right? How did they lose, get reverse swept by a team like MPX NSEA? SMG won. A lot of people say that that was the series that broke Homebois, but it's time to recover. They have 1 week to do that. And the support coming in for Red Esports, and especially Exor as well. This is going to be one of his biggest task, honestly, in the regular season.
Absolutely.
His father actually here in the audience right there, showing his support. Always nice to see that.
I do like to see family support overall,
it
but
reminds me of my family because they were not here. Okay, my mom came last week, all right?
She did come last week, and I did say hi to her, but I think, you know, it's a lot of pressure to want to perform, and especially with the keys to victory having to be, you know, centralized around the side laners. Exor needs to be able to lead this team to victory. It's not just him who needs to hard carry it. He needs to get everybody and rally them together.
I did see production being a little bit cheeky there. We were talking about family, so we didn't quite notice it, but that third key to victory was hook heroes, not minions. So, production, we see what you're doing here.
I mean, Zorn has shown like the Kaja and the Franco quite often, right, when he's playing with Homebois, and you can see Homebois, well, they start off by fanning out the Kaja and fanning themselves, but for Red Esports, it's straight towards the Claw and the Terizla.
Yeah, I think the ideas are correct here. So far, pretty standard all across the board. They're getting rid of Impact EXP layers, also getting at least rid of 1 suppression. Oh, we do see an immediate ban on towards Yive's side. Not a lot of teams have been doing it in these past couple of weeks.
Is it going to be Angela banned? Well, they actually banned the Joy, so Angela goes through once more. We've seen that Angela has been prioritized more and more in the recent series. But Esports, now they can call dibs on it if they want to in this first pick.
Angela would be a pretty solid option. I'm not sure if Maul plays it though, so that would mean that it might have to go into the hands of Exort. And with this being his first game back after a week of break from Red Esports, I get the feeling he does want to make a bigger splash upon the land of Dawn. Not sure if that's going to be the option they want to go for, but not picking it up means that it goes to the Homebois, and well, you don't want that to be an option.
It's either denial or they pick it for themselves. Like, I feel like Angela is sometimes if your team isn't ready for it, the chemistry can be a little bit off. Then you're basically 1 man down throughout the game. And that's why I much prefer Red Esports to go for something along the lines where Exor can really start to shine on this Kadita.
And it can even be flexed into the wrong role, right, if they wanted to. I had Valentina on my mind as well. That has also been one of the few solid picks for the mid lane. I think Red Esports, the options are still very much open. But for Homeboy side, now they have the chance to kind of start off their first pick phase in a very strong manner. We have a couple of picks. Again, Angela still on the table if they are ready for that. We've seen them go for very aggressive openers, but in this time, they are going absolutely aggressive with the Bruno and the Paquito.
Yeah.
Stealing it away from Melboy, the originator of the Bruno. Ever since Melboy picked up the Bruno, everyone has just been trying it out now. And even locking the Paquito on top of that, which we have not gotten to see Sabat play here in Season 12, despite it being his namesake during his debut. It's still a flex pick, because GB can play it in the jungle as well, but I think it's a pretty okay start for the Homeboys.
I agree with this. I think that this is good. They are taking the information that they learned from last week from Red Esports. If they want to set up this composition, well, too bad. Now we have a winning gold lane, and there's not many picks that actually deal with this Bruno very well. And having a flex pick and compete with Paquito makes it so that it's rather flexible. Red Esports, they're going to have to respond, right? I'm not sure whether this Kadita is going up. Never mind. Franco gets locked in with Yu Zong. I am seeing a lot of comfort picks come out from Red Esports.
You also take the Franco away from Zorn at the same time, so Red Esports, they are answering some problems, but this does open up the opportunity for Homeboys to kind of target Melboy's hero pool a lot more going into the second phase, because Valentina will be the third pick.
Alright, pretty solid here. I like the Valentina. You can instantly steal the Black Dragon form away. But the Yuzong is also a pretty safe choice for Red Esports. They see the Paquito. It's going to be Sabat's signature hero. They want to make sure that Rank QT has an ideal matchup into it if they do decide that it's not going to be flexed into the jungle. But revealing the EXP lane this early on means that Homeboys can still flex a solid counter into it. And with the Valentina out right now, that does put Homeboys in a pretty okay spot. Though Franco Kadita, always a scary mid-roam duo.
Akshay gets banned out by Homeboys. I'm looking at the X-Borg as a potential ban by Red Esports as well. I think so far, they don't really like to deal with X-Borg in general. Yuzong not really the best answer. Franco and Kadita just hate using the ultimate on this hero also. But Red Esports, I wonder if that's going to come true. I mean, Homeboys, they can still flex that hero.
I definitely think they can flex that hero, and let's not forget that, you know, Melissa is a great way to actually maintain your space against someone like Paquito, who's looking to gap close as soon as possible. The only thing is that the laning phase against the Bruno can be a little volatile. As soon as you die, basically the Bruno is going to clean sweep that lane as soon as you get back. And then we jump back on over to the fact that Franco has already been locked in for Red Esports, so putting Paquito in the jungle may not necessarily be the answer here. Red Esports ban out the Martis.
And the Martis has been let through the draft so far. I actually thought that Homeboys would lock it in earlier on, but they let it through here. Fredrin is still open as well, so we'll see whether or not Red Esports decides to go all in on the jungle bans to try and limit what Chibi is able to bring to the field. But right now, what I am looking at is, like you mentioned, the gold lane already going to be pretty comfortable for Ryzel here. But Bruno is a hero that does very much require that early pressure. He wants to go for kills, he wants to zone people out of the lane, and the more of a lead he can get, the harder it will be for Red Esports to catch up. When he's up against Melboy, who, like we mentioned, was the originator of the hero, surely he will have information on how to deal with it.
I think at a certain point, Red Esports, with the bans, because Homeboys are also banning out junglers, there is a chance that they are looking to kind of force this Paquito into a very uncomfortable position, right? That maybe Chibi is forced to play this hero, and that counts with them needing a winning matchup in the XP lane. And so far, I think that Homeboys still have some of that wiggle room to work with.
Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a little tough and it's also extremely risky because Homeboys and as well as Red Esports are pretty much saying that yes, Paquito is going to go into the jungle. Don't worry about it. He's going to be fine. But the EXP is already as volatile as it is. The X-Borg is going to get locked in straight away. And now Red Esports, again, I'm guessing that this is going to be a Melissa only because what other matchups are going to be better than that, right? Especially when you're up against Bruno. I would say Beatrix would do particularly okay, but then you don't have that added layer of protection.
You take Iracel. Is that an option?
I don't like it very much in this game. When you see Homeboys having these types of heroes, they're going to be running at you pretty quickly. Iracel needs time to get her second and third items before she really becomes a threat, so it will be difficult. They have the tools to play around it, but I personally don't think I'm a fan.
Yeah, and especially it's a bad matchup into the Bruno, so unless they're looking over at Melboy, it's like, hey, you gotta lose the lane. And I think at least with Clint, slightly better, because getting his first initial power spike is off the blade BOD if he rushes it, and he can just focus on playing that lane. Barat's rather interesting from Red Esports.
First Barat's pick I
There's been one
This
other.
oh wait, this is second Barat's
Yeah,
pick.
it's been NC, right? With Sonic playing Barat's jungle.
Yes, yes.
Now it's Amal playing Barat's jungle. He's also had this hero in his pool in the past. Now, I was not a big fan of this when NC picked it up because it just got countered real hard with the Export jungle. But against Paquito jungle, Barat can just kind of stand there and tank things.
You can hear the crowd in the back. That's Zorn Cho. And I missed that. We've been missing that for sure.
It's not Paquito jungle.
It has, well, to be fair, wait, this is a...
It's Export jungle.
It's an Export jungle.
Yep.
They're moving the counter.
Yep, and I like it. I personally like it. They want to make sure that Xborg is in front of that Barat's face as much as you can. Zorn on the Cho, obviously it's going to be his signature. Let's see how much impact he actually makes in this game, because there's not a lot of like great targets that you can actually attempt to make a kick on, but then it is Zorn, so he'll find something eventually.
But I had a handful of Cho games, right? 2 of them just now, and right now is the 3rd consecutive game with a Cho pick, but at least it's kind of a last gotcha pick for Homebois. Gentlemen, win conditions. Let's start with Red.
For Red Esports, I think that win conditions is all about finding these picks and hard dives. They're able to pull people out of position, but Homebois, if they get Rizel running, that engine is not going to stop.
Oh, we see if Homebois can step on the pedal and not let go of the gas. Game number 1 kicking off with a pause. Gonna make sure that everything is A-OK, and I think it's a call from Homebois' side. Warlord getting his side checked. Marshals will do the deed. And it gives us a lot more time to kind of talk about what is going to propel Red or Homebois to victory in terms of victory conditions. We're looking at kind of the early to mid game, but what if this game goes late, Snuffer?
If the game goes late, now this is one of those situations where it's actually not quite as clear-cut, where one team is stronger early, one team is stronger late. It actually depends on what happens towards the early to mid game. If Homebois are able to earn the early to mid game advantage, specifically around Rizel's lane, because this Bruno is going to be a very big determining factor, then they just straight up win. Because if Bruno gets a snowball, he's almost unstoppable, and I don't think Barat is going to contribute too much if he falls behind. On the other hand, if Red Esports are able to bolster the game long enough, prevent Homebois from getting kills, then they do stand a good chance of scaling into the mid game where their team fight potential is pretty strong.
Personally, for me, I'm leaning more towards red side. Well, not red side, right? But Red Esports' draft, only because the central idea of both of these compositions, Homebois putting a lot of their eggs into one particular basket, and obviously, I'm not going to put it past Sapat to actually find these angles to make it happen, but I think just the raw impact of how quick Red Esports can get in and out of fights, and better yet, they don't necessarily have to put themselves in danger. They can just yoink somebody away with Mao on this Franco. Neutrals are going to be difficult already. Laning, I don't think is that difficult overall, and especially when you have Exor on this Kadita, you're always at threat. You walk too close to your friend, guess what? It could be a double kill.
Yeah, we have plenty of ways for Red Esports to catch people, right? Franco, Kadita, Zorn is going to be able to take care of the wave very quickly at level 1, also spending a lot more time. But at the same time, we also have this Clint into Bruno matchup, which you guys also pointed out is a bit of a safer choice overall, but also has the tools to kind of disengage from these potential dives from Homebois, especially when Zorn is looking to kind of find him in the back line. He's going to get petrified. The knockup doesn't connect, but he does get pulled back, and there it is. Double petrify for the first blood. Red QT gets that.
Yep, great collapse coming in for the side of Red Esports. Nothing much that Homebois could honestly do, right? A majority of their members are already there, and Warlord, he's still sticking around to the mid lane. Chibi is up on the top side, so the fact that Zorn dies, he's just being too confident with himself.
Forced to Purify on Warlord very early on. I feel like he could have tanked that, but I guess he didn't want to take the risk, especially since they already lost Zorn early on. Amal comfortable enough to force the Retri out as well. So right now, Red Esports having a good control over the early game, which is somewhat what we expected here. But that gold lane gonna be pretty important to keep an eye on.
I believe Exor also went for the pull yourself together because he does have lower cooldown on the Petrify. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but overall, Red Esports, they do have many ways to kind of dive you and just keep you in position. Mao is going to continue to pressure this middle lane. The fact that Warlock will not have Purify for almost another 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, XR did take the just pull yourself together. It's pretty standard for Kadita players because they're very dependent on setting up. And honestly, the Breath of the Ocean, as much as you like to believe it's really fast, it's great when you have the Petrify to guarantee the combo rather than roll the dice and hope that the Homebois walk into it.
No, Baraz doing what he does best on the objective. Chibi already pulled back, lost the Fergal armor. Black Dragon form coming in alongside Sabat to take out Exor. There's no more Kadita. The turtle is going to be taken away by Amao as Chibi is in danger. He's trying to fry Franco, and he will get the double for himself. But in the end, Chibi also ends up going down. Red QT will have to disengage from this. Barzon is going to flicker forward with the Jig with no kickback, and they will try to finish off Red QT. The jabs are there. Red QT can you are fast enough, and Homeboy finds 3 kills.
Can't do anything about that, unfortunately. With 3 kills, that's going to be 1 more than Red Esports trading up by 1. Oh!
Ooh, find the suppression. There it is. Zorn taken out. Now, gonna connect the Iron Hook onto Warlord, so he gets to scoot away.
Lots of action happening across the map right now. We were definitely expecting a certain degree of early game aggression between Red as well as Homeboys, but this is definitely surpassing expectations already. Some very good play here. Sabat Kami's first time playing on Paquito this season, and I'm very surprised that it is the first time, considering he's already doing a very good job. It's his signature hero overall, being able to set things up. And while Red Esports were able to get the turtle earlier, this does situate Homeboys in a slightly more advantageous position.
I think right now Red Esports really need to start controlling this mid lane a little bit more, right? I mean, down by bot side, if we're talking about Sapat and rank QT, it's pretty volatile, but generally they're going to be pushing these waves out pretty often, right? So we need Exor to be able to make that impact in the side lanes, to be able to start shutting down Ryzel, and that's what we're seeing. They're trying to unlock him from that mid lane, have Mal stand around that area with his Iron Hook, potential of landing that Iron Hook. Bruno, he's right underneath that turret and does not want to push up.
A lot of time these things happens is also because Kadita in general just doesn't outshove a lot of these meta mid laners, right? You kind of keep her contained. They're spending a lot of time trying to get to Ryzo, and that would not happen.
Early use of the Black Dragon form, that's probably going to cost a neutral objective here.
Yeah, with the turtle coming up in another 10 seconds. They do get Zorn, though, up on top. So no roamer on the side of the Homeboys in exchange for the EX Clean Lane ultimate. I wonder if that will be enough to secure this objective.
Zorn's going to be back, and he will have his flicker if he chooses to join this fight. But again, the stolen Black Dragon from Warlord is going to be used instantly. Chibi will be gone on by 2 members on the side of Red Esports. They use the Petrify. They want to get rid of him as fast as they can. Red QT is going to get knocked out by his own doppelganger thanks to Warlord, and Warlord will find a kill for himself. But Amao needs the turtle, and he will get it.
Nicely done.
Zorn couldn't find a kill. Actually, gone the wrong way.
Hold on.
Ocean on from Exor, and now Zorn is dead. Wow, Red Esports. Bit of a mechanical outplay in the mid lane.
Huge punish coming in from the side of Red Esports. That's what you want to see. 7 times his Iron Hook has already hit.
In 5 minutes.
Exactly.
He's just insane.
It's just patience. They already have good setups, and more so that they have some pretty decent CC. We haven't seen the Daytona's Welcome being used that often anyways, and half the time the Homeboys by these neutral objectives really can't do much. Now Melboy, he is unlocked from his gold lane, and now they can start speeding things up.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really huge for Red Esports because the most volatile lane being Ryzel in that gold lane has already hold on. They get the kick.
Found a kick onto Amao. Can they get rid of this barrage? They have decent damage. Even committing the last standy. Zorn will go down, so they need this kill. Amao barely surviving. Not able to use that ultimate, but Ren QT will join in with his own Black Dragon from Chibi. Petrified. Loses immortality immediately. They get a Terrify onto Mao, who will get burned down as Ryzel picks up that kill. Malboy late to the party, and Homeboys walk away with 2.
Oof, the trades. Now it's starting to even back up, right? Homeboys, they're not going to take this sitting down, and at the very least, they're able to trade up, evening out the kill score to 6-6, but no major leads yet, and no conversion of these leads. As much as Ryzel wants to get ahead, he's 1-0-1, but that's not enough of a snowball until he starts taking down some bigger structures, and hopefully they start targeting these towers.
But I think just based on how the game is going right now, Homeboys are actually in a more comfortable spot because overall Red Esports will want to make more happen towards the early to mid game because a lot of their heroes aren't going to scale quite as well into the late game as compared to say Ryzel or Warlord here. So as long as Homeboys doesn't fall too far behind, they're still in a pretty good spot. And we can see in terms of itemization, Chibi has gone for the immortality first, so no Ice Queen's Wand there, wants to play safer so that he can frontline for his team.
Ideal for the X-Borg, but now this is where it gets tough for Homeboys, right? Amel, as soon as he starts this, he's going to be able to sit on top of this turtle for as long as he wants. Now, keep in mind that if he lands the Daytona's Welcome on towards Chibi, Chibi will have no vision of the health bar of the turtle, so he won't know when to retribute.
Down to less than half health, Chibi. He is a level ahead of Amal, so he does have the advantage in retribution. Zorn comes in, instantly kicks Amal away. Daytona welcome will be used. Who's gonna gobble out Subbat instead? GB will get the turtle, but they will end up losing Zorn again. And now Red QT just flying around with Warlord taking the Black Dragon from, but it's gonna be the Barrage finding a double kill in this fight.
Nicely done coming out from Amal. That's what we wanted to see. It was scary that he got kicked, but he's already so tanky. Look at him just regenerate the health back.
This is where Barat is the strongest, when he actually has a lead. Oh, the hook!
And the hook from Mal, lovely stuff. Double jab from Subbat to get out.
77% accuracy so far coming in from Mal. He's been hitting some really important hooks through and through. I felt like Zorn was thinking about it.
Definitely was. Right now, Zorn, we can look at his score, hasn't been having the best time, but when he is playing on the show, he's usually willing to die, honestly, quite a lot in order to set things up for his team. The problem is, there hasn't been all that much setup. He's gotten a couple of good kicks here and there, but Red Esports have reached the point where they actually do have a pretty solid EXP and gold lead. That'll make the dinosaur quite hard to take down.
Wow, very sacrificial. True to his name. Bottom side is the one that has been unlocked for Homebois. Brent QT, he is going to be behind Subbat for next few minutes. Spakido putting a lot of pressure, even with the Quantum Charge and the Sprint. But Red Esports, they are sort of at their strongest, and the AI winning prediction predicts that Red Esports at this point of time, 52% chance of winning the game.
Right. In the meantime, they've completely forgotten about the top tier 2, right? Well, they've got Homeboys need to manage their waves.
Yeah.
They can't just be sacrificing these tier 2s for free. And yes, they do still want to control the bottom side of the map, but no, if they start pulling backwards, mid lane is going to be the priority.
Oh, the hook!
Yeah, forcing the Purify from Warlord. We've seen the exact same problem last week against NC, where Homeboys just could not manage the side waves. I wonder if that will be different with Zorn and Rizal. Gonna use the conceal, gets broken by Chibi. Zorn is gonna be in, looking for an opportunity to go for the kick. Chibi instantly uses Glass of Sanity as Amal, the Daytona welcome, will not be able to do too much against stolen Black Dragon from by Warlord. He's gonna try and match Red QT. Immortality from Chibi will be blown. Amal dropping low. Chibi still alive. The hook is gonna be there into the knockout as Zorn gets the kick. They will trade 1-for-1 so far. Warlord will be the sacrificial lamb, but Rizal comes in and picks up 2 for himself.
Ooh, 2-for-1 in favor of the Homeboys, and now they get to start breaking down the structures. The mid-tier 1 still, yep, there we go, finally breaks, and now with Lord in their hands, we get to see Homeboys fully take control of the map, and more importantly, take a huge lead onto Red Esports.
And they get close to contested, and then it'll be a bit faster, and just not fast enough. Homeboys got it.
Sabat has been doing a great job right now, contributing really well to his team, making sure that Red Esports are zoned out, and making it so that these fights are incredibly scrappy. Where usually, Red Esports actually wants them to be scrappy, but when they are the ones determining the pace at which the fight is being executed, the case is, that's not happening. Homeboys are doing a good job of using their cooldowns, using their resources. I like the use of the Last Insanity to avoid the Daytona's welcome, while at the same time throwing off the timing for Red Esports, because they're expecting TV to be eaten there, and that makes it so that their backline walks up a bit more confidently, so that Homeboys can catch him out.
Well, with that being said, Homeboys have only developed a 2.8k lead thus far. Very minimal leads coming in from all of the roles, a majority of it coming in from Subbat himself. But now, let's see whether or not they can actually get the rest of the outer turrets.
They do have a pretty decent comp to siege with this Bruno. Lord will be taken care of on the bottom side. And almost at least get something in return. The top tier 2 will fall. But it's going to take a while. Maybe he will survive. The wave will be coming in. Focusing on the mid side instead. That wave will be cleared out also by Red Esports. I mean, they're holding on pretty well.
Yeah, so far, but unfortunately Rizal isn't doing as much damage as he would like to, even though he gets a couple of free hits and even the empowered auto attacks onto Amal. So I think he does still need just a wee bit more time.
It's kind of fine, though, for Rizal to not do all that much damage yet at this point, because he hasn't been able to farm all that comfortably because of how scrappy the game has been so far. So it's understandable his gold lead wouldn't be as high as he would like. But now that Homeboys have gained control over the map, the Bruno will be able to just roam around as he likes.
Exor has to get out of there. The conceal was spotted out. The Homeboys will get the mid-tier 2 as well. The last outer layer defense for Red Esports has gone down.
Yep, 5 more seconds until the next Lord comes up. Very slow here, coming coming out from both sides. Nobody wanting to make that big mistake to really secure that solid lead. But I think Homebois, as long as they're in the driver's seat, they're not going to let this Barat sit right on top of the objective to make things difficult. Ah, there we go. The Malefic Roar coming in from Ryzel. That's going to be a big item to make sure he can start shredding away at these bigger tanks.
And I think that could be the beginning of the end for Red Esports as well. Like we mentioned, there's not a lot of scaling on the Red Esports side, and that's part of the reason why I'm not a big fan of the Barat's pick anymore. All he really does is stand there and be a damage button. Daytona's welcome is not even reliable enough in this day and age where there's so many ways of rendering yourself invulnerable to the CC. So Red Esports are just trying and seeing if they can get some kind of pick off of the Iron Hook. But even so, I don't think it's quite enough. Now that Melboy is being pushed back into the base as well, the Clint is going to get greatly outscaled by Ryzel.
Trying to secure this purple buff for Amao. Zorn is going to be on the bottom side. He will flicker out of there. They did give some intel over to Homebois. Working on the Lord right now. Second one of this game. Wow, it's a big task to do. Maybe Exort as well to find some sort of a flank. They do have the Black Dragon as always from the side of RankQT as Mao slowly, surely clears out these bush. They will expect Homeboys to have someone in there.
Yeah, I think that's what we're all hoping for. But right now, if you look at the side lane, Subot is actually taking full control over RankQT. He's already 2 levels ahead of him. RankQT doesn't stand a chance. And with that sort of pressure, Red Esports has a decision. Either fight 4v5, Exort!
Try to blow out Zorn, but Zorn, he's going to survive that. And he still has Will of the Dragon, but for the side of Exort, he has blown his Petrify and the Rough Waves.
Yeah, not ideal in that situation. He would have liked to find a squishier target, but Zorn just happened to be the first one, and he had to make the choice of whether to just try and run away or try his luck and see if the burst would work. And the latter, unfortunately, did not end up successful here, which means that Homeboys are going to be very easily able to control this Lord Pit, especially with Subot splitting to the side lane.
Oh, and Mao couldn't get in range.
Oh.
Can't even land a hook. Subot bobs and weaves away, and now the Lord is under danger. Homeboy trying to secure it. RankQT does go into the Black Dragon form, but he's going to end up going down. Amao needs to get close as possible. Exor shows up a bit too late. Ryzo does dive though. Malboy gets him, but he's going to be eaten alive by Homeboys. As Amao next on the chopping block. Subot arrives at the scene. 3 dead, or 2 dead for Red Esports. About to be 3 as Mao's going to be next on the chopping block. Subot with a mega kill streak.
All right, 11-11. Making sure that the kill score is still even with the gold lead in favor of the Homeboys with 5K in the bank. And right now, I got to admit, so far so good. Red Esports have not been able to kind of bounce back from their overall economic damage, but at least they're willing to take the fights. There's a different level of confidence in them. Obviously, they don't want to mess up, and their margin of error is rather large. But I think as of this moment, Homeboys, if they just keep on playing it slow, keep on looking for these key targets, they're eventually going to come out on top, especially when they got a Luminous Lord by their back.
Yeah, I don't think this is a hard game for the Homeboys to win here. Red Esports are a little bit too dependent on Exort and Melboy being able to find key targets with their damage. They do get a hook though.
But it's Chibi, not the easiest target to kill. They need some follow-up. The Transwalker will be used, but the Faraga armor completely negates that. Chibi gets to roll out of that for free.
Feels bad. Oh, again?
Another hook. This time to commit a Petrify. 2 Black Dragons flying in the sky. Chibi needs to go down, and he will die to RankQT as Ren himself gives his life away. Malboy tries to provide support. The 3rd item hook will miss. Red Esports, at least they get something in return, but they do lose 2 inhibitor turrets. The bottom one barely surviving.
Interestingly enough, they're going to have to just back away, right? Now, the goal lead is soon eventually not going to matter. Homeboys have missed the timing that they were looking for to try and close this out, but Red Esports, despite the fact that their, well, overall high ground defense isn't the greatest in the world, they're defending pretty well, and a lot of it is just, can they make sure, wait, is that favor coming in from Exort? No.
I do believe so.
It is.
What?
That seems weird.
Why not Dire Hit?
Yeah, you would
instead?
definitely go for Dire Hit in this situation.
I mean, I understand that that with your passive you do heal up, so you have a way, but like you would need to be able to. You know what? Never mind. This could be
very conditional.
I do think it is conditional, but it's strange to see.
And you expect him to just go for raw damage, right? Like you want to kind of one-shot someone. That Dire Hit does feel like the one to go for. Next Lord in half a minute. Bottom side again.
they're just hovering over it, right? I mean, the space control coming in from Homebois, they recognize that the most important thing, a little less, is about that mid lane. They just want to be able to kind of pull it towards them, but more importantly, to posture around this Lord. Now, Subot, he knows that people are going to start coming towards him. He's pulled a lot of attention. The fact that he's 4-0-2, he's looking great, but he can't afford to die. As soon as there's a disadvantage, Red Esports are going to start grouping back up together and making their way down towards this Lord, and hopefully it should be enough to flip the fight.
I think it's going to be very difficult though. Even if Red Esports takes the fight as a 5v5, I don't see their bulkiness being quite enough. And unless Exort is able to find the miracle rough waves onto like Rizal, Warlord, maybe even both, Homebois still do have more than enough damage. Like they have Subbot, they have Chibi, and Red Esports, despite their bulkiness, is not going to be able to sustain against it.
They might try to rush this down. Aim out, Daytona's welcome. Try to gobble out Chibi again. Doesn't do so, but it is actually going to be Malboy that takes the Lord away. Now Ren QT gets a petrify with Black Dragon Ball to the back. Watch out though, Sabai showing out. Gets knocked out. The timing from Exor is impeccable, but is it enough to keep Red in the game? Malboy on the run. Sabai on the case. He uses the Wisdom of Nature. Sabai needs to go down, but it's just the immortality. Zorn on top of him. Malboy running away. Zorn also has the immortality, but it doesn't matter, does it? The base is danger. Malboy cannot go home. Oh boy, we're running down for game 1.
That's what I'm talking about right there. It was a good engage by Red Esports, but they don't have enough damage or survivability to outlast the Homebois unless they're able to pick off one or more cores at the same time. And in this case, they did not succeed in doing so. So Homebois was able to win out the Lord fight, not even wait for the objective, just go on into the base and end things on their terms.
Tough, honestly, a tough loss coming in for Red Esports. I think their planning was done well. I think with the design of the composition, it definitely, you need to be all over the map trying to make an impact wherever you can, but unfortunately, they just could not get out of there with Zorn constantly, well, strangely enough, him dying may have given more information to the Homebois than necessary.
License to die.
Yeah, that's very signature to Zorn, actually.
Yeah.
Like, he will die as much as he needs to give his team the information.
Man was 0-6 like in under 10 minutes, right? He was flickering, it was flicker kicking, and he was dying, but it was completely fine. I mean, first things first, to get this out of the way, I think compared to last week, both teams have definitely made some recovery in terms of how they handle the drafting, the macro. Homebois fixed the side lane problem. They were actually the ones dominating the side lanes.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The side lanes, and especially for Sabaka, this week compared to last week, there was a lot of inconfidence with him. He's just like, oh, do I make the play? Do I go in now? I think Sabaka, especially once he has this Paquito, he feels very confident in jumping out to that backline and forcing out spells.
Let's take a look at the backstage because we gotta find out who the MVP is for game number 1. For the signature Homebois jersey, the jacket to be Rizal once more. The Indonesian import from MDL for Homebois. He was the one that made one of the first highlight plays for Homebois in MPL MY, and of course he's gonna take that MVP spot for this first game as well.
He's been a great addition to the team, right? I mean, overall, having a full crit build already done for, making sure that he has the added layer of Purify, so he had to be very careful of when he used the slide tackle, but at the end of it, he was still able to kind of snowball out of control, which is something that I found very interesting last week that we only get to see implemented this week.
Yeah, what's strange is that typically Bruno does need to win out his lane pretty obviously in order to continue being relevant throughout the mid or late game, unless he's given a lot of space to farm. In this case, we did see Red Esports do a good job of winning out the goal lane, and then Malboy started rotating around and joining fights, and I think that actually ended up costing him a little bit.
Well, we gotta take a listen to what Homebois were discussing behind the scenes in the upcoming mic check for game number 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, have a listen.
Macam. Aku tarik. Nice. Ke depan guys, ke depan. Nice, hujung. Dia flicker, aku flicker. Dapat hujung. Barang makan aku. Dah. Nice. War dulu. Buta. Aku degit. Watch. Stand 2. Preko tak guys. Ya, No flick. Ya, okey. Ada. Santai. Apa. Nice one. Aku cancel. Dapat. Orang. Nice one. Padang guys. Pada target. Kasih saja. Use. Susah guys. Dia slow.
Kita orang akan klik.
Okay, dah. Push me.
Kau push it.
Push it.
Guys.
Focus next game.
GG.
So much more raw confidence from Homebois in this game one. I would say to a certain extent, it looked pretty close, right? Both teams achieved some of their objectives, but Homebois just, with that mid to late game scaling, able to come out on top.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Rizel, he was doing a pretty good job overall. I will say that Melboy actually put up a pretty decent fight in the lane, actually cracking the turret first against the Bruno before actually moving on. But it's been a struggle. Like that early mid-game transition was a struggle for both sides. They're continuously going back and forth to try to get that lead, but it's hard to maintain at that stage of the game.
Especially when you have a composition like Red Esports that really needs all of their heroes together to truly take advantage of team fights. And because of that, you saw that there was a lack of map play. Yes, they won the side lane, the gold lane was pretty good, the mid lane was alright, they actually got a good lead onto Amal in the jungle, and then after that, they started roaming around, looking for kills, trying to go for objectives, but not really pushing out the waves, not really applying pressure to the Homebois, which allowed Rizel to catch up in gold, which allowed like Sabat to completely control the EXP lane. I feel like there were a lot of mistakes there.
Even in terms of pushing power, Red Esports, they do pale in comparison to what Homebois has, right? You look at the side lanes, it's the Yudong into the Paquito. That one is a direct win for Paquito. Middle lane is Kadita against Valentina. It's just these even in the lane, it was pretty hard for Red Esports to kind of outshove Homebois.
Well, first of all, I don't think that Yuzong into Paquito is a guaranteed win for Paquito. It's still rather volatile overall. And worse yet, right? The fact that at least for Chibi, he had the easiest time. Just walk up to the turret. Oh, Barat, you're going to sit on there? You're going to sit on top? If he tries to use the Daytona as welcome, it's either you walk past, move away from it, and force Barat off of it as soon as you get that true damage down. They don't necessarily have to play for turtles. They can just start playing for kills, especially if Red Esports whiffs their combos.
Yeah, that's why I still don't like the Barat's pick. I just don't feel like it's effective in this meta. Even in this game where Emma actually was able to get a lead, Homeboy just decides, okay, we're just gonna slow him, we're just gonna kick him away, we're just not gonna let him get close to the objective. And you saw how difficult it was for Amal to even approach the turtle pit.
There were a lot of times that they were just playing to try and catch the members of Homebois, which most of the times all they found was Zorn, and even then they couldn't kill Zorn, right? But I want to zoom in on this favor a little bit more onto Exort. I think this is the first time we saw this in this season.
Yeah, this is the first time. I think it's rather interesting. I can understand the sentiment of like trying to be able to help somebody else, or at the very least heal yourself immediately after, but I don't think it's the right idea since you've already set yourself up to be, I want to one-shot somebody, you might as well just take dire hit if you don't want the EXP or the gold.
It's a kind of an identity crisis between I want to go utility and just want to go full damage. Here are the numbers for game one. It is, to be very honest, aside from damage to towers, everything else was pretty darn close.
Very close. Even Melboy was actually the one doing the most damage in the game there. Pretty notably ahead of basically every member of the Homebois there, doing 67,000 damage. It didn't look that way on the Clint because, well, a lot of his damage does look a little bit plinky compared to the Homebois since they were already so farmed up there. Like, they were so bulky. Xborg is hard to kill in the first place. Sabat was 5-0. We don't need to talk about Zorn.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much you can really do about it, right? Especially since they have many different ways to get on top of Melboy consistently, especially when they have flickers available. Now, I would imagine that at least for Red Esports, they're going to be looking at this and maybe they can start to make adjustments. Like, I am most disappointed with Exort's performance. I thought he was going to be able to roam around the map, not necessarily with Mom, but at least kind of pull the attention away and start looking for picks of his own.
And we were looking for Exort to, we say, right, he has a lot of weight on his shoulders, but we also want him to, at least in this game one, his re-emergence after 1 week of not being in the main lineup, to have some big impact, right? To make those plays, to get Red Esports ahead, to be the voice for the team. And I agree with you. I think in game one, he has been kind of neutered a little bit by Homebois.
Yeah, I wish he was able to get a bigger lead for himself, especially after that like level 2 kill down by his own orange buff. Because there's a lot of different angles that he probably could have taken, and I think he wanted to go for Warlord. But as soon as Rizel or Sabat shows up, he definitely has to change his mind.
Yeah, obviously adapting on the fly there going to be very important, but I do think a lot of the problems that Red Esports were facing this game did come down to the draft. I don't really feel like it works out here. Like, on paper, the Kadita Franco roam mid combo should be very strong. They should be going around the place, they should be getting kills with their side lanes, but they never went up to Ryzel's lane once, which is fine. Melboy still won out that lane, so that's okay. Then you see the jungle. They have to give a lot of help to Amal because Baraz just straight up loses the matchup against Xborg. And even though they did get a solid lead in the first place, I didn't see them extend it anywhere. And then Homebois just completely played around it, kicked Amal wherever they need him to be, and yeah, it just fell apart.
I think you also kind of talked about that a little bit, right? In this give and take scenario, in order to kind of gang up and to pressure the lane with this Kadita Franco, they ended up giving a lot of space on the rest of the map, which Homebois did take advantage of. That's how Ryzel, in your words, recovered. That's how Sepa was just constantly shoving the side lane and pulling this Yuzhong away.
Yeah, and I think at the very least, as much as I like to believe that it was going to be more snowballing, it ended up going pretty back and forth for the first like 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has been a pretty eventful day, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching this broadcast right now have some snacks in their hands. But if you guys don't have any, well, we have just the one for you. Mr. Potato, our official snacking legend. When you crunch on those potato chips, you can feel the crunch while snacking like an absolute Chad. And do you know what is more spicy than the upcoming big game? Of course, it's Mr. Potato, the legendary snack that we have. So enhance your gaming experience with the crispy Mr. Potato snack and crunch your way to become the MVP.
Now, adaptations need to be discussed here because I think for Red Esports, they had an idea in mind and Homebois basically wrestled them into submission until they were able to close out this game. I would imagine that it's going to be very much revolving around falling back into comfort picks, which I hope is not the case because I feel like we haven't seen enough of what XR actually brings to the table.
Being able to see a little bit more of Xor's potential is going to be very important here because it seemed like we fell into the same old problem again where the communication just didn't seem to be there and the mid and roam weren't moving together efficiently enough to really take advantage of things. But on top of that, I'm a little bit worried about Amal's hero pool because we saw a lot of jungle picks get denied, banned out, or stolen away, and then the Barats had to come out. Surely there were still other options. The assassin pool was completely untouched. I don't know, I want to see something that's a little bit more interesting here rather than just bringing the big, like, meat sacks to the land of Dog.
I think there are 2 points to kind of look at, right? First of all is, again, Red Esports was struggling with that communication in the heat of battle. A lot of times you see that they just start getting disconnected when things get very scrappy. And it's funny to say this because in my impression is that Red Esports, they want to fight scrappy, but when the Homebois put them in the hot seat, suddenly you see that breakdown. The second of all is also how we look at the jungler hero pool. I was thinking that maybe we might see some Fredrin, maybe we see some assassins show up, but I agree, the Baraz does feel a bit weird when you kind of look at the state of the game in that late stage.
I can definitely understand the sentiment here, but it really didn't matter. No matter what tank that he decided to play, other than, I would argue for Boxia to a certain degree, but then it was already banned out. Yeah. So I think at that stage of the game, like, no matter what you did, there was always going to be that transition of, if it was Paquito, sure, maybe I had a chance. But as soon as Xborg comes out, it's going to be an issue.
It's weird, because they picked the Barats after they already saw the Xborg on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Were they hoping that it would just be Xborg EXP and they won't have to deal with it?
Which was the craziest part, right? Like, we were discussing like how they were very dead set that this Paquito is going to go into the jungle, and then the snap of the finger, the Xborg shows up, and suddenly it's like, oh, I kind of feel like they locked themselves into a dead end.
Yeah, I mean, can't do much about that. You just got to keep on moving forward here, and I think that's where Red Esports really need to start making considerations in the second half of the draft, where they put so much focus on getting rid of all these many plethora of junglers, but then still forgetting about things like Xborg, which generally does well into tanks.
Yep, hopefully we'll get to see a bit more respect there in the draft for game number 2. Homebois on the blue side, Red on the red side. And we can see red is my blood, while human blood is red. Blood in other animals may come in different colors. Will red turn into beast today? I feel like there's a bit of I feel like the coherence there.
Where
isn't
Kimi San
quite
for a run
working.
for his money for sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just feels like they're saying Red Esports need to not become red.
That or somebody's been watching a little too much Teen Wolf. One or the other. I can't say for sure.
I am pretty sure the blood of Homeboys are also red, so in this case, it's a bit of a contradictory. We'll get that fixed. We'll work on that a little. We'll work on that backstage. But yeah, Fanny, Kaja, Kadita banned out by Homeboys this time. They identified the Kadita as one of the more comfort picks for Red. Red, they're gonna go with the Claude and Eve opener again in terms of bans.
Okay, at least we're seeing that from Homeboys' side. They don't want to actually deal with the Kadita overall as a big combo breaker. And it does tell us that they probably want to play something a little bit more stationary. I'm not sure from which role it's going to be coming from. Usually it's generally from that gold side, or we could be thinking about mid laners as well. But in the meantime, let's see what Red Esports wants to go with their final ban, whether they're changing it up or they're just going to stick to the same thing.
They do still have the Joy open, but the Paquito is also really annoying. Not to mention, of course, the X-Borg, which was the bane of Red Esports' existence. But they do decide to go for the Valentina here. Get rid of the flexibility that Homeboys relies on.
Yeah, this man is right. You let the Zorn choke go.
Yep.
Are you out of your mind? Terista first play going over the Homeboys. This one very, very straightforward. Sapat not going to have the mobility of the Paquito, but he's going to be able to anchor himself in the lane.
It's going to be X-Borg all over again.
It has to be X-Borg,
right? I think it's been the most reliable. It's been the most reliable way to kind of minimize the impact of these high, strong, engaging EXP laners. But then what do you pair it up with? Do you pair it up with another flex pick, right? You could just go with something along the lines of Fredrin X-Borg if you're really going to double down on that idea.
The Paquito and the Joy are still in the pool as well, so could be things that they might want to consider. Otherwise, if they really feel like Melboy needs his Bruno, this would be the chance to go for it.
It does feel a bit tempting for Red Esports to do so. Paquito is going to be the first option for them. First, followed with the Joy. So we do get that flex. There is some flexibility there.
That's interesting.
Yep. EXP jungle flex picks are always going to be strong at this stage of the game, especially with where the meta is at right now. And now we jump back over to the Homeboys. How do they deal with this? Because it's either you have to flip a coin and hope that you can actually deal with this Joy overall, but I do think they still need to suppress regardless.
Bruno's going to go over to Homeboys again. So once more, they deny Melboy of one of his more comfortable picks. Is this going to boil down to that Clint being one of the major options for Red Esports again?
Possibly. There's also other options, of course, but I would very much like to see... we're not seeing the suppressions just yet. I mean, the Kaja has already been banned, but at least the Franco.
It feels like it's going to be awkward if the Franco comes out right now, right? The draft itself, I think in the first 3 picks, if it's going to be the Franco, you do open out Melboy and Exort to be targeted in the second phase.
I don't know. This Joy right now, I don't see anything that can stop it. I mean, the Fredrin, yes, with the taunt, but then other than that, once she gets into the backline or walks around the Fredrin, she gets to go wild and free, right? I mean, what do you expect Bruno to actually do against it? Maybe it's hoping for the Worldy to actually get the knockback to create some space, and if you time it right, you can actually make sure that it doesn't land. The dash from the Joy doesn't land on the target, so she doesn't get the resets off.
Melissa gonna come out here. Not a bad option, but it's definitely more even with Bruno compared to other choices where both of these heroes would usually want to be the ones dominating the lane. So that's going to come down a little bit to individual mechanics, which I think will be very interesting to watch. The Joy and Paquito are still flex picks, but they do pass up options like the X-Borg, like the Mardis who are still around that could definitely contribute a little bit. Especially, like I think the X-Borg especially should have been given a bit more attention with the Terizla and Fredrin already over there.
Man. Okay. So I guess we're guaranteed not going to have to worry about having an X-Borg game overall. But now that we jump in towards that second phase, we still don't see majors just yet. And I don't know if they want to go really crazy with this. And I'm surprised that the Homeboys have not locked it, didn't decide to lock in some kind of suppression, because now Red Esports, they're going to take it all away.
And there are multiple targets that are mobile on the side of Red that now can just basically do whatever they want. Right? You have the Paquito, you have the Joy. Franco is going to be taken by Red Esports, so that's the end of suppression. No more in the pool.
Yeah, most likely they'll want to ban something like the Cho as well, unless they decide that the Kufra is a little bit more annoying. Or they could even grab the Kufra for themselves, since they will have that first pick in the second phase. We'll see what the option is going to be. But Homeboys do realize that Amal, once again, going to be leaving his hero for the second phase. They ban out the Baxia, probably will get rid of the Martis again to see if they can force Amal back onto the Barats, unless this is indeed the Joy jungle.
Yeah, I mean, as long for Red Esports, I'm not too concerned about whether or not this Joy is going to go into the jungle or specifically in towards that mid lane. It's not like I wouldn't put it past Exort in terms of whether he can play the Joy or not. I just think that Homeboys are making the smarter decision by taking out things that are actually going to start oppressing them and make it difficult to actually have influence on the map, like the Baxia.
And it's also like the gel for Red Esports, right? When you have individual strong picks, you need something to kind of bring that together. And one of the things that can accelerate both the Joy and the Paquito is when you get that avalanche rolling. And in this case, with the Baxia out of the way, that's one less thing to worry about. Red Esports, they are going to ban out the Farsa, and Homeboys finalize the ban phase with the Hellcurve.
The Hellcurve, interesting. All right. So at the very least, Red Esports is on the right track. They kind of figured out that Homeboys wanted to play some form of artillery mage, and they needed, and I think the biggest read is going to be that Hellcurve in general, but more importantly so, whoever has Yve basically gets to play the game for free, right? Like, nobody can pull her out of the suppress as well. Oh yeah, there is no Yve this game. It's already been banned in the first phase from Red.
I think Homeboys might want the Novaria here, because they already have a pretty bulky front line with the Fred and the Terizla, and the extra hitboxes from the Astral Echo may be pretty good with the penalty zone, so why not, right? Red Esports, what are they going to grab? They're going to take it for themselves. I think that's pretty smart here.
Again, I think the one thing that they lacked is the tempo setter. Who sets the tempo, right? It does look a lineup that everyone wants to farm. Melissa wants some money, Joy wants some money, Paquito wants some money. This last pick, it has to be kind of the gotcha from Red Esports. Kufra, Grog, those are the two that I can think of right now.
They need something bulky. Red Esports right now is very squishy looking. Compared to the Homeboys, they're going to be able to stand there for ages.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if Homeboys want to go for a Kube, I definitely think that should be another consideration as well. Board? Okay.
Here we go again.
That's not bad, I would say. But let's see. I'm still curious to see what the support pick from Homeboys is going to be.
I wouldn't put it past them to go for something like a Grok at this point. Right? Again, another front line, they can kind of dive the back.
I mean,
we'll
Cho
go for
is
the
still
Cho
safe.
again. Yeah, worst targets to go for. It's a buffet for Zorn.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this is going to go, right? Because at the end of the day, that Way of the Dragon is going to be a very powerful tool for the Homeboys. At least they have many different options and a good distribution of types of damage overall. Red Esports. Let's see what they're going to finish it off with, right? They are still, we are still uncertain of the EXP jungle, but they've already got their mid. In terms of the support, right? I feel like Disengage is going to be pretty decent. Like, Diggy doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, and at the very least, you can actually stop. Things like Terizla from getting in there, getting locked down, or at the very least, being followed up in the chain CC.
But I do know my
Oh, bit of a Baras again? This is a Novaria roam.
I mean, it's gonna perform way better here because there's no X-Borg, so that will feel more comfortable. And it is the Novaria roam.
And contrary to game 1, there isn't much members that can support the Baras once he gets isolated by the Cho. And when we talk about sitting on top of objectives, you look at the heroes of Homeboys, they want you to sit still.
Yeah, I'm very curious to have conversations with Milo after this, or at the very least, maybe even Coach Faz and Sora Bayong, because I would like to know what's the thought process coming in towards this draft. Is this something that has been practiced or just made on the spot? Because it does feel like they're trying to find any angle to kind of squeeze it into the draft.
I mean, I see smokes coming out of your head, so I can walk us through this draft quickly, especially for Red.
Man, I honestly have no idea. Red Esports does have a certain degree of control where each of their heroes are going to be able to position themselves based on where it's necessary, while Homeboys are more of a front to back, with the Cho being the exception, looking to disrupt the positioning of their opponents. But honestly, anything is on the table here.
I mean, birthday wishes are on the line, right? One of the coaches is going to go home happy tonight. Homeboys against Red Esports in this game too. And one of them is going to break the curse today, but Homeboys are looking solid in terms of drafting in game 2.
Yeah, so
Wait,
far.
did he get the buff?
I think he did. Wait, no, he's not. Let's hover over him. Yep, he got it.
He got it.
Yep.
You can never be too generous with that retribution if no one is backing you up.
I don't think he even realized it, and now they're going to invade again. Don't tell me he's going to get another one. That'd be so frustrating.
They're already moving to block it, but that's a great start right there for Red Esports. No, I think it's actually a bit hard to say which lineup actually is stronger in the early game here. I would say Homebois just by a little bit because of their natural bulk, but Red Esports is not far behind at all. I think we're going to see a pretty good amount of early game skirmishing here because both teams are quite capable without needing too many items.
Yeah, they're able to put the Fredrin slightly behind already. Zorn will try to protect the camp just so Chibi could get it, and he will.
Now, after backing off, I think at this point, what's the game plan for either side? Wait, hold on.
Oh, well, that is a lot of damage.
Exort. I told you, I wouldn't put it past him if he plays Joy into the mid lane. And this is why. If he was level 4, Gord is already dead. And this brings up a couple of concerns. I understand that Red Esports probably want to play around neutral objectives for as long as they possibly can. And it's good to have Ackerman, to have Mal on this room to affect the lanes from afar. He's already slowed down Chibi in the jungle. And now the question is, can he actually make a difference in the side lanes?
The slowdown doesn't seem to have affected him too much though, as Chibi is still able to hit level 4 before the turtle is able to come up, and now the Homebois are here to back him up. Their team fight potential is very strong, but if Red Esports can play around the ultimates coming out of the Homebois, they have more mobility and more resources to play around.
Got their corners covered for sure. Red and Exor, they're going to show up right now. Who's going to get the turtle? It will go over to Chibi somehow. The Daytona Welcome will be used by Amao. He's taking the full Mystic Gush to the face zone. Flickers to safety. Sapat still survives. Flickers forward for the Grand Slam. And that's 3 for the 4. Red QT drops Homebois with an explosive opener.
Oh my god, Homebois completely shut out Red Esports there. That was about to be Red QT's moment to clean up the entire crew coming in from Homebois, but unfortunately GB said no, locking him out of that fight. And more importantly, more importantly, the fact that Warlow was able to get so much off of it. Rizel able to get the goal plating at the same time. Homebois are starting off so strong. The biggest lead I've seen so far 3 minutes in the game, 2.2 thousand.
This is already a disaster for Red Esports. That we have to note that while Homebois has a slightly stronger early game, Red Esports doesn't exactly scale all that well late either. A lot of that because of the barrage, which I again can't quite understand because yes, there's no export this time, but now there's a Gord and you're just going to be standing there tanking the laser beam.
And when you pick barrage, all you want is the objectives. And so far, Chibi has been winning a majority of this war, these retreat battles. Exor can get...
Couldn't he have gone for that?
I felt like he could, but probably didn't want to risk it, right?
No.
Chibi was around.
In terms of the damage, wait, hold on. Let's see whether Zoe gets this or not. Okay, so when it comes down to Joy, right, she needs to make sure that she stacks up her charges first and then come in big. But keep in mind, every single time that she touches her opponent, if it's the same target, it reduces its damage, which also applies to its ult as well. So what Exor wants to do is to be able to kind of get those charges first, and then if he's on top of Warlord while the charges are maxed out, pop his ult, and then he gets the maximum amount of damage on top of his target. Oh my
god. Might
be
a collapse from Homebois. Amao is going to charge out the Daytona Welcome. Gobbles up Zorn, they missed the Star Shadow, the timing a bit off. Exor jumps in, instantly gets taunted by Chibi. He's gonna take the hammer, the Great Sword in this time in the face. Ren QT needs to salvage more than just 1 kill, but it seems like 1 is all he's gonna get as Homebois walk away with 2.
Oh, what's going on in this game, man? It's funny enough to see a Gord flicker forward just so that he doesn't get attacked by the Paquito, or at the very least doesn't get his ult cancelled. But man, this is starting to look really, really brutal. It feels like no matter what Red Esports does from this point onwards, it's only going to get punished.
And look, every time Red Esports is taking the fight against Homebois, Bellboy actually rotates out of his lane to see if he can join the fight. Because of that, Rizel is getting so much free space. He's already 1 level up on Bellboy, which, like we know, Bruno, is not ideal for Red Esports. When you add that onto the fact that they're losing out on the rest of the map, this is not good.
The first time he did that was for the first turtle fight, and just like that, they lost the entire turret shield on the top side.
This is so smart from Rizel. He's not only just hard pushing, he's not continuously pushing, but he's also freezing the lane just to make sure that Melboy loses the maximum amount of EXP and gold, and now will eventually develop a 2-level lead onto Melboy if this keeps going on.
Back in the same situation again for Red Esports, but got there earlier than they would have liked. I'm trying to look for a solution for Red Esports, right? They don't really have the best catch, and it feels like they need Aima to sit on top of someone, but we've seen that fail twice from them.
Right now, they need information from Mal to figure out where this Gord is. Once they figure out where Gord is, Exort and Ren QT need to jump on him and kill him. Amal has no problem tanking Supat as well as GB. They clearly don't have enough damage. The only people who really threaten him is Ryzel, and in particular Warlord with the true damage.
What I feel like is a problem for Red Esports right now, though, is that I'm not seeing independent play from these players. They seem too reliant on being together. They're trying to rotate people over from the side lanes to take team fights when they don't really need to. They're not maintaining their waves. They're not putting pressure onto key members of the Homebois. It feels like they're just there, responding to Homebois' aggression and not coming out on top.
Yep. I mean, we say we're looking for a voice from Red Esports, but right now it felt like they're just operating under a single command. I kind of need these individual players to make that decision. I mean, we're seeing bits and pieces of that, but that's pretty much it. This objective is gone. Once more, Zorn finding the catch with the flicker. Amao instantly sends straight into the Mystic Gush. Laser to oblivion, and Ren, why are you even there? Why? Oh my goodness.
Red Esports are falling apart.
They are falling absolutely into pieces.
Oh my goodness.
And Ma will not stand a chance. Bludgeon and pulverize.
They're broken. They're broken at this point. Like, I think Homebois need to start getting extra disrespectful at this point. Like, there's no way that they should be able to get away with this. The fact that Red Esports are unable to execute their own game plan as of right now is rather disappointing, but more importantly so, just where is the communication from the rest of the team?
Yeah, I'm not seeing this. This does not feel like a cohesive MPL team right now. And that's so weird considering that Red Esports seem to be improving in week 2, and now everything's fallen apart.
And that was within 24 hours, right? Within 24 hours of them winning a series against Todak. This is where we stand. A week later, it still feels like they have not been able to overcome some of those shadows. Mid-tier 1 will fall. It is looking pretty gloom right now for Red Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 6K gold lead, and if Homebois are able to turn this into a 10K gold lead prior to 12 minutes into the game, I think it's going to be very difficult for Red Esports to actually recover, right? Chibi can tank so many shots for Mal, and the fact that Mal is playing the support Novaria role, he's not going to have as many items as if it were a mid-lane Novaria.
Yeah, this is rough. Homebois are doing an excellent job right now. They're not even giving Red Esports any additional avenues that they could potentially use to get out of this. You see how Sapat is keeping an eye on Terrain QT because he realizes that if Red Esports does decide to go for a split push, it's going to be on this Apakido, and as long as he's kept locked down, there's no way for Red Esports to extend their control over any more of the map.
Left by 1,000 cuts it seems. This Lord is one of the biggest siege that we've seen in a long time. Homeboy started to work on that.
Whoops. That's a mistake.
Wait, what? Why did the Lord... That's such a... the pathing of the Lord is kind of strange there. And I'm pretty sure that Chibi did connect with that damage. Regardless, even if the Lord reset, just look at how fast they are melting it.
I mean, Exo took one shot and he lost 60% of his health. That's it. That's the Lord gone.
Yep, nothing they can do about it. Nothing that Red can do about it. I'm trying to figure out a solution right now. But as of yet, the fact that Amal doesn't have his stacks, so without the stacks, he's not going to have as much HP as he was like to. He's not as tanky, and as much as he wants to go even with Chibi right now, it's not even remotely close.
This is already reaching the point where it's actually too late for Red Esports. I don't see a path out of this. Logically, if you play the map, if you distract the Homebois while giving Melboy more space to farm, on paper, that's a chance to get out of this. But Homebois are doing such a good job, they're not going to fall for such easy provocations. And Red Esports doesn't even seem to be willing to sacrifice anything to try and keep themselves in the game.
Yeah,
I think the fact that they're losing out these skirmishes just boasts the Homebois' confidence, right? Like, you split us apart, but we're still winning these fights. What happens if we all stick together? There's no way you can crack this.
I mean, let's not forget that the way they're kind of like quote-unquote sticking together, right? They're basically casting a net. Each person is covering major choke points, major pathways for Red Esports to walk out of their base. And now it just means that they're slowly going to collapse in on them and go take the fight.
Amao again isolated, needs help, but where is it from Red Esports? It seems like it's non-existent. TB, Appraisal's Wagon destroys Exort. Homebois, they have found 2 major kills. The whole team is still alive. This could be a fatal push. The Lord will be taken care of quickly by Melboy. He's trying to spread the damage out, but him alone is just not enough. They just eat it up for dinner. Sabat, can he at least beat the trade?
Oh my God!
Gonna be there. Still has immortality. That is it. Rizzo dives in for it. Homeboys, 11 minutes to end the series. They have crushed it, and they've broken the record for the fastest game we have in the league.
Avert your eyes, children. That is not something you want to see. That was a complete dismantling, complete destruction, disrespect. Homeboys were playing a bot game up on that stage.
I don't know. We were witnessing murder up there. That was brutal. The Homeboys coming out strong to it. Oh, they're going to take the points regardless of their performance. Their competitors, on the other hand, have a lot of thinking to do.
I mean, you can see on the expressions for Red, they are just shattered after that game. Completely, I don't know, confused? It's not even the right word.
I would be tilted. I would be tilted out of my mind. What could they have possibly done better there? They had a plan in place, and every single time they want to execute their plan, they get punished for it. Why? Not because their opponents had a better read on them. They were just slower on the ball.
Well, we're going to let host talk to the Homeboys to see what they have to say after recovering from last week with this win. Rose, take it away.
3 mata penuh untuk the crowd favorite Homebois. 2 berbalas kosong, clean sweep. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Tak bagi kita OT lagi. Alright. Okay, kejap. Cibi. Ni Cibi. Okay, Cibi. Minggu lepas, selepas korang kalah, you cakap apa dekat I? You cakap korang tak on form last week kan? Apa yang menjadi masa dalam seminggu? Apa korang bincang? Macam mana korang bounce back hari ini untuk menang 2-0?
First kali saya nak say Alhamdulillah lah sebab kita orang secure 2-0 dekat Red Esports. So kita orang bersyukur kita orang menang. So untuk last week kita orang reset kot dan kita orang buat balik apa mistake korang, apa kurang kita orang. So kita orang buat yang terbaru dan jadi Homebois yang baru lah daripada week ketiga ni. Alhamdulillah.
Alright, okay. I nak tanya, I nak tanya Zon pula. Alright, Zon. Kita tahu selepas minggu lepas, ramai orang yang kecam Zon. Okay, let's put it that way. Oh, benda biasa.
Benda biasa.
Alright, sekarang Zon menang clean sweep. 3 mata penuh. Apa yang Zon nak cakap kepada semua haters?
Kepada semua haters? Sudah-sudahlah tu nak cakap apa, mekanik tua, dah tak relevan. Tengok 2-0 easy tau.
Alright guys. Don dah bersuara, Chibi dah bersuara. Tapi untuk korang, siapa MVP korang? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP kita untuk kali ini ialah Rizal. Our Indonesian marksman, gold laner. Okay, Rizal. Sekali lagi dapat MVP. Apa perasaan Rizal dapat MVP selepas kalah minggu lepas lawan MPNC?
Jelas happy. Terus yang pertama-tama juga ya terima kasih banyak buat Homebois yang udah datang buat dukung kita hari ini. Dan kita juga berhasil bawa pulang poin di minggu ini. Dan jangan lupa dukung kita juga di next week berikut-berikutnya.
Alright, mantap. Tadi selepas Homebois menang, Daddy cakap dia nak cakap something. So kita paskan mic ni pada Daddy.
Alright. Okey, kejap. Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh semua. First and foremost, thank you kepada semua yang datang. Tak kisah daripada side Red ke, side Homebois ke, side Homebois. Thank you banyak-banyak. And kita ambil masa seminggu, kita dapat reset dengan baik. Thank you to coaching staff sebab diorang, to be honest, ramai yang kecam diorang yang saya bagi punishment untuk diorang train diorang punya mental, diorang buat live, diorang bagi tahulah, diorang declare apa masalahnya. Kepada founder Red Esports, saya doakan ataupun kami doakan supaya cepat sembuh, boleh datang sini. And kepada pasukan-pasukan yang kalah, sebenarnya jangan pernah down sebab kita orang rasa kalah tu rasa benda yang bagus untuk korang reset. Kalau korang menang, korang akan di awang-awangan rasa happy all the way, lepas tu korang akan lupa apa yang patut korang buat. So, untuk tim yang kalah, jangan risau, korang still boleh menang insyaAllah.
Alright, terima kasih Daddy. Once again guys, congratulations kepada Homebois untuk menang match terakhir kita dengan 3 mata penuh 2-0. A round of applause for Homebois. Alright, terima kasih Daddy, terima kasih Homebois. Alright, and with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game ni. Game Queen Sweep. So casters, dipersilakan.
Congratulations to Homebois on that clean sweep. Wise words from Daddy Hood, one of the few who was there since the beginning. But a star is born, if it hasn't already. Rizzo, our Indonesian gold laner, MVP of the match once more.
Yep, absolutely smashing it, dominating, and more importantly, taking full advantage of the fact that Melboy kept on leaving his lane. No problem for me. Just make sure that I'm punishing him, taking away his EXP, denying him that gold. And whenever I have that opportunity to have that wave built up when you leave that lane, that's when I'm going to take your turret.
As a reason, you gotta respect your goal lane opponent. In the past, Rizal has been pretty heavily pressured by opponents because they realize what he's capable of, how quickly he can farm, how quickly he becomes a threat. So they never let him go. But in this game, they let him go the whole game.
Well, Homebois, they had one of the fastest victory we had in the group stage, but I want to listen into what they were talking about behind the mic check.
Solo kill je! Boom! Boom! Bukan kusan! Boom! Nice! Aku. Okay. Jangan skill. Boom! Bagi tu. Bagi tu. Ni man. Boleh. Nice. Woo! Dah aku bisa bagi aku sliding. Dom. Nice. Bagi apa? Thank you cuy. Solo kill tu apian tu. Di depan. Solo kill deh. Nice. That's it. Dapat. Tahu. Tahu lu. Boleh. Mid. Pull up. Boleh tu. Yo, kasih yuk. Nice. Lagi. Nice. Lagi. Nice.
Oh boy, that was a reckoning from Homebois.
That's hard to watch.
It really is. Even through the highlights, on top of the mic check, the fact is the Homebois were having the time of their lives, understandably so. But I can only imagine and only can sympathize with how hard of a defeat that was against Red Esports. 14-1. What a victory for the Homebois.
I have nothing to say here. I just feel like that was not a good performance for Red Esports. This is not the team we expect to see on the stage. The draft doesn't really work together, but the team itself not having the communication, not having the direction. I'm honestly just going to say I'm very disappointed watching this. There's nothing else to add to it.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at something that we can be happy about, right? Homeboy side first. This was obviously a landslide victory. It's good for them. 3 points added to the standings. But overall, for Homebois, it really does feel like it was one of the easiest game. Right? There's nothing they need to go out of the way to do. Maybe aside from Sepat taking the rapid boots. That's pretty much it, right?
Hey, look, I mean, the slow from Barats can be kind of annoying, all right? With slow reduction, now the rapid boots has relevance. And not to mention that he was fast when he was able to rotate out of his lane. He is one fast boy, so I can definitely see a couple of benefits to actually having it overall. But I think my biggest concern is when we jump over the Red Esports, look at Exort's build. I'm not going to hound him for it because I do see that it is something that he does at the end of the game, that he does purchase the favor right at the end. He's got fast hands, man.
Sure.
This is peculiar here. Like, I feel like I didn't see enough of Exort going in. You're on Joy. You have so much freedom to move around. Against a Gord, you can so easily dive him, force him out of uncomfortable situations, but we never really got to see that. I still don't like the Barats. I don't understand why you're trying so hard to build a team around it in this meta where you don't even need the export to counteract it once more. Melboy decided not to go for shoes to try and scale up faster, but then why try to leave your lane so often when your movement speed is so low? It's just weird.
A lot of things just don't add up. Exort has the 4th the fourth lowest net worth on the side of his team, but you look at the numbers, right? It's crazy.
Ooh.
The fact that the damage dealt is almost even between both teams, and yet he gets such an imbalanced game.
That's just because the Homebois stood there and tanked all of Melboy's attacks.
That is true. That is true.
Those are inflated numbers.
These are inflated numbers for sure.
I mean, Melboy is labeled as the carry. I don't know. I feel part of me just feels very, very sad, disappointed for Red Esports. We mentioned that last week, draft, no problem. Teamwork, major problem. We come into today, both of those have issues now.
Exactly. Like I can understand if you got to play, if you're getting tactically outplayed, but you're still on farm. If your draft, there's a problem with it, and it's something that you can fix. But when your team doesn't have necessarily have that chemistry, that's when I have the biggest issue, because that's something that is in your power and something that you can control. And Red Esports, I would say that they have an even reformation, a bigger reformation to actually perform through these upcoming weeks.
It's not like they basically kind of degraded from last week, right? This is for Red, this is definitely, they have bigger issues to take care of. I don't know how to go about this.
Yeah, because like when you look at some of these fights, the Homebois are actually taking them a little bit messy at times, and yet Red Esports are doing even worse somehow. It's even more chaotic. They're completely split up. They're not fighting together. They're getting caught out one by one. Of course, this is when the Homebois are just completely out of control, so can't really blame it at that point, especially here. There's nothing you can do with Rizal running you down since he's this farm. But early on, more needs to happen. I get experimenting with the Barats, but after seeing what happened in Game 1, to try it again feels a bit too hopeful.
Fundamentally broken, but we'll take a look at the standings for now. Selangor Red Giants and Team SMG remain the only two teams undefeated in the group stage so far, with SRG having 1 extra point over Team SMG. Homebois, with that clean sweep, puts themselves in 3rd. Team Hawk in 4th place, MY in 5th. But as the list goes on, the red zone is Red Esports and Team Secret.
Yeah, because of that loss, I mean, Red Esports is down in that relegation zone with Team Lunatics just above them by just 1 point. As these weeks go by, you got to monitor these two teams down by the bottom side in that red zone, because you don't want to get relegated by week 6.
We are halfway through the league already, right? Tomorrow will be the last day for the halfway point. Speaking about tomorrow, these are the series where Team Hawk against Team Lunatics to open up the curtains, MPX NSEA against Red Esports, and RGMY against Selangor Red Giants to close out week 3.
A lot more proving ground for Red Esports tomorrow, since they're going to be up against a pretty tough opponent. NC already proving themselves. Team Hawk and Team Lunatics starting to get a bit more of a groove here. Going to be looking for more victories. And RG versus the Red Giants. Going to be 2 MPL. I was going to say veterans, then I remember that Red Giants is not that much of a veteran. They're just that good.
They've been there for 1 season, and they added Coach Arcadia during SPS, and here they are. But, these players, they look fine, right? It's not just us that looks good. The players, the owners, the coaching staff, they look absolutely fabulous on the stage and on camera. You know why? Because they have this with them. Garnier Man. When you have acne problem, you want to be able to get rid of those pesky acnes as fast as possible, and the real hero is in the hands of Gideon right now. The Garnier Man acne nemesis. So if you want to win in life, use the Garnier Man to smooth out your obstacles, get rid of those pesky acnes, look fly, look fabulous, look flamboyant. Maybe you'll be able to give yourself that boost of confidence that you need. And one on Sadaba's head as well.
Yes, I don't know how long I'm going to be keeping this up here, but we will see.
Maybe if you keep it up long enough, the acne's going to go away. You look clean enough, by the way. You look clean enough. So
I can't laugh or it'll fall off.
We'll keep it at that for now, but thank you to all our MPL predictor winners here, because they're coming up big time. I mean, we have Saksa, Super Skies, and Rizal. If you were able to get all of these correct, you've already won some prizes. So make sure if you see your name listed out there, open up your accounts and check out your inbox.
Oh yeah, we love some stuff, right? Again, we had a bit of a slow start to the day, but everyone else, I think it was worth the wait. We got exciting series. We saw SRG making history to take out Todak. We saw Homebois make a recovery, and at the same time, we also saw Team SMG remain undefeated in the group stage. But with that being said, final words from you, gentlemen.
Yeah, honestly, today we've seen SERU Saturdays is always special because we saw the full spectrum from good all the way to bad.
Yep, the highs and the lows and everything in between is offered to you right here at MPL MY. So thank you everyone for coming to watch online and everyone who joined us here at Dewan Sariputra.
Well, tomorrow is going to be the last day of the halfway point for MPL MY. We're going to sign off for the night. My name is Husky, alongside with Gideon Q and Sadafa. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action. Goodbye and good night.